Session. I guess there's no roll call today. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for showing up early in the morning. We're going to start with public comments. So how many of you are there to speak today? One, two, that's it. Okay. First speaker. Just to be clear, this is the only time for public comments today. It's the very
That was gonna
beginning.
be my first question is,
Yeah.
let's see here. How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
I'll try to be quick. Hi, nice to see you all. Nick Aronoff, resident of Laguna Beach. I guess the first part of the public comment is this is a little, and I know there's procedural things and everything, but it's a little frustrating that this is the way it's going because there's going to be so much to discuss today. And, you know, we don't get to hear how the breakdown of everything, you know, we only saw the PowerPoint slides. And please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to say something that's incorrect. But from what I saw, we had about 24 hours to review the slides. I didn't see it posted until yesterday. So it's tough to kind of go over 114 or so slides that I saw in 24 hours as the public. So that's a little frustrating. Maybe it was there 48 hours ahead, but that's still, you know, pretty short on time. And so that's makes it pretty difficult. But one thing I saw is I thought it was great that, you know, that you guys do this and you're opening it up to the public. I think it's really important to look back at the year before and look at the year ahead. So this is awesome, especially before we get into all the things going on in 2026. But, you know, it was frustrating to see some things that were clearly, you know, kind of patting yourself on the back when there's clearly rooms for improvement. And specifically on the, you know, there's so much to talk about. I'm just going to talk about the stewardship part. You know, you guys gave yourself an A for 2025. And, you know, I believe many residents, based off their comments all throughout 2025, know that that's not a legitimate grade. And when the city gives itself a mark like that, and the community's been raising so many concerns about overcrowding, trash, you know, tourism management, it kind of undermines the trust because you're essentially saying, well, we don't need to build from there. We got an A. We gave ourselves an A, so we're doing great. You know, at least it can come off that way. And we've seen the strains during the peak periods, and you know, strains are going to happen. There's always going to be room for improvement, but you know, progress doesn't equal perfection, and it certainly doesn't justify an A. For example, not to pick on Visit Laguna Beach, but you know, they've hired a new CEO. They've shaken up the board. There's going to be double the oversight with Councilmember Kempf and Mayor Orgill taking a look at everything closely. You know, they wiped their social media clean, and for a range of reasons. One of them even being, you know, promoting how to trespass from Thousand Steps into Three Arch Bay. So all of that triggers an A grade. You know, that's kind of trying to take a victory lap when it doesn't seem to be justified. You know, a more honest grade might be something like a C. And what's good about a grade like that is because that creates room for accountability, room for improvement. When you inflate a grade, you kind of shut down the conversation that needs to be had on you know, consistency, enforcement, visitor education, awareness. And, you know, you guys are trying to make improvements for 2026, and that's great. But by rewarding yourselves with an A, that kind of gives off this, like, you know, you're not connected to what the residents are feeling. You know, residents don't want polished report cards. We want straight answers. We want continuous improvement. We want real stewardship with accurate self-evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ed Almanzo with Laguna Ocean Foundation. I'm here to cheerlead you today. 2026 is the year we can really move on visitor management, stewardship, and mobility with a comprehensive strategy that achieves multiple priorities. This is our moment to plant some deep pillars in the ground. This is our moment to develop some strategies for win-win outcomes. Laguna Ocean Foundation is here to help. I think the Council's resolve to move forward with advanced planning is terrific. And I say, let's advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Mary Locatelli. I just have two questions. Actually, it's the same question with two different subjects. I'm looking on the website and can't find it. It could be just me, or it might not be there yet. But two things I was looking for. One is the audited financial statements. We're supposed to have those by the end of December. That was why we changed auditors 2 years ago. It's January now. They might be there somewhere. I just can't find them. So if they are there, please help me. If they're not there, could you let me know when we could see them? The second is the SOMAS study on the floodplain issue at the promenade. We were told on, I think, January 13th that that would be published for the public. I think we're planning to break ground on the 17th of February. It'd be nice if the community had a couple of weeks to look at that. I haven't seen it. I can't find it. I know I'm technologically challenged, so it might just be me. But if it's not there, please put it up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Karen Phillipson, resident and part of Visit Laguna Beach. We have a full schedule today, and I just wanted to quickly say I'm proud of everything that we're doing relative to stewardship. I'm delighted to be part of the ad hoc committee. I'm extremely excited about our board direction and the communication we have with the city as we're sharing the excitement that we're all going towards, and the leadership of our new president and CEO, Joanna, her energy, her ideas, her passion, her professionalism. It's taking us where we want to go in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Mark Christie, lifetime resident, and I'm on the board of Visit Laguna, and I probably agree with quite a bit of what he said. If you're looking back at 2025, maybe a C, right? A lot of unforced errors, but I tend to look forward. I'm on the board because we need to make a change, and we're making that change. So, with all due respect, give us a chance. It's going to be a great program. And just as a general comment, kudos to this council. Strange days nationally, but exciting times in Laguna. Between the cultural things we've got moving, the very proactive things you're doing, the promenade that's been talked about for decades, the support of the artists, which is existential, and you've done great work there. Surfing Heritage coming to town. Cool times in Laguna. Looking forward to the next few years. Cheers.
Thank you.
Can you pass? Laura Parisi, City Treasurer. I wanted to thank you. I just got back from a CDAC and CMTA sponsored webinar. I was one of the speakers on legal investments in California. And I wanted to let you know that an author of a book that's being passed around, Politics of Public Funds Investing, has offered to talk to you about the difference between stewardship and maybe what's legal. Legal investing in particular. I can tell you that as part of my presentation and in others in the room, one of the things that I talked about was the part-time work that I did at Orange County as the assistant treasurer tax collector. In that role, that was one of the positions that did go to jail when the county had its issues in '94. And I can tell you that the county treasurer at the time was investing in legal investments. It's just those investments weren't appropriate, and that fell into the stewardship category. Ben Finkelstein has offered to talk to us and give you ideas. You've taken responsibility for investments over, and I thought I would let you know that he is available. And if I could get that stuff back, I'd appreciate it. That's all of the classes that were taken, as well as Ben's book. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. I'm speaking to you as just a general member of the public and a volunteer at the Laguna Beach Animal Shelter. And I just want to reiterate what I've emailed to you guys a few times, the importance I feel that there is some sort of ad hoc committee or standing committee to oversee the shelter funds. So thank you.
Great. You can work with the city clerk on that.
Mayor, City Council, Shelley Beneke, 16-year resident and preparedness person in the city. And just wanted to remind you that I sent a note ahead of time about the wildfire safety fund for the 2.38 that is available in support of an immediate EOC for the city. So we need an emergency operations center, and I would like for you guys to consider that. So
Thank you.
Shelley, I'd like to thank you publicly for all the work you're doing in the fire safe communities up in Arch Beach Heights. She's done a tremendous, we're actually pretty much ready to go. We just have to walk the neighborhood now. So I can't believe what a great job you did. It was really
Yeah,
fantastic.
thanks for your support too.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Shelley. Much appreciated. Okay, we have a are there any other public speakers? Penny, did you have anything to say?
That would say open space and conservation element.
Okay. Open space and conservation element. When's it going to be done? Okay. We have a presentation from Visit Laguna and Alexis regarding the Centennial.
Yeah, I said I didn't. I had.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Alexis Braun, Acting Director of Transit and Community Services. And up here, we also have Joanna Bear, CEO and President of Visit Laguna. And we are very excited today to talk about the city's 100th birthday. It will be here on June 29th, 2027. So we are just starting the initial planning efforts for it, and kind of wanted to go through the approach that the city, Visit Laguna, and Chamber of Commerce are taking for this wonderful event to celebrate our town. So one of the goals of this program is we plan to do year-round programming that focuses on our residents, celebrating the town's culture and heritage, and all events would incorporate a custom-built centennial theme and branding that will be worked on. And the city council role in this, they're providing policy and guidance, approving funding, and serves as the ambassador for the Centennial. Staff coordination with the city, Visit Laguna, are going to spearhead efforts for development, coordination, and communication. And then various stakeholders in progress with the Chamber of Commerce will identify various levels of participation among groups, businesses, and nonprofits in the community.
Good morning. In identifying, what we're going to do is identify a commencement event at the beginning of the year, and then do a signature event on the 100th birthday, which is June 29th, 2027. And then we'll have various programming and then ending with a big year-end celebration. In addition, we'll have monthly activations throughout the community, including the arts, nonprofits, and local businesses. Our next steps are to establish a centennial fund with the city's budget as part of the annual budget process, communications outreach to the stakeholders and organizations. We're creating a dedicated webpage, identifying what the campaign will look like and the deployment of it. The goal is to celebrate the centennial opportunity with the community at large, and also, celebrating the culture and heritage of the town. This is still in the very early stages, so we have a lot to do, and we will be coming back with the next steps and the progress of the planning efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Dave, I don't know, did you want to address any of the public comments now, or do any other council members have any comments?
I did want to address a couple of comments and answer some questions. On Mary's question about the SOMAS report, is that on the website already, or is it getting there?
So I'll go ahead and add the final report by SOMAS. It hasn't been uploaded, we're still working to the permit, but I'll upload.
Oh, that's right.
Today.
Okay. Okay. And then the audited financials, Michelle, you know more about where those are. You can. Why don't, so people at home could hear, yeah. As Mary's noting, we do have new auditors, but Michelle can explain with new auditors, it also can take some time, as well as our staff changes.
Yes, I was going to talk about it when we got to the fiscal picture, but that'll save me 30 seconds from that presentation. But the timing of the city's annual audit is not necessarily an audit firm issue. So I don't want to blame the quote unquote new auditors. It's The current audit is currently about 40% complete. They started earlier this week. We're expecting a draft of the financial statements by the end of February. And definitely the goal is to meet that requirement or that city goal to have our financial statements completed and audited by the end of December. But let's recall the Raftalis assessment that was done a year ago that recommended adding an additional senior accountant position and an additional accounting manager position. So all of those positions didn't get filled until October, the end of October, when our accounting manager came on board. So a lot of the issues that result in the late audits related to staffing and such weren't really resolved, in time to completely get our books ready for audit. And also, whenever you have a system implementation, there are hiccups as far as all of the little things when you're closing your books. And this is the first fiscal year that we're closing our books in our ERP system. So the great news is the accounting division side is fully staffed and making a lot of great progress. We were able to get the audit started earlier than the 2024 audit, which that wasn't done until March, and those financial statements were issued in April. So we'll be earlier than 2024, but will not meet the goal of the December completed audit for 24-25. But that definitely is on our performance goals for 25-26.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
And then lastly, to Nick's point, firstly, I'm responsible entirely for the grading. The council didn't have anything to do with that. I don't know if I'm starting to regret it or not, but when I looked, and we'll talk about each one, when I looked at it, like the stewardship thing, this is not a one-year one and done. This is, did we achieve and accomplish the tasks we had set for ourselves in 2025? And I think we did, but this is a multi-year process, as folks can understand at home. We're not going to turn the ship around, that quickly. But I think we've made that kind of progress, and we'll speak to that in just a few minutes. I appreciate the comments regardless.
Well, I'll just pick up on that before I ask other council members if there's any comments regarding some of the comments that were brought to our attention. But specifically on the stewardship issue, I wasn't, as you mentioned, part of the grading, and I personally don't live by grading anyway. But I think what I would measure this on is what was done in that period of time. An organization was completely reinvented. That meant new employees were brought on, policies, procedures. It's a new business. There's a lot to it. That took place in 9 months period of time. They also implemented all of the strategies and got the strategies going. They worked with the city on last year's surge program, which, was a test. And did it cover everything? No, but we got it going immediately, and there was a great deal of participation. Joanna has opened her door to everybody in the community, and she's more than willing to talk to anybody and answer any questions on the go-forward basis. And I would encourage anybody with additional questions that really want to understand the future of the program to reach out to her and talk to her about it. They do have a website that's community-based only that will be going live in the very near future that keeps the community abreast of every single thing that they are doing. And so I just wanted to let the public know that. Are there any other questions from council?
Just one question. Are you able to give sort of a roadmap for the day, just so we understand like where we're the appropriate times to give input, and then and I just want to thank staff and everyone who's involved in this. One of the things that I've really come to appreciate since being on city council is, you can't, as much as we would like to, you can't, when you try to do everything, you end up doing nothing. And so really having, providing clear prioritization is just such an important part of making sure that we're actually able to deliver on a lot of these important things. And so really appreciate all the time that went into preparing today. And I look forward to a productive discussion. And yeah.
To Alex's point, could we have the PowerPoint presentation put up?
One second.
Sure. Sorry.
Did you have any comments? Anybody? Okay. Thank you.
So you go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the day's agenda. We just covered public comment that actually included agenda and non-agenda items. We heard about the city centennial. Next, we're going to go through a recap of 2025's key priorities. It's kind of our staff's analysis, mostly mine, of how I think we did. Then Michelle and I are going to go through the city's financial picture, along with some strategies and concerns and strategies going forward. Then we're going to hit on a number of different issues that are just kind of out there in the ether that council and others have been aware of, and kind of make sure we get some direction checks on some of those things. One of the things Shelley mentioned, like an EOC. And then we're going to go through what staff proposed as the 2026 key priorities, which are, you'll see a lot are similar. We did add one differential one, and that is the all things advanced planning, and we'll talk about that. And then lastly, the day ends with a discussion of how the council wants to assign itself to committees. Just as a reminder, today is strategic planning. There isn't an action taken today. What happens next is on our first meeting in February, we come back with an agenda item that reaffirms these things and the direction given, and the council and the public have additional discussion time at that. So unless the council has any questions, I'll move to the recap of the 2025 key priorities. Okay, next slide, please. So we had 5 of them: wildfire prevention, economic development, stewardship, improving the community development process. This is different from the 2026 one. This was about internally making sure our processes are better, and we'll talk about how we did there. And then city fiscal sustainability. And I'm going to ask department folks to come up and help me with the next couple of slides. So if we move to the next one, please. So this first one is wildfire prevention and preparedness. And again, this is a summary of what we were able to achieve. So I've got Sarah, Nico, and Chief King and Chief Calvert coming up. Appreciate you guys can just jump in.
Good morning, everybody. So Sarah Lamonis, I'm your emergency operations coordinator for the city. And then I have our fire chief, Chief King, and our police chief, Chief Calvert, with me today to assist. So giving you a recap of our 2025 efforts in the wildfire prevention and preparedness realm. In January, City Council reinstituted the Wildfire Ad Hoc Committee, where we were tasked with an update to the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report. So since January through May, we came back together and evaluated the action item progress from the 2019 report. We looked at lessons learned from other wildfires and other locations. We looked at new technology and incorporated public input. We came up with an updated report that had 75 action items. They fell within the categories of evacuation and alert and warning, fuel modification, public safety technology, community preparedness, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. So since the approval of the funding for the action items in September, we have completed both internally staff and with our external partners. We've completed 20 of the short-term action items, and we're currently in progress on 32 of the remaining. We're in progress on 8 medium-term action items and in progress for 4 long-term action items. Next slide, please. And we wanted to point out a few of the notable action items that we completed in 2025. So within evacuation, alert, and warning, we've been able to coordinate and do more training with our external partners, including Orange County Sheriff's Department, Orange County Fire Authority, Newport Beach, and City of Irvine. We've done some evacuation training and exercises. We expanded our red flag parking restrictions to 2 additional neighborhoods, including Canyon Acres and Bluebird Canyon neighborhoods, in addition to Diamond Crest View, which already had those restrictions in place. We conducted a gap analysis of our outdoor warning system, so we have an idea of how many more speakers we need to have coverage throughout the city. In public safety technology, the fire department completed a fire behavior modeling study, and we also purchased Tablet Command and Starlink. In community preparedness, we hired a part-time community preparedness educator. We've been able to expand our FireWise communities. We have 4 currently approved and 1 in the application phase. We've continued coordination and training with the Laguna Beach Unified School District on preparedness and evacuations. And we did a comprehensive update of our all-hazard emergency preparedness guide, and that's been distributed out to the public. Within infrastructure, we repaired the Balboa Fire Road Gate. That was after the Rancho fire. And within the fuel modification space, we've expanded our defensible space or maintained our defensible space around critical infrastructure, including the Moorhead radio repeater. We expanded our weed abatement program with the hiring of a full-time fire inspector. And we established new and expanded existing fuel modification zones under the governor's executive order, which we'll go into more detail about when we talk about our 2026 goals. And I believe that concludes our section. Thank you.
Council members have any questions about this one? Please dive in.
So we're going to talk about 2026 separately. I mean, this is just a review of 2025.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think I just would like to take a minute here. I think, Sarah came on, she's fairly new with the city and she's done a remarkable job working with the subcommittee and helping us through, an update of this wildfire action plan. And obviously with input from, all the chief and both the police department and fire department, our marine safety. So I just want to thank you because it takes a really good coordinated person, focused person, organized person to kind of move this, and you did a great job, not just internally, but we had a lot of external partners that you brought to the table in terms of the process. So I'm looking forward to 2026 and what we can get done there.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to thank, I have two questions, but I first want to just thank, first staff for all the great work that's been done on this, over the last, not only this last year, but in the 6-year period before that. It's when we really step back and think about it, it's crazy that it took until 2019 to have a wildfire preparedness plan for the city. And that's a huge credit to Councilmember Whalen, Councilmember Kempf, who provided tremendous leadership in that. I think it literally saved lives when we look at the Rancho fire and how that fuel modification and that extra helipod station was able to play a role. The two questions that I have are, one, I know that the water districts are part of this, and I think Laguna Beach County Water District, I feel really good about our reservoir preparedness. As we're updating our water master plan at the water district, we're looking at how we can even improve further as it relates to water. But I know that South Coast Water District is a part of those efforts, and they were going to get back to us, I think, about their capacity as it relates to the reservoirs. I believe Rick Shintaka, when he was here, he said he would get back to us. So I guess I'm asking one about that update as it relates to the water districts in South Laguna and our preparedness there from a water perspective. And then number two, LA County and LA City both did their own individual action reports. I think the LA City report, I wouldn't give a lot of credibility to it because unfortunately I don't think they're being super transparent about it, but the LA County's report seems to be good. So, but either way, as part of the efforts, have we done a review of both of those reports and seen if there's any interesting findings from those reports that could be incorporated as we look at next steps?
Thank you.
So those are my two questions, if there's an answer.
The answer to the second one is yes. And the answer to the first one is we're still waiting to hear back from Rick, but I know they're working on it.
So what were the big findings that we learned from the LA County report?
Sure. So Chief King and I did kind of a deep dive into both of those reports, and then we looked at what is applicable here in Laguna Beach. One of them, which we'll talk about today, just being able to coordinate and having situational awareness. The fire was moving so quickly and the technology wasn't always there. They relied on a lot on aerial viewpoints and to get situational awareness. So that's one of the big things we want to do with the Emergency Operations Center, is having that central coordination point to be able to bring all that information in from the field to be able to make higher level policy decisions. So that was a big one. Alert and warning was an issue, and we have similar problems here. So being able to expand our outdoor warning system is going to be critical because cell coverage is just not not going to be reliable. And hopefully it will be. We're working on expanding that as part of our 2026 goals as well. So those were two of some of the glaring issues that do have applicability here in Laguna Beach. I don't know.
I could add, and it goes in line with what Sarah was saying, as far as the operational side, having a common operating picture, it can be resolved. All of the Orange County fire agencies are moving to a platform called Tablet Command right now, and we're right in step with all of them. So it's essentially the software program that'll allow us to look at real time where every single fire resource and aircraft are for firefighting capabilities. So just with our Rancho fire, we have a lot of mutual aid coming in and a lot of aircraft, but we are blind when it comes to knowing their direction of approach, what neighborhood they're staging in. But this gives us a platform to look at everybody real time and coordinate those resources effectively.
Thank you.
Yep.
Did that answer your
Yeah,
question?
it did. Thank you. I'm glad that we're on top of it.
Yeah, well, it's great. And Councilmember Whalen and Camp have done a great job, and the staff has done a great job. And I look forward to seeing what they come up with in 2026. You want to proceed, Dave?
Thank you all. Jeremy, you kind of join us next. We're going to talk next about we had one of our goals from 2025 was economic development, and specifically a focus on the downtown. I appreciated Jeremy's work along with Louis and the community development team and a variety of different other folks.
Thanks, Dave. And I would just like to echo the acknowledgement of Louis and Matt and his community development team. We've been around just about a year now, the Economic Development Division, and I think we've certainly we're on our way. And if I could just highlight what we've done, and also, pardon me, before I start, I would like to acknowledge and thank the leadership of the mayor and Councilmember Kempf in the ad hoc committee and providing us direction at key points. When we started this time last year, our vacancy rate was 7.1%. In the commercial space, we're at 5.6% today. So that's trending in the right direction. To varying degrees, the economic development team supported the opening of 8 businesses in 2026. And we're currently working with 10 businesses that we expect to have open, or we anticipate to be open in 2026. And I think one of the most tangible examples is standing on Lower Ocean Avenue. This time last year, the majority of those spaces were vacant, and there's no vacancies there today. It's a whole different feel and vibe down there. And I think those are really the efforts of this city supporting business. We adopted early on a policy that last year that clarifies the framework for staff, brings transparency to our economic development process. Thank you, Council, for that support there. Our commercial beautification ordinance, we have 9 businesses in 2025 that have improved their storefronts under that ordinance, and we're continuing to work with businesses, and hopefully we can get that number higher in 2026. We've developed a commercial brochure. Gavin, I don't know if you're able to pull that up, but we worked with Mark Christie and some other members of the community as well as the council to really provide material for commercial brokers to attract high quality businesses and really try to edify the city's brand and when they're going out and they're soliciting potential tenants. And you can just scroll through it quickly. This is available. I'll have it online. I can email it to anyone. We have QR codes that link and drive to the city for more information. You can just kind of scroll through it. But we're really trying to promote an upscale market, and the brokers are really appreciative of this information and are taking this and continuing to work and provide this to potential tenants. While that's going through, just a couple other, the last thing I want to close off with is we've really been working with building relationships from an economic development perspective with outside regulatory agencies, OC Health, SoCal Edison, and Caltrans, for example, and really helping businesses that run into permits with any of those agencies, calling and we've been able to expedite, for example, Truly Pizza, working with them to open up their building. We've worked with Caltrans and SoCal Edison, and there's a number of businesses like that. So just really supporting the community in any way we can. I believe we'll be talking about economic development in 2026, but I think we're off to a pretty good start so far in 10 months.
Where is Truly Pizza? What's the timing on that?
Hopefully in the next several months. It's mostly predicated on the development in South Laguna. That's where they prepare their dough. It's a 100-year building, so they're wrapping up a couple of construction issues there, and yeah, hopefully we'll see them before summer.
And you referenced Orange County Health, which has played a huge part in a lot of the delays. Supervisor Foley was supportive of doing a pilot program with us where we could have the Orange County Health team potentially come in on the front end as we're doing our plan check process. Is that something that we've made any progress on?
Well, we've initiated that conversation and offering office space here within the city.
Great.
Yeah, so we're working on that to streamline that. That really, a lot of food establishments get caught up in that, the processing time there.
Do you have anything to report on the building maintenance ordinance?
Just that we were able to have 9 businesses under that ordinance improve their storefronts in the last year.
Progress, right? Are there any other questions of Jeremy?
No, I'll just make a couple comments. Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Louis. It's a lot of good work. You know, what's been tricky for us is working with the property owners, particularly filling vacancies, because, you know, they typically have brokers in most cases. And we're not aware of when leases might expire with their tenants. And so the problem is, you know, we would like to get to them in advance of the lease expiring or have some communication with them so that we can help them, you know, fill their vacancies. And it's hard because we have some property owner, a lot of these property owners, of course, are out of town, and they're also out of touch with the town. And so I've talked to personally a couple of them. I don't know if Mark has, maybe too, but we've been talking to them because they're not aware of what we're doing. And also they're just disconnected from the town in general. And so that's been a tricky thing that we need to continue working on. I think one of the answers is to see if we can work very diligently with the property owners to find out what's happening with their tenants and when their leases might expire. So that's been good. And you know, on the commercial maintenance ordinance, it's going slow, but it's definitely moving along. And when you walk in the town, you can see it's pretty obvious that there's been some work on these buildings, and we really need that because, you know, in Laguna, you can't really readily tear down an old building because they're non-conforming. So you want to keep them all looking good, and that's one of the tricks. So, but anyway, you guys are doing a great job.
Could I ask a question on that? So what's the process from the city side in terms of initiating contact with buildings that we think don't meet the standards of the ordinance? I mean, it's got to be proactive on our end.
Uh-huh.
Correct. Proactively, we'll send a letter.
It comes from code enforcement?
Louis has been sending them. Yeah, so Louis will send out a letter to them and initiate a dialogue. We haven't gotten to any enforcement point yet.
Yeah, we're way past the incentive portion. In fact, we didn't, I think we had one business take advantage of the incentive, but otherwise it's just been basically harassing them with letters, to be honest with you.
And beyond that, we are working on some code enforcement issues, you know, the posters and unpermitted signage and some other things in and around town. So there will be more, a lot more to report on next year this time.
Yeah, correct. I mean, that is one thing in 2026. We're aware of the sandwich boards. We're aware of signs. We're aware of all of that. And Matt and I have been working, and we're going to be focusing in on addressing that in the community in 2026.
Yeah. And again, just to pick up on what Sue said, it's very frustrating. So I have talked to property owners. I know Jeremy and I know Sue and Louis, we all have. Some of these property owners, they're just so, you know, they're just these properties have been in the families for a long time. They just manage them in a very, very passively. And it almost seems as though they're not even that interested in getting a tenant. They just let the thing sit, and then you call them, hey, we have a potential interested party. Are you interested? Oh, well, we're going to be out of town. We have a lot going on, you know, get back to us. So it's not as easy as some might think with some of these buildings that have been in the same hands for quite some time. But thank you. You guys have been doing a good job.
Thank you.
Okay, and move to the next item. Actually, before we leave that one, and I appreciate, as noted, what Jeremy and Matt and Louis have been doing. And just in the last couple of days, they've had to intervene with Pacific Edge, who is not only is Pacific Edge trying to get through the Coastal Commission, right? I think I reiterated that to everybody that we had to withdraw an approval we did locally for a coastal development permit just for their amendments to do what they wanted to do. And the Coastal Commission asked to hear that. We've been trying to get on, they've been trying hard with us to get on the March agenda. I think we just heard news yesterday that it won't be on the March agenda, it'll be on the April agenda. But at the same time, Pacific Edge is dealing with Caltrans and trying to make sure that they can do the parking structure they need to do and not be put in a years-long or months-long process. So anyway, these are the kind of day-to-day things that Jeremy and Matt and Tom and Mark and Louis all work on. And I just really appreciate how they kind of drop everything to help out the business community here. And part of it is our own process. I fully know that, but it helps to have people help navigate through that with you. And I appreciate that work. Okay. Next one is stewardship. I was going to cover this one maybe with Mayor Orgel and Sue Kempf. So when I look at our task list for stewardship, again, I think a lot of things were achieved, which is why I gave it this grade. And I don't want to, I want to emphasize how important the enforcement activities were this year that the police department did. I just really appreciate the focus on, I think we had, I don't know if it was a record, but we certainly upped our traffic enforcement, our parking enforcement, our loud noise, our drunken public, our dogs off leash. Those were all big deals. And we didn't do it with a bunch of new staff. We just did it by focusing on this. So I really appreciate the work that the police department did. At the same time, the Public Works Department was right there backing everybody up with the surge support that we talked about. We even did new signage in Woods Cove, but everything from the scheduling the porters more nimbly and the trash collection up to 4 times a day more nimbly. I mean, I really appreciate all the work that went into that. And I think it did, I know it did, result in less complaints. And I don't know if maybe I just wasn't hearing them, but we're pretty good about hearing complaints that come in. And to me, it was significantly less from 2024. We also, Ed was here earlier. We expanded the docent program, and so covering more hours at more beaches to make sure that our tide pools are protected. So all these things happened in 2025. And in addition to the changing of the team and the new focus at Visit Laguna Beach, because as Mark emphasized, you can't just turn that on a dime. That was well done and well executed. And I'm really looking forward to 2026. But I just thought we accomplished a lot. Maybe I'm the only one, but in 2025 in checking off the things that we asked ourselves to do. So welcome any additional comments and questions.
So yeah, and I think what we do is we focus on what we refer to as surge, right? That's trash and all of the negative effects of tourism or destructive tourism. But remember, the stewardship goes well beyond that, right? It goes to the 3 pillars: culture, heritage, and environment. And you had mentioned the work we've done with the Laguna Ocean Foundation regarding the tide pool docent program. That in of itself was a lot. If you think about the number of hours we spent on that. We're also, looking forward to expanding our partnership with Laguna Canyon Foundation. I had a talk with Scott last week regarding some of their issues managing their trail systems, and I know that Visit Laguna is going to play a part in exploring ideas to better manage some of their issues. And we also, in the near future, have some work that we're going to be doing with all of the independent artists in the town, kind of trying to bring some attention to those individuals independently of, we have our large, the museum, the Playhouse, our large art partners, but we are going to see what we can do to, help some of the independent artists. So it goes beyond, my point is, it goes well beyond the surge issues, which is trash, traffic, and things of that nature. There's a lot of moving parts to this.
May I?
Sure.
One of the things that I've been really impressed by is in my time living in the city, I haven't seen such a coordinated effort between enforcement, public safety enforcement, the community-based organizations who are working on protecting our natural environment, the city staff. And I just think that that's going to be the answer to solving a lot of these problems. I think we're making good progress. We're going in the right direction. I don't think we're 100% there yet, but I'm happy with the progress we've made, and I'm happy with our direction.
You know, it's just really a new way of going about things. So we'll never be there yet. There will always be changes to what we do and how we do it, you know, in our efforts to manage destructive tourism and also support all of the elements I previously mentioned, the things that make us who we are. So that will just be an ongoing, you know, evolving effort.
Yeah, I want to thank Joanna. Joanna was the perfect pick for this job, and she's a good collaborator and good working. She's very, very organized, very goal-driven, and get a good personality to deal with all these different, all the different people that she has to deal with. I also wanted, I'm with Dave on the police department. If you look at our stats this year compared to last year, they did a really good job. And we've been talking about other things that we could do better for next year, and I think we're going to talk about that further down the agenda. But I think the Visit Laguna plan is excellent. We just need to execute on it. It's a lot of continued work needs to be done. But on the tactical side, you know, for example, I went out with the park rangers last summer, and when you do that, you learn a lot about what goes on with them and what takes most of their time and what we could do to kind of ameliorate some of their problems. And so that was a good information gathering, you know, exercise. But Public Works also did a good job. And, you know, Public Works can't be everywhere. And when we have, particularly in July, which is the worst month in Laguna for you know, tourists because nobody's in school. So we get the preponderance of our complaints in July from residents because that's when it's most hectic around here. But, you know, I put a lot of tickets in to Ask Laguna. I feel kind of bad, but I do it all the time. And other people are doing it now too. But they're very, very responsive because they can't be everywhere. And so we try to help them with, hey, you know, we've got a problem here. Somebody dumps a mattress. Somebody throws a bike somewhere. Somebody's, you know, some trash cans are overflowing and they don't know it, even though they pick up 3 times a day. So on the tactical side, I think we did much better. And with our Clean Laguna plan, which we'll be talking about, I think will really help us.
As mentioned, there is a website that will be launched that is specific just to the community, and it will have a communication tool in there. And I'll use as an example, in the last several weeks, I know Joanna had some meetings with some community members that were, you know, big critics of all things tourist related. But you know, they brought some ideas and they shared information that we just, myself included, weren't aware of. So this is really a group effort. You know, it's a community effort, and we're just all going to have to work together, you know, moving the ball down the field.
Can I just highlight that Ask Laguna app, especially for those of you in the community who are not already using it? I think it is the biggest gift that the city has given to residents, just to be able to report things that we see so easily, and the responses are amazing. I mean, I get responses immediately, not just for me, but for my friends and family who are using this app. So I think it's just an incredible tool.
Alex?
We got an email last night from Joe Hanauer about the idea of sort of having a more coordinated, because I think as we all know, a key part of stewardship is the arts, and having a more coordinated approach. And one of the things that I'm really proud of in terms of stewardship was the Irvine Bowl, the Jack Johnson concert. I thought that was such a great way to bring the community together, where you saw so many residents enjoying world-class you know, arts essentially. So I want to highlight that. I also want to give a shout out to the police department, because I think as Councilmember Kempf indicated, a key part of stewardship is just public safety and quality of life issues. And the data that came out in 2025 that we are the safest coastal city in Orange County is something that we should all be proud of, and that really is a credit to the men and women of law enforcement, and also just the investments that have been made to ensure that they are fully funded. So I want to appreciate the work of the police department.
Okay.
Continue.
Nope. I'll continue. Matt, I was hoping you could join us for this next one. Yeah. The fourth one was to improve the community development process, and Councilmember Renagi and Community Development Director Matt Schneider dialogued with us at the council meeting, but I thought for those that missed it, I think it's a good recap to show with Anthony and Gabe just the kind of progress that's been made with processing our day-to-day. So I'll let you take it from here.
Great. Good morning, council. I won't go into all the minutia because, as Dave said, we did hit on a lot of it on Thursday night. But when we began really in earnest digging into the backlog, as we've described it, we were averaging 57-day wait times for our zoning plan checks. It was taking months for people to get to hearing. We're now at a place where we're averaging 18 days in our backlog, below the 30-day state limit, all while our caseload has stayed high. I think we currently have 288 projects under review, and that number really hasn't dipped at all in the last 6 months. One thing I don't, and I periodically give updates to the council, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that, and to the community. One thing I don't think that really the reports capture is how important it is that we have quality staff here and retain and recruit quality staff. And I would say a big difference we've made is the staff we have working in CD now, for the most part, have been with us at least a year. And that might not seem that significant, but it takes about 8 or 9 months to learn all our code and processes. So I'm actually excited going into this new year because we had a pretty high turnover rate. People were getting burnout here when I joined the city. But we're retaining the staff we have. They're committed, they're buying in to what we're trying to do. And we're also recruiting really great staff. In the last 6 months, we recruited 2 staff members who actually have held director jobs in other cities. So it all bodes well for the city. I won't sugarcoat it. We were at a pretty low place in community development. So it's pretty easy to find gains, when you're initially doing it. The wins are going to become harder and harder. But I think with the team we have, we're going to continue to make a lot of progress. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Matt, first of all, we talked about it the other night, but I think the progress has been commendable. So more to go, but I think it's definitely moving in the right direction. And I think, there's the processing part of it, but there's also sort of the organic documents that I know we're working on with the design review efficiency ordinance, objective design standards, a lot of things that we have to respond to as a result of changes in state law. So it's sort of a dual effort, I think, to move things forward. On the EnerGov, I did have a question about that. What percentage of projects are being submitted through EnerGov, and are we going to make it mandatory at some point that all applications be submitted electronically?
Sure, that's a great question. So we had around 1,200, a little over 1,200 unique applications come in through EnerGov since last January 15th when we launched it. It's still significantly below 50%. I don't recall off the top of my head. But what I will say is we're getting to a tipping point where we still provide in person and we have a high volume of online. It's the same staff that processes both, right? So it's starting to become an issue in processing times because if people are at the counter, they're not online or vice versa. So Gabe, Anthony, and I have actually been spending quite a bit of time recently. We're trying to map out ways to overcome that. But I do see a point in time where for sure certain transactions we should really push to online only. It's just more efficient, and eventually get to a point where we're all online. A lot of cities are doing it, and I will also add a lot of cities don't provide over-the-counter plan check. That's a service we provide here. It's a higher level service than a lot of other cities. I think it's important we keep doing that because there's a lot of unique issues that come up with building projects in Laguna as they're under construction. So I don't want to radically step away from that, but I think we have to put some limits on it.
But so you're saying for the, there are efficiencies with the electronic submittal. I mean, I agree with you. I don't think 100% we're going to ever get to 100% because there are unique problems that have to be dealt with over the counter. But you're saying from a staff standpoint, it's more efficient processing when we get electronic.
Yeah, because we have a counter that, if you consider the digital submittal a 24/7 counter, and then we have another one open during business hours. But, we can't justify doubling our staff, obviously, to do one versus the other. So at some point, we need to tip over more into the digital processing staff resource wise, which is going to just intuitively require us to pull back on the over the counter.
Matt, do you have, is it okay? Matt, I think you've done a great job.
Thank
So we get every 2 months or so, you give us a report, so we get to review that, and you have a good steady progress, illustrated through data. But I was wondering, are there, without naming people, are there certain people that are less or more reluctant to use electronic systems? Like, could we work on a handful of people that we want to move over there, or what could we do? I know you got a lot of frequent flyers at the.
I was about to
at the-
say, I was
at
going to
the
use the word
council,
frequent
yeah.
flyers. That's the term we use. We have a lot of frequent flyers in Laguna Beach, which is great. Some have adapted it, really love the new system. Some really, really are resistant to it. Some are in between. It depends on the projects they're working on. They're starting to feel the pain of it too, and trying to decide what's going to be quicker for me, online or digital. I do think the more we shift to digital, we can make both processes quicker. But we're going to probably have to, I hate to use the word mandate, we're going to have to push some people along into that world.
Oh, go ahead, Bob. Oh.
I just had one quick question. So you talked about staff. Are we fully staffed currently?
I have 2 vacant positions, and they're actively being recruited right now, which I meet with HR every week. And the last time I met with them, I said, wow, we're at a point for the first time in my career here where we're not going to have to meet every week. So that feels really good.
So for the online system, as I understand it, it's more of like it's not like we're saying to people, you're just going to submit online and you're not able to talk to a person. There's no reason why someone couldn't. Like, the online system helps us organize all the documents, ensure that we have compliance in terms of submitting the right things. There's no reason why someone couldn't hypothetically, submit online and then have a meeting in person, or, to work through the issues that are described. Is that a fair characterization?
That's absolutely right. And it's just creating the desk time for them to be able to have those one-on-one contacts, whether virtually or over the phone, whatever the case may be. But it's really hard to do when we're doing both at the same time.
I think that's an important distinction about why, how the online system could eventually be the key. And then 2 questions. So the RPRs is an example of where we had a regulatory requirement that really was serving nobody. The realtors weren't happy, the staff were not happy. At the council level, we weren't necessarily happy in dealing with with last minute requests. Do you see other regulatory requirements like that where, from the policy level, reducing them, I know we're doing the comprehensive code update, but are there other kind of small wins like that you've identified? That's question 1 that you can kind of think about. And then number 2 is, where are we in terms of because right now we are at the point where we're subsidizing private development, which is really, I don't think, where a city should be, because the fees are not covering the whole cost. And one of the reasons why we had that subsidy before was because of just the delays in time. Now we're getting to the point where we're going from 17 months to 12 months, and hopefully we keep making progress. And I just want to point out, 12 months from your first zoning submittal to a building permit is actually, it's very good when we think about like what other cities are doing. So do we know what the subsidy is from the taxpayers for the community development department? And maybe that can be a question that we can talk about in the context of our financial sustainability.
Yeah, I can get some higher level to the financial part of it. So with last year's budget adoption, we updated the fee schedule. And at that time, there were over 50 fees that we brought up to the subsidy would be no greater than 25%. And the direction from the council was this upcoming cycle will take it to 15%, and then we'll move up. It's important to understand, though, that that's based on 2021 analysis. So I really think if we want to get back to true cost recovery, a new study would be needed because obviously there's been a lot of inflation and that needs to be reflected. But there is, right now, there's a large percentage of our fees that are being subsidized 25%, scheduled to go to 15% in the next budget cycle.
So what we talked about before was that we wouldn't want to do because I agree the study now that we have is outdated in terms of just the timing it takes. Is there reason that we'd want to wait for the efficiency ordinance to go into place before doing that updated study? Or if there was council direction that we want to get to a true 100% cost recovery, should we start that study now?
You know, it's never static, right? And we're on, like, a big part of what we're trying to do in community development is continuous improvement. So hopefully we're always getting more efficient.
Yep.
So you can really only take a point in time. And because we're so far behind in our recovery, I would recommend not delaying it. But you would gain efficiencies theoretically as some of these things come up further online. But that's really the reason why you do these every 5 years or so.
And do we have an idea of how many $1 million the subsidy is? Maybe that's a Dave question or a Michelle or a Gavin question.
I don't know if we know that off the top of our heads, but we certainly need to plug that in somewhere. Because there's also a component that we're trying to raise fees on, like to support the advanced planning activities, that there's an area of planning that's probably unsubsidizable, like code enforcement.
Correct.
But so we need to kind of isolate and make a recommendation to you as how small should that amount be? I don't think we're quite there yet.
So in previous discussions, when we've debated this or talked about the cost recovery, and we did talk about waiting to get through some of the efficiencies that we're working on. And, you know, beyond just big policy decisions, I think it's important to remember even our last meeting when the work that Jane had done on, I believe it was topic 18, right? Little things like just, you know, having the definitions in one place. All of these little things are going to add up. I could get into detail, but it would take too long. And as we work our way through this, we're also finding other stumbling blocks that can be fixed. I think that it's going to have a big impact on all of yours, ability to be, work efficiently, and I'm sure it'll make your job a lot more pleasant in general. Once we get the web untangled. Yeah, but you guys have been doing a great job. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I'm going to move to the last one. This is where I gave myself the lowest grade. But because we'll talk about this after a brief break too. So if you can move the slide one, there you go. We had some internal goals to achieve in 2025, and I think we made some good progress there, especially in the finance department. I really appreciate the leadership that Michelle has brought to the department. It continues to be a place where we have lost staff, we have replaced staff. There's an expectation on my part, Michelle's part, that as complex, even as small as our city is, we're pretty complex in terms of our finances. So we have to have the right size team, and that's what the Raftellus report suggested. So we're about there, although we do have another staff member leaving. that we'll be replacing. So it's just not an easy pathway to make that work better. But in 2025, the council adopted a brand new procurement practices policies that we've been implementing. I think they're fairer, they're more transparent, they're appropriate. I really appreciate the city attorney's help with that. You'll see in a few minutes, we're working on better fiscal projections. There's 2 master plans underway. You've heard about the wastewater one, the IT one is also underway. Gavin's been helping us adopt this new program called Envisio to help us with the public facing tracking of projects, especially public works projects. And then we did complete the class and comp study. So I'd welcome any questions on this. And then actually, Michelle, I think we have like a 7 or 8 minute break until 9:45. But I don't want to soft pedal this one because it's a big deal. And we'll talk about it in a few minutes as to where I think we need to head. Any questions about like last year's activities? Okay. And then if you do need a stretch break, I set the agenda for 9:45 where Michelle and I will get into city's fiscal picture.
Bring the study session back to order.
So Gavin, if you could move to the next slide or. So we're going to be covering next, what we look at the city's fiscal financial picture. Michelle's going to go through some of our projections, and then I'm going to talk about headwinds and tailwinds, and then we can have a discussion at that point as to some suggestions as to what to do. And then, but certainly this afternoon, because I'm making it one of the key priorities for 2026. So Michelle Bannigan, our finance director.
Okay, thank you, Dave. This will be a high-level review as far as where we ended in 24-25 and projected in 25-26. We'll be going deeper into the 25-26 budget at our mid-year budget update scheduled in March. So I just wanted to preface it with that. The city's total budget includes over 20 funds. The city's fiscal picture is going to focus on the city's general fund. The general fund is the city's primary operating fund. Most of the city's unrestricted revenues, such as property taxes, transient occupancy taxes, sales taxes, and user fees, are recorded in the city's general fund. The general fund also includes the cost for most of the city's day-to-day services. For example, the general fund includes 84% of the city's personnel costs. So before we go into the updated financial forecast, let's review where we are today. This slide shows general fund revenues since fiscal year 2015 to 2016. The last two columns are different colors representing fiscal year 24-25, which are currently unaudited figures, and the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. Since fiscal year 2016, the city's general fund revenues have increased $34 million or 55% over the last 10 years. Going on to the next slide, Gavin. This slide shows general fund expenditures since fiscal year 2015-2016. Again, the last two columns are different colors representing our unaudited fiscal year 24-25 figures and our budgeted fiscal year 25-26 figures. So since fiscal year 2016, the city's general fund expenditures have increased $37 million or 59% over the last 10 years. The takeaway from this in comparison to the previous slide is general fund expenditures increased at a higher rate than general fund revenues. You'll see this expectation continue when we review the city's financial forecast in a couple of slides. Next slide. Sorry. This slide shows the general fund's fund balance since the fiscal year 2015 and 2016. The city's general fund balance is made up of three components in three different colors here. The smallest is non-spendable. That's our inventory, our prepaid items. So they're just set aside. The two other categories, the green color is our 20% general fund reserve, where we're setting aside 20% of general fund expenditures in a reserve. And then we also have our discretionary fund balance, which is quote unquote anything else. So after you set aside things that aren't liquid, like inventory of fuel and prepaid items, and you set aside what the council's directed as a 20% reserve, then that brownish color at the top is kind of what is at the city council's direction to appropriate for any other purpose. So since 2016, the city's 20% general fund reserve increased from 11.3 million to 19.6 million is what our estimate is for the end of this fiscal year. That's an increase of 8.3 million or 73%. However, that top color, that's what we're calling the discretionary fund balance category, has decreased from 6.9 million in 2015-2016 to an estimate of $2 million this fiscal year, which is a reduction of 71%. This is just to illustrate that the bucket of funds the city council has available to appropriate from at their discretion is getting smaller before the need arises, if we do nothing, to start dipping into that 20% general fund reserve bucket. So that's kind of where we are right now. We're going to look at the forecast. So next slide, please. So for the projection trends for this forecast, the city contracted with Bell, Burnett and Associates, the same consultant who helped with the forecast model last year. And as we developed the forecast, we worked with the city manager, with our finance manager and myself to look at what economic conditions we're expecting now and in the future, and what possible changing city priorities there are. I will say that, we didn't anticipate in our forecast any new priorities you might direct us today. So if you direct us to put more money into different categories, that's not in this forecast. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind as we go through the afternoon. And of course, there's certain things that we won't know if there's a natural disaster or, a bigger Rancho fire than what we experienced earlier this fiscal year. So let's go to the next slide. This is just what the forecast shows. And this is just to show the big picture. All those columns are projected general fund expenditures. And then the line is the general fund projected revenues. And this is just illustrating a couple of key takeaways on this slide. One, just like I showed you how history has shown, the trend of general fund expenditures, those bars, is going higher than what our revenue projections are. Two, the bar columns are in different categories to break out the types of expenditures in our general fund. They're different colors. It's not important if you can't read them. It's just important to know that the largest color of the bar is orange, because the largest percentage of our general fund budget are personnel costs. That's salaries and benefits. And we'll go to the next slide. So again, these are really small numbers, but the key takeaway here is the bolded number on the bottom in the forecast. That is, if we do nothing, this is the projection of how much we would need to draw from reserves to continue to fund our expenditures going forward in the future. So if we did nothing with our revenues as far as identifying additional revenues, or nothing with our expenditures as far as reducing expenditures. What are some of the key assumptions in the revenue numbers, which is the bar on the green on the bottom? Is we're projecting about a 5% property tax increase. That our property tax projections come from the city's consultant, HDL Companies. So that's about 5% in fiscal year 26-27. They've already provided that projection to us. And then the revenue assumptions for the remaining years are averaged based on the average actuals, which is 4%. For sales tax, it's very modest. We have a lot of properties that are vacant. We have a lot of sales tax that's starting to flatten and decline in certain areas. So it's really a modest 1 to 2% trend, 1% next year and 2% in the future years in this model. And then the third highest revenue category for the general fund is transient occupancy tax. That has been a very modest, if not flat, growth this past fiscal year due to properties, not necessarily occupancy rates, but it's properties that have been closed for construction or remodeling. And we know that once all the properties are done being remodeled and they're back online, we're going to start seeing some of that revenue come back. But for the next couple fiscal years, like next fiscal year, it's pretty much flat, so 1% increase. Fiscal year 28 in our model, it's about a 2% increase. In fiscal year 29, we did a one-time bump of about 10% because we're expecting one of those hotels to be complete and fully functional at a higher room rate. And then again, once we have that that one-time bump out there, then it'll start flattening out because that's what the trend in tourism, we would love tourism to increase by double digits every year when we get that TOT, but that's just not what the reality shows. So this shows it in numbers. The next slide, Gavin, will show this in a picture for you. This just shows the delta between the projected revenues and expenditures in the forecast. And that orange shade is just showing you the trend line of how much funding from the general fund reserves is required if we do nothing in the next 5 years. If we do nothing with the revenues or expenditures. Next slide.
I'll take the next couple of them. Thank you, Michelle. So here's where I see the headwinds and tailwinds, and Michelle just mentioned a lot of this. Our expenses increasing faster than our revenues. And this isn't just personnel costs. These are insurance costs. These are contract costs. And some of these are really important ones too, like our growing fuel modification zone program, which is essential to our community survival. It's expensive too. It's essential and expensive. So we're seeing those kinds of increases. So to me, when I look at that, we need to get smaller and smarter, but we also need new revenues. It's a combination of those two things. It's not just one. And I also don't think we can go to the community and say we need new revenues without saying we've tightened our own belt. So we're going to talk about that some more. So it is, though, tough to get smaller without becoming a charter city. And that's in part because of the laws of the state of California involving how different services are sourced. So, but charter cities have more leeway to do that faster than general law cities like ourselves. This is reiterating something Michelle noted. We're clearly not a sales tax powerhouse. And TOT does appear like it's going to be stagnant for a couple of years. We're down the 2 Sonder Hotel properties for months here because of that bankruptcy. That's Woods Cove and Bluebird Canyon. And then we're really excited about the Pacific Edge doing its remodel, but it's going to be offline for a bit, quite a bit. And then, of course, having the Hotel Laguna sitting there vacant is not helping any of us. So those are the kind of things we try to build into the forecast. And what on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, we can keep muddling through and probably make some reductions to maintain our budget and maintain our reserves. But we also have a lot of capital demands. We're 100 years old. We need to continue to replace the fire stations. We need to continue to look at what the best positioning is for the police here at City Hall. And those are not cheap kind of infrastructure changes. And another headwind, I'd just be clear with you here, there's not too much time to do this. We need to move in 2026 to really kind of change that curve that we're headed on. So I know we all take this very seriously, and I know you do too. On the tailwind side, there are good things going on too, though. Laguna Beach is a place with a really superior property tax base. As Matt was mentioning a few minutes ago, there's still no slowdown in people coming in and remodeling their homes and businesses. And so the people who invest in Laguna are investing in quality, and that relates directly to property tax changes. So we still have that solid growth there. We have a lot of options in front of us. We can continue to look at the charter city possibility. I also think we need to be on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence, especially in some of our functions like planning and plan check. I think you have a really committed team here at the city. Everyone is both sober and serious about what we need to do. And then our one thing that no one else has is we're still us. It's really hard to compete with what we have as a community. From the residents to the businesses to the, just the great open spaces. So I'm optimistic, but we have some serious challenges ahead. Next slide. That could be it. So welcome your comments on any of what we've presented. We will talk a little bit more about this in the 2026 thing. I should mention or put an emphasis on the new revenue side of things. I'm serious in recommending that the city council consider a revenue measure. There are various ways to do that. Again, as noted, I don't think we can go to the voters without saying, hey, we've tightened our belt. So we're going to talk about that too, both now and later today. But your revenue committee, which consists of Bob Whalen and Mark Orgill, have been working closely on kind of what the options are, what could be raised. Almost all of it has to be approved by the voters. So there's a challenge in making sure the voters believe that this is necessary. I believe it's necessary. So we'll be continuing to talk about that in the moments ahead and the days ahead.
Thank you. So I know that we're going to talk about some of the issues later as far as revenue are concerned. Would that be the time that I would ask you to expand on some of our services that the city provides the community?
We could do that now too.
So, okay, then I'll just and then I'll ask, I know Alex has a comment. So I'll use last week as an example. I had 2 meetings, each one about 45 minutes, and last week regarding trees. One of the trees I know that and staff was there. I had both meetings, there was 2 staff present. One of the meetings, they've hired a company to come out and, do a scanning analysis that evidently, and, it's those kinds of things, right? It adds up. And that's just a little example. And I'm running all over the place all of the time, meeting with residents, and that you are always, responding and sending staff out. And I just think that needs to be understood from the community, the level of service that you guys really provide to the community and the resources it takes to provide that. So I don't know if you feel comfortable at this time speaking in a little bit more depth regarding that, but it might be interesting to share some of those efforts with the community.
The things that really jump out at me in terms of what Laguna provides that other places don't, Alex and Matt talked about this earlier. It's just the complexity of our zoning plan check process is just unlike anywhere you'll ever experience. And that's good and bad, because it really protects our character. But unless the subsidy is reduced, that's a continued drain on other operations that are typical municipal operations. Remember, we have to staff a police department for our visitor population. We can't scale up and scale down depending on the season. We have to have the staff that's always here to reflect the needs of those visitor surges that come in summertime. Same with our lifeguard program. I think Kai would tell you we have the 3rd largest lifeguard program in the state, marine safety, which is really saying a lot. 3rd largest in the state, and that's because we have so many coves and visitors. And I think Laguna Beach has rightfully stepped up to say that we're going to be a place where we're going to try to increase your safety at the beach. If you're a visitor, if you're a resident, whatever, we're going to not shut down coves or not patrol coves or not provide safety services to coves. So that was a significant visitor-oriented step forward that was taken that also helps our residents. The other things that jump out to me, our trolley program and Laguna Local are terrific programs, but they're somewhat significantly subsidized. And those are great to haves in our community, but I think we need to at least be cognizant of those subsidies, especially the subsidy per ride when we look at things like that. Mayor Orgill mentioned trees. We do have a robust tree maintenance program. I'm not proposing doing anything with that, but we do spend an awful lot of time dealing with view restoration orders, view preservation orders. These are all very important, but these are also things that aren't fully recovered in terms of costs. And those are difficult conversations to have because they matter to the community. But that's just off the top of my head, kind of the special things that we do. And there's a lot, and it's a lot of subsidy.
Well, if you think of anything else as we work our way through this, be sure to bring it to our attention. So Alex, you had some comments?
Yeah, I have sort of 2 lines of questions. So one on the revenue side, going back to the community development, my position is really, I don't think that I've never heard someone who's doing a multi-million-dollar house remodel complain about the fees. And if we got to 100% cost recovery, that would be just a matter of a couple $1,000s on their end. And again, I think it's just fair that when you're doing private development, the public shouldn't subsidize that. So I think figuring out what that subsidy is and potentially having staff bring back a plan of how we could close that subsidy could be just makes a lot of sense to me. Number 2, where are we with the parking meters with the new sidewalks in South Laguna? We've been talking about that for a while. I don't know if we've submitted our coastal development permit, but where are we with that revenue opportunity?
Anybody help me on that one? For the rates?
Summer rate in the downtown and the current one, but we haven't got approval from California.
For the meters, right?
So we can't even submit that because we've been talking about this for, I think, more than a year, right? So what can we try to figure out how we expedite that to add those meters in those places? Because that just seems like a common sense opportunity.
Well, the question is, so we submitted our CDP for the increased rates, but so what is it? Do we have to wait for Caltrans before we get those approved from
It's
Coastal?
a separate approval from Caltrans. Sorry, you guys know better, more than I do. So please, yeah, Matt or Alexis or Tom.
Parking is very much a team effort, and so I know parts of it. In terms of the rate increases that were brought before the council, they're going to the Planning Commission on February 18th. That's an appealable action to the Coastal Commission. We've been coordinating with them. We think we're in a good position and not anticipating an appeal. In terms of the installation of physical parking spaces in South Laguna, the critical path is Caltrans. And so it requires coordination with them. And I think those conversations are in the early stages. That part I don't want to speak to, but they are very protective, as we all know, of Coast Highway. So that will be a critical point we need to overcome before we do the CDP process.
Okay. Hopefully there's a way, Dave, for you to get with Caltrans and figure out how we can move that forward.
Could I just add into that? I mean, one of the other aspects of that we talked about was not just Coast Highway, but some of the side streets off Coast Highway. There are some meters now currently in North Laguna, for example, but some streets don't have them. I assume we don't need Caltrans approval for those side streets, so we should see if we can move that along.
We're absolutely looking at the side streets as well. However, it would be to the city's benefit to do them all at the same time. Coastal will want to understand what the effects are on Coast Highway, and obviously our residents want to be ensured that there's not going to be a spillover effect. So ideally they would move forward in lockstep although we have the control to do the side streets, we should do them together as mitigation.
But if we think that the side streets are going to slow down South Laguna, I propose we move forward with Coast Highway on South Laguna, but I get your point.
So just to be clear, are we in any danger of not having paid parking in South Laguna for the summer? Because I would really hate to see us miss that.
We're always in danger of that, but we need to reconnect as a team and figure out where everything is. Part of this is my problem because I shouldered an awful lot of work on Alexis and her team, and we do have somebody helping with us on that now, finally, on both parking and transit. So let me bring that back with a response on your first meeting in February.
Right. And then this is a higher level sort of property tax question that I'm glad that Matt's up here as well. So with property taxes, we have, as I see it, sort of three different levers, right? We have the 2% increase. It's allowed under Prop 13 if a property is not sold. Then we have the, when someone submits a permit to the city to invest in their property, if it costs, let's say, $800,000, that is added to the property tax bill, correct?
Oh, you mean the increased assessed valuation?
Yes.
So a portion of it is.
No, the whole thing is.
Well, actually, I spent some time with the assessor about 2 weeks ago to learn more how they do this. Mark's right. It's a portion of it. Like if you didn't do anything to extend the life of your unit, you just replace cabinets, for instance, that wouldn't matter. But if you expanded it, definitely is. If you did something to extend the life, like you have a 60-year-old home and you replaced all the plumbing and the electrical, that would be an increased assessment. So they do a kind of a fine line on all that and look at that very closely.
So is that their burden to look at? Like, let's say it's an $800,000 investment, but they're just saying it's $400,000. Who is in?
They said they look at it really
So
closely.
that's their burden, not ours, to look at that.
They get into the minutia enough that we provide them with building set plans.
Building step, okay. And
Right. Yeah, so they wouldn't take my estimate for, I just did $200,000 worth of improvements. They dig in, and that was my impression. They dig in
Correct.
and
When
say,
we
no, it's
final
really
a
300.
project, we provide the project files to the county assessor and they
Got
do
it.
their evaluation at that point. So there is a lag time as well to understand.
Got it. And then the final one is the big one, which is the reassessments, right? Whenever a house is sold, if it's assessed at like $100,000, maybe it's 200,000, and then it's sold for $3 million, it goes to $3 million. That's really the big way that we see the increases. And that really reflects what's happened over the last 10 years and even beyond that. With Prop 19, which ended the parent-child exception for property tax reassessments, do we factor that into our analysis with HDL? And then do we also look at where we are with how many properties turned over in 2025 compared to 2024? Like, how does HDL come up with their approach to looking at what the projected revenues are over the next few years?
They do look at over the turnover of the history of that, because they do look at because when it turns over and the assessed valuation, that impacts the assessed valuation of the property, because when there's a new owner, then that property is reassessed at a higher value based on whatever it was sold at. So they do look at that carefully. I'll have to dig into the details on the Prop 19. They probably do not in their estimate, because they probably wouldn't have anything to base it on.
Yeah.
That's so new.
Got it.
So
that would
yeah.
be interesting at some point to see if that lead, because I'd imagine that it's going to lead to more, because previously you could just have second homes that were go from a parent to a child when they pass away, and it wouldn't get reassessed, and now it would unless it's owner, under certain conditions. So that's just a question.
Yeah, and that's a lot of contingency that we might not want to, bank our
'cause
budget on.
We want to budget
like-
conservatively,
Yeah,
right?
like a
And
different scenario. but-
budget conservatively and then celebrate when more revenue comes in. Is a
Yeah,
better
trying to have that balance, not be too
100%.
conservative, but not be too, pessimistic either, be more realistic. But
Absolutely.
the Prop 19 issue, I think, is too, difficult.
Got it. And then, so on the expense side, are we, when we have that analysis in front of us with the salary increases, does that assume that we keep the same number of employees that we have now, or what is that assumption based off
It
of?
does, because it includes the same staffing plan. So that's something to know. So if there are other scenarios that we want to build in to, our proposed budget discussion in our workshop in May, we could. For example, if we know that certain positions are vacant and we want to have a scenario about not filling certain vacant positions, we could put that in there in the public workshop or outside. But this is just based on the same status quo. So the expenditures are based on historical. So it's based on inflation, and our actual COLA increase is about 7.5% increase, and just
Got it.
keeping that trend.
And so I think maybe a question for the city manager, I know that when we have vacant positions, sometimes we might not fill them, but do you need formal direction if there were to be like a vacant position policy? Because with AI and everything, it seems like there might be opportunities where there's some positions where you could consolidate it into others when someone leaves the city, and figure out how we can kind of reduce the head count in a way that doesn't impact our core services.
I think that's one of the discussions when we talk at the end of the day about our fiscal sustainability, one of the options you're going to talk about.
Okay, and then my final question is on the trolley. So I'm a very big trolley and on-demand user, and my take has always been that there are times where you just see the trolleys running empty, and I wonder if there's a way for us to look at the data. I know we have a performance audit from Carol Jacobs on our transit approach, and so is that going to be part of that? Is looking at the data and figuring out where could we just modify that contract and save $1 million by reducing trolley services during times when people don't use them?
That's what Carol's looking at.
That's
yes.
part of her analysis. Okay.
Both for Laguna Local and the trolley.
Because part of that's a subsidy, right?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, we would reduce both expenses and grant revenues, if that's what you're saying.
No, but do we have to reduce the grant revenues? Like, couldn't we just reduce the expenses?
I don't know that yet, but that's a good
Okay.
question. Yeah.
I think that is and then my final question is, have we had all the departments do a deep dive and figure out how can we reduce our expenses? Because if we were reduced by, for example, 5%, that's a lot of money that we're saving. And it's hard to imagine that we wouldn't be able to find those kind of cost savings. Some of the revenue increases are We did a big raise for our police department in response to pressures from other agencies, and I think that's really paid off. We've been able to fully staff that department, and that's been very successful. We added firefighters so that we're able to have full engines, and so those are added expenses. But I think it's hard to see at a budget this big that there wouldn't be opportunities to really create cost savings.
I can start that and then Dave can finish it, but that's exactly the approach we're taking with the city departments, I'm sure have done that every single year, is taking a look at their budget. That's why we do an annual budget process. You're supposed to look at what your needs are and what one-time costs, you don't need to ask for next year and what your operations are. That's how a typical best practice annual budgeting process would work. Particularly for the fiscal year 2026, 2027 budget, the management team met with our city managers a couple of weeks ago, and we did talk about just a goal, a target budget approach for everyone to see if we could, by department, if we had a target of 5%, what would that be? But that might be easier said than done, because if we look at one of those slides where we break up what those expenditure categories are, a lot of that is personnel costs. We're not going to find that 5% necessarily all from the non-personnel costs. So we have to really look at who the vacancies are in positions and a number of different things, some of our contracted services and whatnot. But Dave.
Yeah, and the department directors know we haven't been shy about saying, can we take advantage of, I think as you're noting, Councilmember Nagy, vacancy and try to find something different to do there without laying somebody off, because we're an organization that goes through a lot of natural attrition, just the nature of the beast right now. So we have been looking at that closely, and we'll be talking about that more with you in the coming months.
Any other comments?
Well, I don't want to mix kind of the overview here are we going to talk in the afternoon more about 2026 budget?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hold my comments for then.
Allie?
I think we're also going to talk a little bit more in detail about the becoming a charter city and the pluses and minuses of that financially, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. My last comment is just, I think we really should be looking at, if we're not already, some sort of small fee for trolleys and the Laguna Local. I think they're amazing services for our community. And I think there's a way to recapture some of that city subsidy for those services.
Anything, Sue?
Nope. I wanted to just clarify one question from Councilmember Ronahi about the fee study and about the subsidy of the fees. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time, Dave, to ask this question about, reducing or eliminating the subsidy for certain fees. So on this department's work plan, our plan was to update our fee schedule. At the second meeting in April, we were planning a public hearing where we do the annual update of our fee schedule so that those new fees would be effective July 1, the start of the new fiscal year, because there has to be a 60-day waiting period since it includes development fees. We were just going to take our same approach that we've done in the past and just reduce the subsidy. But if I'm understanding what one of the options is what would the fees look like if we took the 2021 fees from the fee study from 2021 and recommend that those be the fees. I'm wondering, City Manager, if that is something that would be not at that second meeting in April, but a study session the meeting prior so that they could really see what those increases are. And or two, I was exchanging messages with our finance manager, because this is my first year going through this whole fee study update. But it's my understanding that those haven't been updated with even CPI. So to get a true cost recovery, you would have to add the inflation from the 2021 fees, what that inflation was since 2021 through what our proposed budget is of 2027. And that would be the proposed fee to, if that's the city council's desire, to see what that proposed fee would be and what that increase would be. And perhaps maybe that's a study session to see what the numbers are and not what we adopt in case we miss a meeting and then we have 60 days to implement. Does that make sense?
That sounds reasonable. Yeah. Okay.
So do you think that is the direction you're giving us, is to take the 2021 fees, have a study session and put the inflation in there and what the
That
true
would-
cost is and adjust fees from there?
That'd be my direction, yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
That's what we'll
just
do.
one overlay to that, I'd want the city attorney to weigh in that just adding inflation to the 2021 study is still defensible from a legal standpoint as a fee. So.
okay, we will consult with legal counsel.
Okay, before we move on, I have a quick question of Dave. Dave, some time ago, we talked about property tax and property transfer, real property tax versus business property. Do we receive a portion of the business property tax?
You mean when somebody's cheering over there? It's distracting. You mean when business transfers?
No, there's property tax on some business assets that you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's in our unsecured.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a small portion, but yeah, we do. It's when I say a small portion of the city's total property tax revenue that's generated.
And then when some of these large properties, I'm sure that we're assuming the county assessor takes care of it, but I'm not completely convinced of that. So contractually, when a property, especially a commercial property, transfers ownership, right? There are different categories, and then the sale price, we hear if something sells for X amount of dollars, but it doesn't really necessarily mean that the real property traded at that dollar amount, because there might be other standalone fixtures and things of that nature that are in a different column. And also properties are held in LLCs. We had a talk a while back with Dave, and I was just curious if we're caught up and have looked at some of those commercial properties that might not show a real transfer because they are inside of an LLC.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's something I can ask HGL about and get back to you.
Yeah.
Or is the council wanting to discuss later, like
Dave
a
can
property tax
talk about
audit being done by, they do sales tax audits for us, you know?
Yeah.
We will need a property tax audit.
We'll talk about that internally. Yeah.
I don't think there's much you can do about it. I think that's one of the flaws in Prop 13. Like,
Right.
my understanding is in downtown LA, there hasn't been a single high rise that's been reassessed since 1978.
And I understand what you're saying, but I have heard that there has been some challenges. Some of them have been challenged by the assessors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not sure successfully, but it's worth looking at.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many we have in town. Obviously, it would be the big properties that you'd care about.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all good
That's
for
it.
this subject? The next part of our morning is issue by issue update, and sorry, Gavin, do we have slides on these, or, and there's also a handout. Get caught up here.
Hey, we do have some slides on the issue by
Okay,
issue.
let me make sure I'm referring you guys to the right addenda too.
It's actually, it's in
two?
section 2.
Okay.
Section 2.
So these are two different sections and they sound a lot alike, and in hindsight, I would have changed them, but I want to, in your tab 2, let's just thumb through that. So these are not on this, these are not on the slides. We tried to give you a regular update on where different things are in the process. I'll just rattle some of them off, where the Caltrans project is on Coast Highway, the Promenade, Fire Station 4, our playground replacements, Laguna Canyon Road, Ocean Avenue and beach improvements, the library renovation, the wastewater governance and benchmarking review. And so now would be a good opportunity if any of these jumped out at you and you wanted to ask a question about more specific about where this is in the process or what's next for it. And then after that, I've got a couple of things that I called out that it'd be nice to have some additional direction on. So still on tab 2, we talk about the comprehensive zoning code update, the downtown specific plan and housing. We talk about the bike pump track, a lot of the things the city manager's office works on from Be Well. By the way, just so the public is aware, I think today is Be Well's last day with us. So you won't see the mobile vans around anymore. That was a disappointment, I think, on Be Well's part too. They part as well. They just ended up not having the funding to continue. So they're going to be more of a reactive model where we would call them for help versus them being in town.
Dave, is that true for a lot of cities?
Jeremy's nodding yes. So I'm, yeah, this is how that program went. I won't keep thumbing through that. Just if anything jumped out at you in tab 2.
I got a couple of things, Dave.
Please.
In Caltrans, in the Caltrans project, you summarize these here. Maybe Tom Perez can tell us. The other projects on Coast Highway that we've got going are the 2 undergrounding districts, you know, the Arch Street South and then the north part. It's taken forever. I mean, we've talked about this before. And I think finally there was a break in the log jam on the southern leg where my understanding is Caltrans issued the permit to SCE to proceed. But can you just update us on those 2 things, Tom?
Sure. So in regards, I'll start maybe at the quickest one. So with the ADA South project, that they're currently wrapping up. So they're doing their final striping and punch list items. So we expect that to be done within the month of February. Where we may have a small lag is there's still fabrication of the handrails. So they may pause for a bit, and then when the handrails get in, they'll come back and install. But otherwise, we're expecting some night work in the next 2 weeks, but we don't expect further lane closures that had caused the big backups. In regards to the
Tom, before you leave that one, will all the signal loops be adjusted and in by that point too? Because for like the Wesley signal, it sticks and.
Yes, and that's some of what this night work that's coming up, so that they do their final improvements and they get that signal timing done. So I'll keep pushing on that. We had a similar issue up at the El Toro intersection where they had finished the striping but didn't come back and fix all the signal timing. So I was told, and I noticed improvement that they got that done like early this week. So
can I ask a follow-up on that question? So the synchronization, so I appreciate that they're fixing the kind of mess up in the current synchronization, but I think that we all agree, and this was from the earlier meeting, that the current synchronization is really not necessarily synchronized if we look at the definition of what synchronized means. I know we talked about that there's yearly OCTA funding for synchronization. So I know that there's some legwork that has to be done on our end. Is that something that's in the works to apply for that funding, or is that something that you would need council direction on to prioritize synchronization of the lights?
Yeah, so what we did, we looked into, we actually held a meeting with Caltrans to discuss the synchronization and signal issues basically from city limit to city limit. So what we found out at that meeting is they did a synchronization program project about 10 years ago. And so they felt the infrastructure is in place, but what they asked us is, hey, if we could work together and get new models, new traffic models and turning counts, things of that nature, that they could then go back and look into and make some tweaks. But I think the good news was that the infrastructure they feel is in place. So following that meeting, we reached out to OCTA to find out, hey, if we have a project where we want to partner with Caltrans, can the city be the lead and apply for the funding? And so the answer we got from OCTA was that because we do not own those signals, we would need to have Caltrans be the lead in applying for that funding. So we're still working through that and wanted to continue that conversation with Caltrans to see how we could go about doing that.
Tom, the underground.
Jumping into the Rule 20A. So the project that we have really in front of us that's happening right now is the what we call Agate to Arch. And that project, Edison has it out to bid right now. I believe bids are due mid-February. and they're expecting to begin work around a March timeframe. And so what we would expect to see on that project is they would be working, first thing, they would be working on the vaults, which all land on city side streets. So we're hoping that would be minimal impacts to the main roadway. The other large improvement, there is a sizable retaining wall kind of in the area of Moss Street. So we expect they would be working on those items and then go into the summer break, and then following summer is when we would expect they would be doing their mainline trenching.
Then how about the North project?
So the North project, we've been talking with them, and we expect they've been putting all their focus on getting this project out to bid, getting it moving. So while that one is going through construction, we would be, Edison would be working on that permitting so that they could have that project follow essentially right after this one.
Okay. And then while you're there, so on Fire Station 4, see this memo says demolition is set for February 9th. And driving through there yesterday or a couple days ago, I noticed the SDG&E finally got the line down. But, you know, I'm a little concerned about, because we haven't bid the project, right? So we get this demo, we get that contract out, but now we're gonna, you know, bid, I guess, on the retaining wall stuff or finalized design, it says, and put it out to bid. And then we're gonna bid the facility itself. So, I mean, every month we wait, the ultimate bid could, you know, probably be more because costs just seem to keep going up. So can you give us a short synopsis of the timeline to getting the bid on the building itself?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, with the demolition, the contractor that got awarded that contract, he's been working with the utility companies. So the last one to go was the gas company. So they removed the meter, and so that facilitated the February 9th date. Then the next step being the retaining wall. So we received the structural drawings for the wall. We reviewed those, gave them back. I expect actually next week to make the official submittal to the planning department to get that going, and would expect that at some point late February we should be finalizing a package to put the retaining wall out to bid. And then later spring, I just had a conversation with the architect yesterday. They're moving forward, finalizing the interior design and layout. So we expect that to be happening late spring to get that finalized and out to bid.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on any of these items in that tab 2?
I actually did have one other question on the library renovation. As a mention here of the county tentatively agreed to contribute $2 million to the project. Is that above the $4 million
It is.
and change we already had reserved?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I thought we were going to try to ask for more money on that.
They said no.
I know, but I thought we had a whole strategy of how we were going to, I don't want to get into our negotiating tactics with the county up here, but I thought that we had a whole, so maybe we can revisit.
Yeah, maybe we can revisit that. Just as a recap for the community, this is about maybe a $6 to $7 million renovation of the main floor that would redo the painting, redo the lights, redo the shelving, which isn't ADA or seismically appropriate right now, and then have a teen center and a teen study room in addition, and move some of the outdated furniture out and some of the walls. So that program itself is about $6 to $7 million. The larger conversation, were there to be more funding, would be whether to go up a story and expand it even further. And we were given what the county told us with the 2 million. The thought was get phase 1 done kind of within our lifetimes. I don't mean to be too pejorative there, but and then consider a phase 2 as an additional project that may involve some school funding as well as other county funding.
Yeah. But, you know, I feel like, you know, most of so they handed us, we got the library back with 4.2, but they kind of handed us a bag of maintenance. You know, so I think they should give us more than $2 million.
Yeah, I respect that. That's
I know.
So I was in the meeting with Dave and I understand his hesitancy. Um, and he did a great job, by the way, in pushing back. But I do think that there might be a little bit of opportunity, maybe if some of the other county supervisors or somebody are leaned on or brought into the conversation. But I don't mean to discount what Dave says and his why he thinks that 2 million is 2 million. He did try and he did a good job at pushing the group. So, but I do think that maybe, it's worth a try to keep moving forward. See if there's anything else we can get out of the turnip.
Cool. For the fire station, what have we thought about what we're going to do with the existing fire station that is not going to be used after this is built?
I think the short answer is no. We've anticipated that it would be most likely sold to replenish some funding, but we have not looked deep dive into how we would treat that.
Because I think, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we talked about the fire station previously, I think we baked in that we were going to sell that other property, didn't we? For a couple $1 million. I don't remember what the number was, but.
Yeah, that was the planning assumption. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess we could revisit it and see if there's
I mean, a lot of our budget, we.
better
we
use
Sell it.
plan. Probably worth talking about again.
Yeah.
What for the playground, this is news to me about the playground replacements at Village Green Park, that it sounds like that's sort of on hold based on feedback. Is that something that'd be helpful for that to just come back to council and say, okay, here's what the designs were, here's what the community is, some members of the community are saying, how do you want to proceed? Because from what I read here, it seems like we're just
I'd welcome Tom or Mark's
in a
thoughts
holding
on this one.
pattern.
We've talked about it a lot. I mean, internally.
Yeah, so I think where we're at right now, we did have the community meeting out at the park. I say community meeting. We met with members of South Laguna Civic. We went through what we were proposing to do. We were asked to look at some other potential ways to make improvements at the park without changing too drastically. So we agreed to do that. Part of what we're doing also is we're really working through our civil improvements. So it's very challenging to bring that park into full ADA compliance just because of the slope of the property. So we're doing these things kind of simultaneously and wanted to get to a point where we could provide maybe both options and make that decision, but it's not completely on hold at this point.
Okay.
So we'd take that back to the council to look at either a redo of the current structure with the current the contractor who did the initial structure, as well as the other one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we could either do that as a study session item, or we could the project. The ultimate complete removal and replacement would require a planning commission hearing. We could also do it there, but I'm welcome to whatever direction.
It seems like that should just come back to the council, because I thought we had the direction already. I was hoping that would be, my childhood park would be constructed last year, but it sounds like we haven't even started. So I think that should just come back to us and we can weigh in and hear from the community and, give that clear direction if you guys are in a position to be able to provide those options. And then it could go through the process.
It might be an opportunity for a slightly broader agenda item because, we had that playground master plan and we just moved, when we did the promenade, we just moved funding or deferred funding from Moulton and a couple of the other parks. But just to take a look again holistically at where we are with I know this is on the front end, but where are we with the playground master plan and the improvement of the parks? I know there's some stuff that happens anyway that that just you guys do in the normal course, but it might be worth looking at that.
Well, there's been some interest down there to fix what we currently have. To just kind of rehabilitate what we currently have. I mean, I don't know. I think Public Works maybe has some other ideas, but in terms of compliance, but there is some interest in that. Some of it, there's some pieces that got hit pretty hard when the tree came down on the Christmas Eve. So that was a massive tree too.
I know I'm not telling secrets out of school, but we do kind of get tangled in our own spokes sometimes when we try a community outreach program and we find out that the right people, or sorry, that a significant voice wasn't there and didn't express those opinions. So we go back and rethink things, and it's really not a great practice, but we're trying to be responsive. I think the idea of bringing this back to council is a good idea.
Because I mean, it seems like without that, we're just going to be in a holding pattern.
Exactly.
You have to have staff in a position of making a policy decision about what to do. And,
Right.
you know, maybe we want to just rehabilitate these. Maybe that's a great idea. I don't know, but it seems like, you know, our goal on the council is we want to give you guys clear direction. So,
Right.
And sometimes that creates hard decisions for us, but it's our job to provide that.
I appreciate that.
One other question I had here in this description on the downtown specific plan, talked about the notice of preparation for the program EIR being released in late January. We're in late January, and then a scoping meeting February 4th. I wondered if those are still on track or if we've got different dates for that. Matt, just giving the thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Dave, on the pump track discussion, I'm not on the subcommittee, so I don't know everything about it, but
They met at the library.
were the people that are advocating for it looking for city funding for that?
6, 7.
Are they going to bring their own?
They are in part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Am I characterizing that right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think that's mandatory. I think we could
Right.
push back hard on that, but in concept, that's what was initially brought to us.
So I thought maybe you and I have to discuss more, but I thought our direction was that this would come back in late February or early March.
I'm not sure of the timing, but I think that, yeah, we need to look at the rec committee's recommendation and kind of what those mandatory things to mitigate are.
Okay. Unless there's anything else from tab 2, I'm going to move to the thing that I called item by item. Because these are things that I think almost to where we were just talking about 90 seconds ago, where I think we either have a course correction that we've inadvertently done, or we need a course correction. So I'm going to go through each of these. They're kind of interesting issues, so I hope you enjoy this discussion. And with the expectation that the next time you hear about it would be some formal action on the first meeting in February. So this is more guidance than anything. So the first one is the EOC. Can you move one slide ahead of me? We're still in the PowerPoint presentation. So we're now on, page 12 of the packet. So as the slide shows, the budget included about 600,000 for a ready to roll, all set up EOC. Remember, that's the state of the art. As you walk in, you just turn on the computers and it's all set and you're in emergency operations mode. We're going to do this at the CRC. The bids were coming in high. So we retooled the bids to look at pulling out the permanent generator and making a portable generator and/or 72 hours worth of batteries. The bids still came in high. They were over $1 million for what arguably, to get it done right with a nice generator, is about a $1.2 to $1.4 million project. So my question to you is the same question I had and the team had was, do we want to invest over $1 million in an EOC at the CRC? And the answer is maybe. It kind of depends on how long that facility will be kept. And the council hasn't made a final determination about that. But here's what I was proposing as a possible different path. Although the path at the EOC, at the CRC works fine too. That we would do something in 2 phases. That, as you folks know, we use the break room here for an EOC. It's not ready to roll. It's not big enough, but we would update it modestly to make it a setup EOC, even if it's small, by moving out some of the break room functions, like the annoying vending machines that I guess are kind of a joke throughout the county, according to Sarah. We're the only EOC with these loud vending machines in them. And then we'd have a different break room. Maybe it's out at the porch and maybe we put a little tent over it. But at least we have a set up EOC that's running and ready to roll. And that's probably a $250,000 expenditure. And then if we were to keep it at City Hall, it would be to consider a 3 million-ish addition and expansion, which would extend out the second story where the break room is. It would go over, it'd be behind City Hall, at the back part of City Hall where above the finance department, above some of the breezeways. It'd be very difficult for anyone to see it from, so there wouldn't be a view impact either behind or in front. And we think that's about a $3 million expansion, and that allows a permanent built-out EOC, along with some additional breakout rooms that could be used for training. So I'd welcome your thoughts on this. I know it's not a lot of information, but at least you kind of know what I've been struggling with. And I know Shelley's here, and Shelley spoke earlier about the importance of having a permanent one.
I've got a couple questions. Dave, can you address, Shelley brought up the idea of moving, I think it was about $250,000 from some wildfire fund into this process. Do these calculations consider that?
We haven't looked at the source of funds yet.
Okay.
But they're talking about the Wildfire Mitigation Fund, which has a lot of draws upon it, including this.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next question, I forgot. Give me 1 second. Oh, I remember. Sorry, Bob. The $3 million addition at current City Hall, would that ultimately, and I apologize if you said this, I was looking for more information on it. Would that ultimately end up costing over $4 million because we need to invest the $1 million that we assume we need to invest at the CRC to actually build out the EOC? Is the $3 million just construction costs, or does it include the build out of an EOC?
This is a very rough estimate. I was including the build out of the EOC in that $3 million number. Yeah.
So a couple thoughts. One is that if looking at option 2, the 3 million-ish addition over City Hall, you're talking years out. I mean, that's not going to be anytime soon. The other thing is, and later in the packet, there's some consideration about whether or not an EOC might go into a new Fire Station 1, right? That you might enhance that. Also, several years off. Look at the length of time it took to get Fire Station 4. Personally, I think that's something we need to do, Fire Station 1, and commit to that and get it on track and get it going. But you're several years away. So it leaves me concerned about option 1, which is updating a modestly current EOC with a $250,000 Band-Aid. I don't really think that's any change. I think that's status quo in terms of what we've got for an EOC. And I just don't think public safety is the number one thing we all care about, we worry about. I think that you're 5 years off at best to a real EOC here at City Hall or in a new Fire Station 1. And I just don't think we should wait another 5 years to get a quality EOC that's got all the functions and capabilities that it should have. So I still think we should proceed and budget it for it with a real functioning one at the CRC, recognizing that there may be a point in time where some or all of that campus gets disposed of, but those are my thoughts.
Can I ask, so a question about what, in terms of the EOC, what is one of the problems I think is it's seismic, right? That this building, is that the main issue with the current EOC?
Yeah, can folks help me on that one? Yeah, okay, thank you.
So where the EOC is currently located is here in the main City Hall complex. And when we say there are problems with seismic, is that the building doesn't meet the seismic requirements of an essential facility. So it's not unsafe seismically, it just doesn't meet exact definition of essential facility seismic. And so that is the seismic issue we have here. And then Sarah can speak to the rest of the issues with our current EOC. Is we know it's small and it's not permanently set up. You don't just show up and use it. And so we said we have to set it up, and it's, you know, at least half, if not smaller than the size you would want. But City Hall does have a backup generator, which the CRC doesn't have. So
Yeah, I can speak to like just the size and function of the EOC. So right now we can fit about maybe 20 positions if we're lucky, and we're doing a space study on it right now. And really, with a full service city and everything that we're responsible for, we should have 44 positions in there. And that includes our external partners having seats in there, which is important. And right now, we really just can't fit enough people. So that's obviously an issue. So space wise, and we did a study where we talked to Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, and Irvine. On average, they have about 2,000 square feet. The break room is 700. So just to give you an idea, along with conference room space, breakout for policy group meetings. So space wise, it's just not adequate. The phase 2 would help accomplish that, but the current break room, this really is kind of a stopgap measure. And then also setup time. I mean, it takes 30 to 40 minutes to get it set up and running, and that's precious time in that immediate, you know, when that wildfire breaks out and you have to send alerts and such. So
being a part of that EOC, it seems like obviously the sizing was inadequate, but one of the things that I noticed was how you had a lot of city employees coming in and out, right? Where, you know, like the HR director came in. And so it seems like there's a strategic value in having an EOC at City Hall, but I don't know if that's what the public safety professionals think. What do you think about that? Like, is there value? Because I mean, I know the fire operations team is currently at the CRC. I don't see that as a long-term place, but you know, when we think about what really makes sense for a well-functioning CRC, is the best practice to have it at City Hall?
it's mixed. So it's nice to have it at City Hall if the fire happens at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday. I think that's how the Rancho fire was. We're all there. Otherwise, in terms of the location, sometimes it's best not to have it at City Hall, especially in a downtown area where you have a lot of activity. If we have civil unrest, even wildfire here, earthquake, storm, and sometimes it's best to have it at like a redundant location away from where kind of all the action is, if you will. Logistically, yes, staff has to get down to the CRC. So, and with our geographical, you know, issues and, you know, lack of roadways to get in and out, it's challenging either way. So yes, it can be beneficial to have it at City Hall where everyone is at, but if it's at 2 a.m. and we're all trying to get back into town anyway, it kind of doesn't really matter. The big thing is that it's ready to go, ready to, you know, walk in, turn the lights on and get to work. That's the biggest thing.
Okay, and then just 2 final points. Is the new fire station that we're building, is there 2,000 square foot there in like a living space that could be a functioning EOC, or at least temporarily if we were to go with the proposed like phase 1, phase 2 here?
Are you referring to Fire Station 4?
Correct.
I'd say no.
There's not. So
No.
because I kind of like the idea of the option with the addition at City Hall, and then if we were to put the new one at Fire Station 1, that's there's a lot of other needs for that space at City Hall. But I also hear what Councilmember Whalen is saying about the need to get it going now. So I guess I see. And how much of the investments at the CRC are investments that are not like fixed costs, but things where we're spending money on like equipment and things like that could be moved, for example. Yeah. How do we have a breakdown of that? Because that would, if hypothetically there wasn't a lot of fixed costs there, that makes kind of our answer a lot easier in making those investments.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but it would be small costs would be transferable. A lot of the costs going into the 1 million, 1.2 million is the emergency generator itself. Quite extensive electrical upgrades to accommodate that generator, and then just general improvements to the interior of the building, flooring, painting, things of that nature. But we would be able to potentially reuse furniture, computers, things like that.
Where at the CRC would it be again?
It was going to be in the it's essentially going to take 2 classroom buildings.
Okay.
Dave, I don't know if there would be a cost savings, but I don't know if you looked at a modular solution. When we did the facilities master plan, the property next to City Hall was identified as a potential location for fire station number one. I know that we're looking at some alternative options to that. I looked, if there was a modular solution that took advantage of the generators at City Hall and some of the current infrastructure we currently have, I would hope that any future addition to City Hall would also include some space for some reorganization needs that the city, some of the departments have. And obviously, if that was to take place, if there were any construction at City Hall, you would need to have some modular solutions anyway. I'm just curious if any of that has.
We haven't talked specifically about that, but certainly something we could.
So I guess my point is this. I know that there's been some heartburn over putting fire station number one next to City Hall because we're losing all of that parking, and it's a lot of real estate. But if, for instance, you were to put a modular solution in that spot for a temporary period of time, I wonder, I'm just curious if it's worth looking at. I think that solution would make sense if we thought we were actually going to do the addition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just have a lot of things at play here. We have, what are we going to do about Fire Station 1? We're kind of congested. I mean, I've been in that EOC, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, and I probably can contribute to the congestion in there because I'm always in there. It's like, well, people are texting me, so I'm not trying to figure out what to tell them. But anyway, and then we have the CRC, what's going to be done about that. So, I mean, I think for me to make a decision now about, and I get Bob's point because having worked in there and been in there when they're setting things up and stuff, I get it. But I think we should just kind of wait until we figure out what the disposition is on the CRC, and then we'll have some.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, what's the fastest time? Like, because we kind of have some high level idea of what the plans could look like if we went above City Hall right there, right, from the facilities master plan. What's like if we were to, what's an aggressive timeline of what that could look like if there was a consensus to move forward with that?
I always get nervous offering up a timeline because, I respect Councilmember Whalen's mention of 5 years because things do tend to take time to get through. And part of that is, we go through extensive design review and community input here, and that does add time. And that's, you could argue that's a good thing. But if we were told, hey, here's the money, go build that, don't worry about design review or things like that, I'd say, probably 24 months would be my estimate of time to, do the design, put it out to bid and build it. But you're looking probably closer to 3 years if we're talking design review and a standard process. But I would say 2 years.
I think that there is a way that we could still include design review. I think that there's some processes that have been discussed that could increase the efficiency of that process. So I don't think it needs to necessarily be overlooked. I think that if the planning commission was engaged earlier rather than later with regarding the selection of the architect and the scope given to the architect that includes some of the design standards, I think we could get through it sooner rather than later.
Well, and then also, I mean, we got the Coastal Commission approval for the fire station. Was that August or was that September?
Oh, it was August.
August. And so we still haven't done the demolition. Like, in theory, we could be in a position where we have demo permits ready to go right when we get the final approval. And I mean, that's right. We're talking from August to February is basically a 6-month gap that's not accounted for. So I think there's ways that we could make that happen. So I want to hear. Go ahead, Hallie.
I just want to build on what Sue's saying, while being cognizant of Bob's point that we don't want to make our public safety staff and our residents wait 5 years for an effective EOC. But it feels a little bit like we're making the wrong decision first. It feels like we need to look at the CRC. We need to figure out what we want to do on Fire Station 1, and that's going to inform what we do with the EOC. And I wonder if we can use this to light a little bit of a fire under ourselves to move forward with those big decisions. I think this is really important, and I don't think we should wait, to Bob's point. And at the same time, I think we need to make these decisions in the right order.
I agree with that.
Well, I appreciate that point. And maybe this slide should have been behind because we do have an FMP discussion coming up in a few slides. So maybe hold that thought Yeah.
Is there a reason why we would have to? So if we did, with this other path that you suggested as an option, with this addition, is there a reason why in that situation, the fire station number 1 is kind of out of the picture because we're going to have a functioning EOC? And then if we were to say, okay, you know what, we have a new fire station that's going to have a better EOC, then we could just convert this area into something else. But in my view, I really like an aggressive approach to just adding that addition, because I think that we're going to need that addition regardless. And so it's almost like a decision point where we don't have to be paralyzed by other factors. And as long as we could do that within 2.5 years, I really like that approach. But I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think.
Well, I think we're going to start talking about the water district property as well, which is also going to inform your point, Alex.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's proceed with this.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the conversation. Next one is another
Good
key
time
issue.
decision.
Thanks, you guys.
We're
Thank you.
gonna come back to it, Bob.
To update the community, what's been going on with Laguna Canyon Road and the relinquishment. So there's been a lot going on behind the scenes and meetings with staff at Caltrans. Councilmember Whalen and Mayor Pro Tem Jones have been helping with this. And I think one of the largest conclusions that we all come away with is just frustration that Caltrans has a process and they're and I don't want to be pejorative because they've been partnering with us to the extent that Caltrans can partner, but they have told us that the only way to accomplish what we think is important to accomplish is through relinquishment. So what we went back and said, well, what are other things that we can accomplish that are less than our dreams, but still might work within their standards? And that's kind of where we are. So in summary, I'll go back to the slide. We have up in the air this relinquishment determination. I think the subcommittee working on this is regrettably going to recommend that we do not accept the relinquishment amount. I don't want to speak for them, but they can chime in on that. Remember, that was about $14.4 million, which Caltrans kept saying was a lot of money for this type of project, and we respect and probably agree with that. But it's the other side of this is that in 2025, we saw a lot of the grant opportunities dry up. We weren't able to have SCE increase their rate case to accomplish more undergrounded facilities, and the federal funding was restricted. We do better understand the liability issues. I think from a lot of deep digging, there are not a lot of liability consequences associated with this road. And the Caltrans estimates were broad estimates statewide, and the actual claims data is much smaller. But that issue has kind of been overtaken by the other issues of is there any money to do what we wanted to do, give it, and do we have to accept relinquishment? So one of the possible concepts that we talked about with the subcommittee where Caltrans would keep the road, but we would partner with them on an undergrounding project, not the transmission lines and distribution lines. Remember, transmission are the big ones. They're higher up. Distributions are lower on the pole. They're easier. They're not completely easy, but they're easier to underground. And then the ones on the open space side of Laguna Canyon Road, those are fairly easy to underground. They're low power. They're Cox and Frontier or cable lines. So we do the distribution lines, the cable lines, underground those, leave the transmission lines arguably, and then Caltrans would keep the road. And we'd also try to do a big sidewalk project that maybe took a sidewalk all the way out to the dog park. So in summary, this is less than ideal, but it may be more practical given Caltrans constraints. And so my direction, unless I hear otherwise, and I do want Mr. Whalen and Mayor Pro Tem Jones to comment in, would be to bring back an action item as soon as February where we would either not accept or hold off on the relinquishment thing. We have until June 30th to say no. And then pursue this other path, which is a distribution line undergrounding project. So I'll stop there.
Well, I think you've summarized well, Dave, a lot of the discussions we've had, and there was a big meeting up at Caltrans headquarters, a couple weeks ago, where we kind of walked through with them this possible concept that you've outlined here. I didn't think we had reached the point of a recommendation as a subcommittee, as you had stated it. I think we've explored now the two alternatives fully, which are the no relinquishment or the relinquishment. I think my recommendation would be that we come back to council with a full report on the two alternatives and say, here's what you get with relinquishment, here's what you get with non-relinquishment, and the pluses and minuses of all that, and then the five of us debate it. I think that's where I would be recommending we go.
And that would include various ideas for that would increase safety and the trails. He called it a sidewalk. I call it a trail out the canyon.
It would include, possible improvements we could do. One thing that became, to me, very clear in the discussions with Caltrans is they don't think there's anything that needs to be done with the road currently. So any recommendation that we're going to make is going to go through their whole filter. And, they wouldn't commit to this possible concept, for example. They said, well, maybe we can work with you and maybe this, maybe we can see if that can get done. So it's just a big question mark if you leave it with Caltrans. Unclear. I mean, specifically, Mark, on things like, changes to the Hawk signal at the college. That was a hard no. We've looked at that multiple times. We're not going to change that. We're not going to add, crosswalks to get to the bus stops on the other side of the road. They're just not going to do those things. And I think people, and if we go the non-relinquishment route, that may be the outcome, and that may be, ultimately we decide and what the community supports. But I think you have to go into it not with rose-colored glasses. You are not going to get Caltrans to agree to much of anything out on that road. So, and if that's possibly the distribution lines, because we can get them all out of the right of way, and maybe the sidewalk, because we've got them to do that so far out to Boys and Girls Club. Beyond that, it was pretty clear to me in that conversation, I don't know what Hallie's thoughts were, that the rest of it was, no, that just doesn't fit our model.
Yes. One of the things that I don't think got fully explored, and the noise got so loud regarding the relinquishment, I think that we didn't get the opportunity to completely understand the safety measures. And since the last conversations I've heard from several people in the canyon regarding some safety concerns out in the canyon, but there's a couple of large lots out there that we currently don't include in our summer parking program. And I've been told that the reason we're not including them is because it's too difficult to get in and out. And I just was wondering if there were ways, our general plan refers to remote parking, right, in the summertime, but we're not using them. And I wonder if there's opportunities to explore queuing, just a small queuing area, so we possibly could take advantage of some of those opportunities. And I know there's a lot of other opportunities we could leverage. So anyway, I would look forward to that coming back to council from the subcommittee.
It seems like Caltrans is willing to underground the lines when it serves their purposes, like the widening that went on past El Toro. They took down all those poles, right? Was it both sides or just the right side as you're going out? So it seems like they know when it suits their needs, they'll do it. So, I mean, when we have all these accidents and people tag the poles out there, have they involved in any lawsuits from the poles?
Apparently not.
No less than we are.
Right.
It's not like we're getting named in lawsuits that Caltrans is not included in, but the actual liability, their actual payouts on some of these accidents is not as large as I thought it was going to be.
Right.
I'll just say that
Go ahead.
I am frustrated with Caltrans, not their people. Their people are wonderful, but just their process. And I wish that we were in a different place. I wish that there had been more willingness and ability to be flexible. But I really agree with what Bob's saying. It's exactly my interpretation. They're not going to be flexible. And I think we are at a time where it would be reasonable for the council as a whole to, just be updated on where we are, what we've learned, what we think our options are moving forward.
Yeah, I think that a comprehensive report that really analyzes all the trade-offs is the right way to go, regardless of so I think that makes sense as the next step from the subcommittee to Councilmember Whalen's suggestion. And then two high-level questions. One, do we think that could there be potential, because everything's a negotiation, right? So they're saying 14 million. Is there a potential where we could counter them and say, okay, 25 million and maybe that works? Is that something that could be maybe be incorporated into this report about like what the right number could be? Because from Caltrans' perspective, maybe they're just hoping that we would take that the offer that they have, but from there they'd be willing to go higher. That's one point. Point number two is, and I hope this is evaluated in that report that's going to come to us from the ad hoc, is, to the city managers, you raised the question of was it not undergrounding the transmission lines from a fire safety perspective? Is that going to, like, is it the transmission lines that typically don't start fires, or are we going to, I'd like to better understand if we were to explore that option, what the public safety implications would be.
Well, to your second question, nothing's better than having them all undergrounded, obviously, but there is a covered conductor program that SCE did get extensive funding for, which applies to transmission lines, that arguably you could pair a distribution line undergrounding with covered conductors on the transmission line and have a significantly safer environment. Again, it's not as good as having everything undergrounded though, but safer than it is now.
And maybe this could be included in the report, but I know that the TUG process is a complicated one, but would we have some idea of I know we didn't make it into this next tranche and they kind of limited the amount of funding available, but do we have any idea of when we could reasonably expect that we could be in a competitive position for that funding?
I don't know if Tom has any thoughts on that. Or
Okay.
3 years next rate case. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I think this is just such an important public safety issue. So I look forward to having that report and where we can really weigh the merits of both sides and keep this project moving forward and figure out if there's a way that we can create significant public safety benefits for our community.
And if I can just remind everybody at home watching, all the thousands and thousands of people who are paying attention, the goal here is not to take over Laguna Canyon Road. That is not what we want to accomplish. What we want to accomplish is undergrounding Laguna Canyon Road in a way that preserves the pieces of that road that we love as a community, and the biological resources. So we talk a lot about relinquishment, but that is not what we're trying to do. That would just be a means to an end. And I think it's important for all of us to remember that.
And addressing safety issues, right?
Exactly.
Quick question, Dave. There's a bit of redundancy here in the issue by issue and the item by item. And at what page do you see we're on with issue by issue then?
I'm on the page 12, bottom page 12. Of
No,
your
I understand what
PowerPoint.
page we're on. I'm just trying to manage
time-wise.
our time.
Yeah, let's look at it. Sorry, hold on. Let me say what time we had.
I think we're in that 11,
Oh, yeah,
15 to
we're in
15 window.
Right, we're in item 6 right now.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Because your page prior to the Laguna Canyon Road was issue by issue.
You're right. I need to rethink this.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job, Dave.
Appreciate that. I really appreciate what Bob and Hallie said too. I didn't want to speak for the subcommittee, but maybe I'm just expressing my own frustration that it just seems so illogical that this can't be done in a better format, but that Caltrans is what it is. And again, they've been good partners with us, but the process is just still mind-boggling. Okay, I'm going to move issues. The next one is the water district space. You had authorization for a study on the council's agenda at the end of, this past Tuesday. They're going to look at whether or not the site could go up in elevation without affecting the historic property, which is the one closest to us here. The rest of it is kind of faux historic. Whether or not it could add housing, the conversation of moving the police department or the fire department there. And then this is something not necessarily for us, but where the water district administrative arm goes, and could it go out to El Moro? And again, I'm not trying to speak for another government agency that you guys oversee that, but I don't. So this is more just an awareness issue. I'm not really asking for feedback, except that we'll bring the Griffin Structures report back, hopefully within how long? 2 months?
60 days, yeah.
60 days. That will kind of it's doing two different site plans of options at the water district space.
I guess it's just kind of coming back as a physical planning, what can go there physically, what's possible. But, I think one thing that hasn't been addressed yet, because we're not there, right? Because the physical space may come back and you say, really, it's not adequate for anything. But if it does, that's a water district asset. And that's a water district asset that was paid for by ratepayer money. And the city can't just say, we're expanding in there, you guys are out, go find other locations. We're going to have to pay, if we were to take over that space, we're going to have to pay whatever the value of that space is that was paid for, that's their asset and that was paid for by ratepayer money. So I don't know whether that's been factored in at all or people have been thinking about that, but it's really like buying a private piece of property in terms of that. So, and then I know that we should, and I guess we could look at the physical aspects of it, I suppose, in this study, but in talking with the general manager of the water district, we should involve him in the discussion. I mean, I think he thinks El Moro's not practical. The road would cost $2 million to improve the road to get up to El Moro, just to get traffic in and out. You'd need state parks approval to expand the width of the roadway. Are there other locations? I think he's open to thinking about all of it, but I think there's real significant financial implications of moving them out of that building, and there's practical limitations. So we can see what they come back with with respect to the physical possibilities there, but there's a lot more to be thought through before we say, water district, you're evicted,
Point well taken.
So it was brought up a while ago. Those issues have crossed my mind. I think it's worth exploring. I don't know if the El Moro would be the best place for the water district, but would just have to be looked at as we move forward. I like the idea of having city functions in as close proximity to one another as we possibly can, excluding the fire station number 1. There's just other space needs that we have internally here that currently aren't being met. So other than this coming back, do you see any of these other issues being looked at prior to the space planning effort that comes back from?
No. Give some awareness to the fact that it was being looked at.
The one opportunity that I think could be interesting is, Bob and I were at touring the desalination project, and South Coast owns a lot of land out there that they've contemplated for a future headquarters. And my understanding in reading the agreement between us and South Coast Water District, which we contract for services in South Laguna, is that I think we own, I don't know what the right percentage is, but I think like 35%, maybe even more, a certain percentage of that, the current locations on West Street of the South Coast headquarters. So potentially an opportunity would be if South Coast was willing to move their headquarters, which I think they want to do long term, to that Dana Point location. Then the city actually owns a significant portion of that existing asset in Laguna Beach that could be an opportunity for the water district to go. So that's just adding another curveball into all this.
Do you know the timing? Because I haven't talked to them about this, but do you know the timing when they want to go to the Dana Point?
No, but maybe that's something that we could try to get some clarification on from them.
I think Rick Shintaku, the general manager, threw out yesterday, like kind of a 5 to 6 year time frame kind of thing. But we could ask more specifically.
And maybe potentially if there was some sort of a situation where we would be paying out for, because we don't own the whole thing, we'd be paying for a portion of it that could help them expedite that time. And so there could be a win-win solution there for a joint collaboration.
The next issue, actually, Mary Jo had asked that I put this on the calendar. I don't see her here yet. Oh, sorry, I do see it. Sorry about my glasses. This one is about funding for housing. You can move the next slide. So currently the council has a process set up where if property taxes come in over estimate, 500,000 is set aside into the housing fund, as well as there's some of our short-term lodging funds go into the housing fund. And folks have discussed whether or not maybe all short-term lodging TOT should be dedicated to housing, whether we should look at an increase in the real estate transfer tax, which has to do with becoming a charter city as well, and whether there should be an in lieu fee charged. And I just wanted to raise this issue for you. If you wanted to have this brought back at a future council agenda, and I wanted to make sure Mary Jo's points from the Housing and Human Services Committee were made, that she believes there should be a more robust, more dedicated stream going towards the housing fund.
Yeah. So I have a couple questions. One is, so if we moved all the short-term lodging revenues over to the housing fund, what would be the impact on our budget?
It would be, if we didn't take the property tax and, arguably at least a $400,000 reduction and otherwise a $900,000 reduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so we got a grant from the state, right? We got a matching grant, 2.5 million to match our 2.5. So we have 5. So we haven't determined where that money's going yet, right? But my thing with housing is, so we have the downtown specific plan, which we allow housing on the second stories. I don't know if we're getting any traction on that yet. But always my thought would be that we as a city have to plan for housing. We don't have to fund the housing. So I'm a little bit concerned about us always trying to fund housing when the idea was we're just supposed to, permit it in certain areas of town or wherever we can do it. And then whoever wants to build some housing, that's on them. But the city would clear the decks for certain parcels.
Go ahead.
My only concern about that, and I certainly hear what you're saying. My only concern about that is are we at risk because of these new housing laws? Are we at risk of having development in this community that we really don't want to see? And if we do put partial funding towards housing, do we meet our legal obligations in a way that, is beneficial to our current residents?
I guess that might be a question for Megan because, I don't know what level of progress we have to show the state. That's the question, right? Like if we're halfway there, if we plan for, I don't know, what would be the impact?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Kiff, you're right that we plan for it. We don't develop it ourselves, but I certainly understand the Mayor Pro Tem's point, which is to by having funding available, you have some level of control over the housing that's going to come online. If we ultimately, if we don't meet the obligations, if we plan for the housing, but we don't get the housing, we're going to have that carry over into our next housing element. So it's going to continue to grow if we don't find a way to actually help the development of it.
So with the funding for housing, as I recall, there was policy direction from, I think, when I was on the Housing and Human Services Committee that I think was effectuated that like new short-term lodging would go into the housing fund. I don't think there's been a lot of new short-term lodging, so I don't know what that number is.
I think it's 65.
Oh, that's 65. Okay. I do think there is a place for, I agree that most of the housing that's going to come online will be through infill. That's going to be the private sector, building it. And I think like our second story ordinance is we saw a project coming forward. Hopefully there will be more of that second story in the along Coast Highway. I think that's just right now you can do office space. Why not have housing? That's a great opportunity of smaller, naturally more affordable housing. And then the same with the downtown. And then there's a question of, naturally more affordable housing versus funding that's where we're leveraging tax credits to build permanently affordable housing. And I do think that is something that it's part of our community character to have that, in particular the Vista Aliso property, which I think we have an opportunity to try to add housing there and working with the school district. So I think that I think the current approach of doing the 500,000, trying to add more funds there is good. And to this Madam City Attorney's point about how that actually helps our arena by having those affordable numbers, because otherwise you have to plan for, if you're not, my understanding of the housing element is that when you have the affordable arena that you're planning for, you basically have to plan for a multiplier of that affordable in terms of market rate.
I kind of, I may be over on a bit of the extreme on this one there in listening to the comments, but I would actually favor increasing it. To me, redirecting the short-term lodging, which depletes our rental housing stock, makes logical sense that you would take the money from that and put it towards housing. We have other needs, beyond. I mean, I agree a lot of it with Sue. I mean, most of it's going to be privately funded and constructed, but to the extent you have any affordability, it's going to come like the project that will be coming to us apparently because they've submitted an application, for a request. It's going to be significant dollars. We have those dollars because we planned and over time added to the housing fund. I think that's likely. We'll see where we come out, but a substantial portion of that could be depleted, to assist that project or another project that comes along. Then we just funded $125,000, at our last council meeting for the senior housing repair, upgrade program. We're going to have with the Community Land Trust. I think they're going to continue to look for projects. We may have situations there where we want to help them a little bit, not to the extent we just did on the getting them off the ground. And then we could have just situations where, we have requests for, from people in the community who really don't have resources, some kind of rental assistance or something. So we got $2.5 million of state money because we had $2.5 million set aside, and we had done a nice disciplined job of doing that. So you're talking about a delta of about $400,000, maybe even a little less, I guess, because we're currently putting 565 toward it. So it's $350,000, something like that. I would, it's all subject to how the budget looks and so on, but I think that's an amount of money we could afford to reprogram into housing going forward and just say, yeah, we're going to take our short-term lodging revenues and put them towards, our affordable housing, our housing program overall. I've also heard from, I don't know whether I completely agree with this or not, but I've also heard from, some private property owners who are looking at, the second story stuff. And, some of them do think, well, if the city were able to assist us, with either fee waivers or some kind of incentive, we might be more motivated to do it. So I don't know, there's a whole host of potential things that I think it's and I think Hallie's point, you know, you're absolutely right, Sue, as a legal standpoint, we don't have to spend money to produce housing. That's just not what the law says. As a practical matter, I think when the state looks at you at the end of a cycle in the housing element, and they say you've got a goose egg, you know, for affordable housing, and you haven't set any money aside, you're going to have issues. So anyway, that'd be my take on it.
So was that basically that we should dedicate the short-term lodging or keep doing what we're doing? What was your?
I'd be more in the favor of dedicating the short-term lodging fund.
I agree with that because I think there's a nexus, and to the point that you just made, I think that when you can get $1, match $1 invested by the city and get matching through the local housing trust fund from the state, that's a good deal for the city.
Maybe we.
1 and 2.
Maybe at budget time, so back to Bob's point, maybe at budget time, instead of saying all the short-term lodging money goes to housing, we just look at our budget and see how our budget looks, and we try to make best efforts to put as much money from short-term lodging as we can.
I'm more comfortable with that because given the earlier part of this presentation, you know, I'm worried about finding pennies in the couch cushions, and you know, I'm hesitant to commit to that. Though I think what you're saying, Bob, is let's look at this as a priority, depending on how the budget shapes up and how we figure out we're going to address these kind of long-term financial concerns.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not saying we should say it today, but I would ask staff to be looking at that as a possibility as they develop the budget, and let's see where we are.
But how's the state actually going to look at it? Like, what's our number, 394? So what are they going to do? Because probably no one's going to meet their numbers, right? Probably no city is going to meet their numbers. So they're going to say like, okay, Laguna Beach, you have X number of short-term lodge or affordable units now. Let's say we do the NCC and we get a couple other. Are they going to say like, okay, you've made X percentage of progress? Or are they going to say you haven't hit your numbers? I mean, what is it going to, how are they going to?
I think that they'll just continue to increase the legislation and put, tie penalties to it.
Because if they keep
I
doing
guess.
this though, and if they keep doing, people, and all cities miss their numbers, if they keep just adding more, what is that going to prove?
Well, it's a fair question, but that's apparently what the law is now, right? They
Yeah.
just add it to the next cycle.
But if I may ask Gavin a quick question regarding TOT, many cities actually, and I know that this would have to be a voted on measure, the TOT for short-term rentals is quite a bit more than regular TOT because the cities have understood or do understand the direct impact that it has had on their housing in the stock. Yeah, thank you. And also, we're a bit complacent in Laguna regarding, our land use and economic development. And now that we've been running the economic development efforts out of the city manager's office as it pertains to retail, my question with this is, okay, we can talk about funding, but what's the effort going to be? How are we going to go about it? And, we have had a measure of success with economic development and reaching out to landlords and really just kind of shaking the trees and waking them up and letting them know of some of the opportunities that are available. And it may be worth looking at what our approach is going to be. Bob, you had mentioned that there are some people that have explored second story options, but if there was a little bit more outreach maybe and people brought to the conversation, and I think it would be worth exploring, actually putting together a plan to actually, move forward with this instead of just setting money aside.
I agree with that. And I think that the second story in particular, just outreach about that. I think if the city gave money, I think it would probably make it financially infeasible because then they would trigger prevailing wages for those developments. So I don't know that that's a good option, but I think that just from the rents that you're going to get from that are going to
Does that apply to fee waivers, do you think?
fee waivers count. Madam City Attorney could correct me, but my understanding is fee waivers count as a gift for purposes of determining prevailing wage.
I think that's correct.
But also, like, the fees are really not going to be the factor because the fees are not that much money. We don't have significant impact fees that get in the way of housing.
You might be surprised, but anyway, it'd be worth looking at.
But the one question I guess that I think is actually low hanging fruit in all this is question for staff. are we monitoring our so we have a lot of actually existing affordable housing in this community. We don't have enough, right? That's where we're talking about funding more. Do we monitor that all of those housing projects are actually following their affordable covenants? And, is there a monitoring system in place?
Councilmember Nagy, we definitely could do better. We don't have a great system in place at the moment. I would say it's more ad hoc in terms of we get an inquiry as opposed to a regular monitoring system. We're actually something we're, as part of advanced planning efforts, looking at addressing.
Could that be, because I mean, legally, I think there could be a potential issue there. Could that be direction from this council, is that we need to just develop, and other cities have this, the clear process where we all the existing affordable housing with covenants where they legally agree to do this, that we just have a compliance process in place to ensure that that's happening?
That would be best practices.
So could that be direction that we could provide if there was support?
Sure.
Is there support for having staff bring back a compliance and enforcement program for monitoring the regulatory agreements that currently exist?
Yep, sounds like that.
In concept, I definitely agree with you, and I would certainly defer to city staff in terms of how that's done. And, we need to make sure that these places are being compliant. How we make sure of that, I trust staff's judgment on figuring that out.
Yeah, so you're supportive of having staff bring something back?
I'm supportive of staff coming back with a recommendation on how to address that. I would not necessarily say, staff, come back and tell us how you are going to make sure these facilities are compliant. I'm more interested in staff looking into it and making a recommendation.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Back to Alex's earlier point, though, about outreach. So, we did for economic development, Jeremy and Louis did this marketing package, and we've been giving it to, property owners. But maybe if we figure out, so in the converting, so I think the fastest way to affordable housing is through the built environment. It's just the faster way. So if we send a package out to these property owners, basically says, here's your advantage of converting over to housing, whether it is fee waivers or whatever. Maybe we should just get aggressive about that too, because it's just really hard to build out here. It's just so compact, it's difficult. So I think.
Well, yeah,
putting
for
some effort
instance,
there.
Jeremy and I had a conversation last week about the building down where Shirley's Bagels are and the use of that commercial space on the second floor, and reaching out to the owners and exploring, offering them, or letting them know the ability to convert that to living space. I just think that there's a lot of opportunity just to at least ask.
But to that point, we should have a package on our second story ordinance. Like, I think that's kind of a easy thing for us, for community development, to put together, because we did such great work to get that through Coastal Commission and quick timeline. So putting together a package and then just having that available so that anyone who has a commercial property on Coast Highway is aware of it, and they can either convert or they can look at that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we should get that out to the realtors and, get it in the mix. Because there were, I don't know, I think Joe Hanauer did his own analysis, but the potential, which it won't never get 100%, but it's many hundreds of units if you were to go, One question on this that we haven't touched on. So change the in lieu fee. What's the in lieu fee currently, and how would we change it?
I don't know that it's not something I know off the top of my head, or any of the team members do. I think it just involves a study.
Well, it's in lieu of what? What's the fee charged for?
In particular for this in lieu fee, it's in lieu of providing the affordable unit.
It's interesting. Would an in lieu fee be applicable if somebody converted a house or a duplex or a triplex into short-term accommodations?
That's an interesting idea. No, our current approach, but you're suggesting.
Well, they're taking it out of the housing inventory.
Yeah, no, I think that's
putting it into a commercial use.
That's an interesting question on like a few different fronts, to be honest. I'd have to spend some time researching that.
Here comes Anthony. So we're going to get the answer.
Uh-oh.
With regards to the in lieu housing fee, And Anthony can add more color to this, but it's based on square footage, but it typically works out to around $1 million.
And see, one of the problems that we always have to be careful about is not creating deterrents to housing. And so we previously had an inclusionary housing policy that applied. I think if you went to a 4-unit building, then it was triggered. We amended that, now it's at 10.
That is correct.
And so hypothetically, if we had kept that 4, there'd be no second story projects happening, because each one would have to pay either $1 million or where it doesn't pencil out. So I think it's all about how do we create the right incentives, and so I think maybe looking at that study. But your point, Mr. Mayor, is an interesting one about the in lieu fee for short-term lodging. But we'd also kind of want to look at making sure that that doesn't just deter anyone from doing a short-term lodging, so we want to get that housing revenue. So it's a lot of trade-offs involved.
And I was just going to point out that staff from community development, the city attorney's office, and finance, and the city manager's office, spearheaded by Louis, who's in charge of who's overseeing economic development. There is a development impact fee study going on. There's one consultant who has completed the analysis for updating that housing in lieu fee in particular. They're wrapping up their study, and we should be bringing that to council in the next 1 or 2 months. I think they're like just wrapping up. They've completed the analysis and they're doing the draft report. And then we're going with the part 2 firm to finish the rest of it. But they've completed the housing in lieu fee analysis and have a proposed recommendation for that. So the last update we had, that was the plan.
I think just to point to this conversation, which is a good one, and I think with us, the city manager's office of community development, is I think we understand the desire and the interests of council to explore infill development and see if we can find affordable housing. We're in a housing crisis. The state has deemed we're in a housing crisis right now. I have a feeling there's some creative solution out there. If the council wants to direct money, we can go and try and figure out some creative solution and bring it to council if we identify it. And if we don't, the council could put that money elsewhere. But I think what I'm hearing is for staff to find a creative solution for affordable housing and infill and second story commercial areas and see if we can find anything.
Well, the good thing is we have the solution. We just need, with the second stories, we just need to do some outreach. And I think there's some fire code issues too that we need to explore with respect to the adaptive reuse. We've looked at, there's the property over here where they want to convert that into housing. But then you look at like the fire code and it makes it prohibitive to do that. And so if there's some it'd be interesting if we could find some creative solutions to make, because everyone loves adaptive reuse. No one's against adaptive reuse. The problem is that it's so hard to actually make it work from a practical standpoint when you look at our building codes, fire codes. It's a statewide issue. But if there's a way for us to figure that out, that'd be great.
Well, yeah, I think we could certainly take a look and make it easy for an applicant, and even if we can provide some sort of incentive.
I think we're ready to keep going.
Yep.
I have, but we got a bunch of slides on the FMP, but we're gonna go through those quickly because I want to be able to break for lunch like at 12:15.
So what's your goal here, on which issue would you like to?
I'm on Aliso Beach parking lot. I'm still thumbing through this PowerPoint slides on 14. This is another one of those things where we kind of talked to a lot of people and got squirrely from your last direction. So I wanted to check in, and because we have a different idea and wanted to make sure that it might work for you, or and then we'd refine it on the February first meeting in February. So you last gave us direction to modestly expand both sides of the parking lot at Aliso Beach. And we had a community town hall about it. I think there were some good questions as to our revenue amount projections and sensitivity to beach capacity, that if we add too many spaces there, as nice as that might be for some weekend revenue, it might be a capacity issue. But so we talked about this internally. We think it might make more sense to redo the beach lot as it is. In other words, just kind of do a nice slurry seal and restriping, maybe do a couple of corrections with any ADA issues. And then add spaces if we can to the inland lot. Jeremy is reminding me that the inland lot is subject to the Aliso Estuary project and spaces might be taken away there, but that was what we wanted to at least check back in with you and say, if we brought back a proposal for you to approve it along those lines, again, keeping the beach lot basically the same, maybe adding some spaces on the inland lot where we could, would you have any concerns about that?
I really appreciate the opportunity to look at this again, because this is a project that hasn't sat right with me since we first discussed it. I think that the residents who spoke out, quite frankly, against this project initially, have some really good points. And I really like this solution. I think it's a lower touch, lower cost, provides a little bit of resolution.
I agree with that. Another issue, and I don't know how you feel about this, but before we add more parking, and I do think capacity is an issue down in this area, I just wonder if we were further along with our parking, let's call it analysis or understanding as we move forward. I just wonder in the future if we say to the Coastal Commission, hey, we think we can put X number of parking spaces here in trade for this. I just wonder if we're getting ahead of ourselves with this, just adding it, and then we're never going to be able to take it away.
When would we take it away?
So in other words, if we said, hey, we would like some relief in this neighborhood over here because we think that it would enable us to put together a more efficient evacuation route, and we would have to, restrict some parking, but we could replace it over here.
Okay. Yeah.
What you're suggesting is, can we use this to build up a little bit of a parking bank with Coastal Commission?
This and other opportunities.
I don't know how Coastal feels about those conversations, but I love the idea.
I agree with you. I think right now the Coastal Commission would probably, but I think that once we get further along with some of our other endeavors, some of this better understanding of resource protection, and I think that, it would be worth a conversation.
Oh, go ahead, Bob.
I was just going to say, so when this comes back, I would be interested in seeing some occupancy information on the coastal side and the inland side both. And with respect to, the obvious periods, right? Summer, non-summer, weekend, weekday. I assume we track that kind of data.
So Dave, I want to make sure that we give you the direction that you're looking for, because we don't want to just have another one where we're sort of not giving you that direction. So it sounds like is your suggestion is that we basically just repave the existing front beachside area, keep that, because it needs to be repaved, and then add spaces in the back
where we can.
How many spaces are we talking about in the back?
Mark or Tom?
Not sure. We have to look it up. What we looked at before was redoing some of the immediate changes. So we would be back at something where we can reduce the size of the space.
To Bob's point, would we have an opportunity to look at that occupancy data before we make the decision to move forward with any kind of capital project?
So maybe before we get to that point, I'll just walk through a little bit. So on the inland lot, even where we're looking at really just cleaning it up, improving the pavement, one thing we do need to focus on the ADA accessibility. So those parking spaces do structurally need to be improved. Yes. So in this case, what we see on the photo here, we would need to make improvements even to those ADA parking spaces. And that's why I say it's hard to tell how many we would gain, because we would need to look at those physical improvements. And then also what we were doing before was reducing some of those, I'll call them island fingers, to get more spaces in. So we'll look at, if we leave everything alone, how many we can squeeze in there. But with that, I'll let Mark.
I was going to speak to Councilmember Whalen. That lot that we, took over from the county does not have sensors in it. So we do not have occupancy data there. We have revenue data, but occupancy data, we don't have sensors. And we do allow folks with shopper permits to park there. And so short of installing sensors, which we could include in our updated cost to make sure we put that infrastructure in, we would not be able to speak as well as we'd like to on occupancy.
All right.
The oceans,
We should put them in. Why would we not want to know? We know the capacity of all our other facilities. Why would we not want to know?
Yeah, we will include that in the cost, but that's a planned capital expenditure for the project.
And it's good for also like visitors when they're using our apps to figure out how many parking spaces are available.
the condition of the Oceanside lot is in immediate need of repair.
Yes.
This lot is not. It's not in nearly as bad
It's
shape.
not in bad, it is not in as bad a shape.
So we could move forward with the beach side, and then if Bob wanted to collect more information and think about the inland side.
No, it's not going to affect the outcome. It's data we should have. And I think to Alex's point, people should know Aliso Beach is full. I'm going to look somewhere else for parking, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, one of the reasons we don't have the sensors in there already is that with a project to potentially reconfigure the lot, we didn't want to install them and a year later pull them out. So
Aren't we going to move away from those sensors though? I heard that we were going to move away from the frog parking sensors. Is that true or no?
Yeah, you can come on up, Alexis. We have Alexis is saying just for the microphones, we've got an RFP out that could change the vendor. And it does change the technology a little bit, but we'll still have sensors.
Yeah, so we are in the process of working on RFP right now. That's, we currently use Frog Parking, so they will probably bid on it again, but to go redo the whole, all the different parking lots and the sensors and how we get data from each lot. And another reason I was told we hadn't done the sensors in the parking lot at Aliso on the coastal side was because of
Moisture?
the proximity to the ocean and the moisture and all the sand and everything coming in, that it would get clogged and then it wouldn't actually function properly. So that was one of the reasons why it wasn't installed initially when the city took over for the inland portion of it. And also the fact that we were looking at resurfacing it as well.
yeah, we needed to look at just the physical structure of it, if there was a way to mitigate for that, as well as mitigate that we clear sand out of that lot. And so we don't want to damage it with our equipment. And so it was all part of the analysis for what we install there.
It seems to me like, it just seems like this project has gotten very complicated when it doesn't need to be. Like, can we just do the minimal cost improvements where we just improve it as is and make those investments in restriping it, making it ADA compliant. Maybe some of the parking spaces could be compact spaces based on the market of, what % of cars are compact, and we just keep it simple and move forward on to the next one. Cause it's just, we're trying to deal with a parking lot here and it's turned into this huge complicated thing.
I agree with that. And you would probably do one at a time, right? You wouldn't do them both at the same time. You wouldn't close both of them.
We wouldn't close the parking lots at the same time, no.
But you'd bid it as one project?
At this point, we'll reassess if it makes sense to bid it as one project, because if the pavement repairs on one side are different than the other, two might make sense now. But no, we would not close them both at the same time. Even if it's one contract, it would be staged.
So if Alex is taking the lead on the head nodding, then if we came back with a project that, why don't you describe it again?
It's super cost effective. Just keep it simple, keep it pretty similar, follow any laws, ADA, let's get some sensors in if it's feasible. And, maybe make some of the spaces compact based on, what makes sense. I don't know. And move forward.
There's a little bit of a conundrum. I agree with you, but there's a little bit of a conundrum here because remember, we use the revenue to offset the cost of the taking over the beaches too. So there's a revenue component here that we need to also consider. I mean, I know people want to, not have as many spaces to lessen the impact on the beach, but I think putting another 30 spaces in there is not going to make that big a deal, but.
I'm not necessarily convinced that that's going to be that much revenue though, if the parking lot is not actually at capacity on a regular basis. And because we don't have that data, it's just hard to know.
I know it's hard to know, but revenue's revenue, so.
could you, I agree with Alex, bring back you know, I guess you'd just be bringing back the contracts, right? At the point in time you'd bid them out. But I agree with your description of the project. Although I wonder, on the inland side, could you just slurry seal it as opposed to repaving it?
Yeah, the inland side will be mostly just a slurry seal.
Okay, all right. I agree with the
With the exception of the handicap spaces.
Yeah,
It'll take
because
more
for
work.
those structural changes of adding asphalt to get the grades to work, but yeah.
I mean, if it doesn't really make sense for a handicapped person to park on this side, right? Because you're going to have to go in that tunnel and that's not ADA accessible.
There's a restroom on that side and usable space and a pathway that goes under. And so every parking lot has to have a required number of ADA.
No, I appreciate that. But if we just do what Bob's doing, does that trigger that ADA compliance?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
Okay, so we need it regardless. So then
Yes.
let's do ADA and then just, keep this thing simple because it's.
The only thing that is a bit vague that they probably need direction on that you threw into the mix was compact spaces. Do you guys need better direction on that?
I mean, it would be helpful if there is a goal we wanted to strive for, or typically what we would look for is hitting what our standard space sizes are, and then we would be looking at, if we had a non-standard size, we would consider things like maybe we could stripe a golf cart parking or a compact site, but otherwise we would be looking at just our
I
standard.
know on the ocean side, I did agree with a lot of the public comments regarding the beachgoers getting in and out of their vehicles and those doors swinging open and putting boogie boards and beach chairs. I just think that some of that could be a bit problematic, and there is a little bit of elbow room right now. And I think that's worth, making sure that we don't forget about that.
I agree. Maybe we don't have any compact, I don't know. But if 30% of the cars are compact, then maybe you have a couple compact spaces. I'm not sure, but it just seems like we're overcomplicating what's really just a simple restriping of a parking lot. It's not like a policy.
clear.
The policy question is, should we put a bunch of money into trying to reconfigure everything? It sounds like there's not direction for that. So it's just like, how do we move this forward?
So I think most of what you said is fine. I'm just needing to give them a little bit more direction on the compact.
Yeah, no, I'm
But
not.
maybe look at compact on the inland side.
Understood.
Yeah, no,
Design it with our best judgment.
yeah. What are the
Include that.
best practices when you build a parking lot and move forward from there?
Okay. All right. That sounds good.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The next one is about the FMP. And I maybe wanted to jump to, actually, I'll let Gavin, you go through the slides quickly because I think they're outlined okay.
Yes, I'll go through these very quickly. So the facilities master plan, I just wanted to mention to the council that the final report is almost complete. And if the council, and for the benefit of the public, recalls, the plan evaluated 26 facilities. It really looked at critical maintenance over the life of those facilities, remaining life of those facilities, and then really looked at identifying kind of facility space and operational gaps on those 26 facilities. And then the council kind of confirmed back in October, public safety and, of course, civic facilities are kind of the priority, kind of the library and the Forum Theater as well. And Fire Station 1 was a priority. And so just reaffirming kind of the things we talked about, the council talked about in October at the study session. Make sure I can read my whole slide. So Fire Station 1 was the top priority. The council did direct staff to look at kind of at least two sites and also the Water District, which we talked a little bit about earlier. But the Village Entrance site, which is just next to City Hall there, the former OCTA bus lot, just see if that was even an option. There are some challenges of that particular site, but if that was an option. And then continue to look at seismo retrofit on the fire stations. It says 1, 2, but also 3. And I think at that study session, there were some challenges. If the council didn't want to move the Fire Station 1 over, obviously the facility would have to be seismically retrofitted to continue operations. And then, of course, early in the, obviously the study session or strategic planning session today, the council already talked about the Emergency Operations Center. So parking mitigation, I know parking constraints kind of were talked about throughout that FMP process. I think the big thing that came out of the study session was if you move the fire station to the Village Entrance area, you could lose potentially 30 parking spaces. And so part of that discussion or part of that review would continue to look at how do you replace those 30 parking spaces. So there'd be strategies to do that, shared parking approaches, maybe some operational only parking, just different thoughts and ideas of how we would actually replace those 30 spaces. And then also coming out of that study session was the CRC overlay. The council did direct staff to initiate a housing and mixed-use zoning overlay at the CRC site to preserve, long-term options without committing to any redevelopment today. So it's kind of looking at that without really committing anything at this point, just getting that study back and then making decisions at that point. So the next steps were prepare the overlay, some timelines with the required analysis, and then looking at a hybrid approach, which is keeping some of the facilities still there, which was the gymnasium and some of the parking and maybe some of the other areas, but the gymnasium was the biggest piece to that. And also Lang Park, there were some decisions that the study session made. The council said, don't spend any more additional funds on major redevelopment concepts. Really, we're looking at more of the move to the light touch at Lang Park improvements and putting those light touches as part of the capital improvement program going forward, and try to preserve the field and a lot of the green space there on Lang Park. And so before I get to that, I did want to share just a slide, and so the council can see another slide, another presentation we had done for the council. And this is just more for, I know it's sometimes we talk a lot about what's in the plan. Let me hear slideshow. I won't go through, I promise I won't go through this whole thing, but I did want to show the assessment that they did. This is what Griffin put together. They did do assessment on the facilities, and obviously this list of where they all are. But the important slide here, I think we look at the cost. It came up to about, I think it's around 340 million, but you can see where we kind of broke it down to the immediate needs, 17 million, short-term needs, 6 million, near-term needs, 36 million. And this is just those critical assessments. This is the maintenance costs associated with that. And this isn't, obviously if you set that second phase, they looked at the spatial and what could be done. But this is just the maintenance over a longer period of time. So I just want to kind of bring that back to the council's awareness as we talk a little bit the financial portion earlier in the today, but also this is kind of that important need that there are some critical needs that need to be done and just a cost associated with that as we go further in conversations throughout the day. And that's my brief presentation.
So the larger discussion is we're about done with this. We need to bring forward what to do next. Okay. I think you've given us some direction. One is to focus on Fire Station 1. I think we've sprinkled in there the EOC and how that relates. And then that necessarily ties in the CRC. But if you had other thoughts, what I was going to bring back in February is a more formal recommendation to focus on Fire Station 1, seismic improvements to the other 2 fire stations that just get those so they're standing, and that's our top priority. And then everything else is the next term, notwithstanding what Gavin just mentioned about ongoing maintenance of existing facilities. But wanted to see if you were comfortable with that, or if you expected to see anything differently.
Alex, did you have a question?
Thank you. Okay, so for Fire Station 1, when are we going to get the analysis on? Because I see, based on talking to some of the firefighters, I see issues with the water district idea just from a traffic standpoint. But like the OCTA one, that really appeals to me. When are we going to get the analysis that gives us that feedback about whether any of these alternatives are going to work?
That'll probably come back in the next, with the analysis at the water district, so the next 60 days.
Next
so
60 days?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, because I'm just going to go ahead and make a leap and give my take on this and see if there's consensus, and if not, it's okay. I just want to try to provide feedback, and then I won't be offended. I think we should prioritize that. Try to figure out, is there a way that we can make the Fire Station 1? What are our options? Because I think it's so critical that we get that going. Number 2, I see that $3 million idea of going above the second story for part of City Hall. I'm supportive of that as an EOC location. And then if we were to figure out a way to do an EOC as part of Fire Station 1, then we could use that for office space. It seems like we're going to need that. And I think that would be minimal impact on, from the community's perspective. So I would be supportive of moving forward with, 1, identifying where Fire Station 1 could be. Number 2, prioritizing that project for that second story over that one portion of City Hall, just because I think we're going to need that regardless. And I think it just makes a lot of sense. And then with respect to the CRC, what is the timing of when, because we already gave that direction, what's the timing of that analysis about like our options? Because I see that as when I look at all of our public safety needs, I see a need for revenue, and that's an opportunity where we're not going to have to. What's the timing on that, Gavin?
I'm working with community development on the next step, so I don't have an actual timeline to when that bring that back, but I could make that a priority to bring it back as when we come back in February with the update, I'll have a time frame to bring that back as quickly as I can.
And would that include, so like the analysis we got, I think it was like the person used AI Gemini for some of the pro forma assumptions, which I don't really agree with just from a builder's perspective. Are we going to bring in like a Cosmont or a, Dave, I don't know, remember who you guys used in Newport when you did the City Hall, but are we going to bring like an entity like that into the fold to figure out basically the value of how much we could potentially sell that for? Is that part of your scope now, or is that direction you would need?
So we did get an evaluation of how much you could do if you leased it versus sold it, or that was actually that initial when we presented in October.
Yeah.
And so it was in the 30, 60, depending on what the options were. So that's there. So that was going to be incorporated in the housing. But if there's more to do, we definitely can look at more analysis that needs to be done. But there was some initial analysis done just to give the council some thought as to what you could potentially get in revenue for that property.
It seems like, go ahead, Bob.
Thank you for bringing that point up. I mean, my sense was that was a very high level swag analysis. I think what you're talking about and what I would want before everybody says, oh God, let's go for the money and sell that place, is a real analysis of what we could get. And part of it's going to be what's the implication of the overlay district, right? And what's possible, in terms of future improvements on the site. By the way, water district might fit down there. But I don't think we have the analysis of what we have a high level analysis. Yeah. We need a much more detailed analysis.
That's my take, because when I just looked at the value of the land is based on the assumptions in the pro forma about the building costs and all that, and I think there were flaws in that. So I think bringing on like Cosmont or some entity like that who like they're experts at, and also figuring out how do you do an RFP process in the right way. Like I think bringing on an entity like that to help advise us and just being able to give us clear analysis. We don't have to move forward with it, but at least we have all the numbers and we have a process, and we can really make some good decisions.
Are there heads nodding that you'd like to see that brought back?
I would.
As a recommendation, Bob would. Okay. Hallie? Mark and Sue?
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, those are those are my takes.
I mean, there's some details around that we can discuss, but in theory, yeah, I would like to see it brought back. I have a question for you. We've done the analysis. Some of the heartburn about the fire station one next door was the amount of land it took because of all the asphalt for turnaround and whatnot. And what would happen if we looked at relocating the police department and then just redid the fire station that we currently have and giving them more room in the back, and they would still back into it as they currently do today?
I think I think the only challenge you have is you still have to seismically retrofit that building.
Yeah,
which was
it would have to
which
be-
was
the seismic would-
fairly expensive. That cost would be.
But I
part
know
of
that
it.
new fire station was in the 20 million range, right?
Yeah, and I think just the comments from Griffin and from LPA were the cost of the seismic was pretty substantial on the fire station one. So it was a difficult one to recommend seismically retrofitting.
So is the
versus new
police department does not require the same seismic upgrades?
I think it's just that fire station itself. I'm not.
But I guess what I'm saying is if the police department expanded their use, if the fire department was to move out of it, would it still need seismic upgrades?
I don't know the answer to that. If the police department expanded into the fire station one,
yes,
as it is, then if it was admin areas, I don't know the answer to that. So I'll have to.
We can get that for you.
Yeah, we can get it for you.
What are your thoughts on that, Dave? Is it worth
I'm
looking
only
at?
smiling. I don't want the admin of the police department to think they're expendable in an earthquake, but.
No, not as far as that, just the idea of would it require a smaller footprint to accommodate a police station versus a fire station?
So wait, in your as you're envisioning this, where would the fire station go? It would
No, the
go over
fire
there?
station would stay there
Stay there.
and
Police
have more room
station-
in the back.
Have more room in the back, and the police would move.
We would
Somewhere.
have to relocate the police, but it would require a smaller footprint.
Right. Because you don't have the vehicle equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, and all the turnaround and all of the,
No, I think that should be in the mix of what we talk about.
Well, if you're going to do that and you're going to have no turnaround because you won't have turnaround and you're saying, well, the problem with that site over there is turnaround. Well, maybe you look at reducing.
and I
the
understand that. And
turnaround.
I was a bit frustrated, to be honest with you, working with LPA. You know, there's cities all across this country that back into these things and that don't have that turnaround. I mean, it's not uncommon not to have the turnaround, but they just were reluctant to include it into the plan. I would be interested in hearing from the fire department to see how much of a deterrent that our particular process is, that backing into it.
I favor us building a new fire station, so I'm not a big.
Well, I mean, it would be a new fire station. It would just be in the same location.
Is the OCTA, have we done like preliminary analysis of, because I mean, it's not rocket science. We go on Google Earth, figure out what the dimensions are and what we need for a fire station. Is that, because that seems to me like potentially the most feasible if we don't do the village entrance. Because I think all things equal, the village entrance is not where we'd want to do it. But if I agree, we need a fire station. So if that's the only place, then we should do it there. But is that OCTA, have we done some preliminary analysis?
You mean where
on
the
it?
bus is on Ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we haven't finished the analysis, I know, but there are some, it's just a smaller size.
Too small.
lot, And the channel runs underneath that property. So
Got it.
there's some unique constraints to that property. So
So that's what I'm looking for, is just the preliminary analysis so we can help, try to give some direction here.
I'm interested in looking at that site more. I think that's my favorite site. I prefer that to the village entrance site. I'm not as enthusiastic as Alex is about the second story to City Hall. I'm not opposed to it, but it feels a little early to me to be thinking about that until we understand space use everywhere else at the water district, what we're doing with CRC, and where we're going to relocate the fire station.
Councilmember Jones, when you were the first, not as excited about the OCTA site?
I'm super excited about the OCTA site.
Super excited, okay.
I'm not as excited as
About that site
Councilmember
over there?
Renagi about the additional story on City Hall.
I see.
For an
Okay.
EOC.
And to complicate the head count here, I'm super opposed to the OCTA set. I think it's totally impractical. I think it'll turn Ocean Ave into a nightmare. Leave
Yeah,
it
I'm
alone.
concerned about that
It's-
as well.
It's complicated enough there, and it's too small.
I'm worried about that too. And then you reminded us that it's over the flood control channel. Now I'm wondering what that's going to play as far as seeing if that could be seismically into the seismic equation.
you can see there's some challenges, yes.
Yeah.
Just seems to me if we have aging fire station, so we're building a new one in South, if we have so public safety is our number one thing, we should just build a new fire station. I mean, I think retrofitting this old thing over here, I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if it makes sense to do it. I know
And that's fine if we don't do it, but keep in mind, if they move out, that building, something has to happen to that.
Yeah, agreed.
And essentially, at the end of the day, you might retain some of the skin around the edge of it, but it will be a new building.
Yeah, I get that.
Seems like if the OCTA one, because if that doesn't work, if water district doesn't work, then the only option is village entrance.
Yep.
Is that a fair
I think you've given us enough direction where we could come forward with a couple of scenarios that, yeah, I think we could work on that.
And it sounds like
Maybe come back soon.
there's not direction for that second story. And just to be clear, in that one part, but that's what you're referring to, right, Holly?
Yeah, and I'm not saying I never want to see it built. What I'm saying is I'm not convinced we need that for the EOC until we understand some of the other pieces a little bit more. And it might end up that we've looked at all the other pieces. We understand what's happening with the water district building. We understand where we're going to be building a new fire station 1 and what that's going to look like. We know what's happening with CRC, and we decide we need that additional square footage on top of City Hall. Great. I'm just not there yet.
I hear that.
And being involved with the facilities master plan, the reason I look at that part of the this building, as far as that second story over the city manager's office, it seemed like it was roughly a tad over 5,000 square feet. And just because of knowing that a lot of the city, on the ground floor needed some attention as well, that's why it kind of started making sense. If we were going to do anything on the ground level, that we would look on the second level for whatever reason, because there are some space needs that aren't being currently met.
That makes sense to me. And I guess the piece that I haven't stated clearly, though it's very clear in my head, is I'm really committed to the historicity of City Hall, of the fire station, the current Fire Station 1, and the Water District building. And I'm protective of each of those buildings and their historic significance in this town.
Yeah, and in our analysis, when we looked at that second story, you'll see, maybe Dave can walk you through it. The second story we have is set back. They took that into consideration when they put that second story on, and you'd see it's almost unnoticeable.
That's why I think it just makes sense regardless of the path that we take based on all the data and the plan. But again, maybe Margaret, sounds like you're for that.
Yeah, I think that the second story at some point should be a part of the mix here. Yeah, I mean, we have our public works across the street. Is there a chance for some consolidation? I mean,
Right.
all of these, this all got brought up during the facilities master plan.
Your point on the historic vision of the building, the view of the building from the street is very important to be maintained. But if you could add space that's basically not impacting that, kind of like you can add to a historic home, right? You can't really change the street facade, but you can add behind it. I do think we're space constrained here. It would make some sense as long as it would make some sense to look at it without regard to what's happening to the other space. Because I still think, that's kind of a rabbit warren over there. We bought it for $1.4 million, which was a great investment back when we bought it, and we had no room at City Hall. But, Tom's kind of a big guy. I mean, he's constrained over there. So, anyway, it would be worth it to me to bring that back just to look. I haven't seen it, but just to look at it and see what.
So we have the
See what the
second story
possibilities are.
here, and if you stand on the sidewalk, if you'd just like to get an idea, and you look at the second story here, it would be essentially an extension of that all the way across.
I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm not saying I don't want to look at it. I'm just saying there's a lot of pieces of this puzzle. And, if what I hear from my other council members is, yeah, given everything, let's pretend we've got all the property in the world. We're going to keep the CRC and build it out in this way. And we're going to take over the Water District building and build it out in this way. And we also need this additional space at City Hall. I'm convinced that's fine. I'm just, I don't have that information yet. I feel like we need to look at all the pieces of the puzzle. I think we're violently agreeing up here. Let me just put it that way.
I like that. And I think to Bob's point, let's say that we didn't need that space, we could hypothetically just sell the public works building and move them into there. So I guess maybe there is direction. I like the idea of bringing back like a next step for looking at that second story. And then we can obviously look at all the details of historicity and all that. But it seems like in any situation, we're going to probably, the downside is pretty low for doing that.
Which part?
Well, I think it's fairly cost effective as compared to some other alternatives. So I'd be interested in seeing it. I'm not signing up to it, but I'd like to see it.
So
Okay.
is that council direction for you to bring like that back in an agenda item?
I think I can bring back some good alternatives with that.
Okay.
Yeah. You just got one more thing and then it's lunch. Sue had asked me to add on drones for Beach Cove patrols and just, so Chief's here and Lieutenant Ferris.
Yeah, so this is, I asked Chief Calvert and Dave both about this because, it's really difficult to cover all of our beaches at night, particularly the ones that close after 10 o'clock. But all these cove beaches would be really good if we had, for example, we knew the beaches in South Laguna are closed. Nobody should be on those beaches. Maybe just fly the drone by there and see if anybody's hanging out there. Or any other nonsense that goes on after 10 o'clock at night in the rest of the city where I think the curfew's 1 o'clock, right? So just to make it easier on the PD and be more responsive, and I think the residents would really appreciate this, could we do some drone policing?
So just to provide you with a little bit of history, we were early adopters of utilizing drones. So we started our program back in 2017. And in fact, we were the first law enforcement agency in the state of California to get what's called a COA, Certificate of Authorization, which allows the drone operator to fly the drone out of sight. The FAA has adjusted their regulations. Now, our drone operators actually have to be considered remote pilots, meaning they have to go through a process where they take a test to become actual drone operators. We have 10 to 12 operators in our organization right now. And what's unique about our program is that we actually use professional and sworn staff. So we have animal services officers, rangers, sworn staff who can all operate the drones. The next evolution of drones is drones as first responders. Let me just take a step back. So during this almost 10-year process, the drones have been just a force multiplier for our organization, from during red flag days, doing sweeps of the canyon, looking for hot spots, using thermal cameras to identify where homeless encampments are in the wilderness park, locating missing children and adults in the wilderness parks and on the beaches, searching for missing swimmers. The Marine Safety Department also uses the drone in that capacity. So as we move forward, we're actually behind the curve now because a lot of agencies are using what's called DFR, drones as first responders. And what that means is that there are drone pods strategically placed throughout the city in different locations. Chula Vista was the first adopter of this program. And essentially, the drones can get on scene in less than 60 seconds, depending on where the call for service is. And it provides real-time situational awareness for the public safety responder on scene to actually look at what is going on. And we can use the drones in different ways, including sweeping for wild hotspots during red flag days. There's money set aside in the wildfire mitigation plan for that, but we want to move into this thoughtfully. Lieutenant Ferris has an ad hoc committee within the police department, and they have visited 5 or 6 police agencies to see how they're using their DFR programs. But we want to make sure that we have the infrastructure, the ongoing cost in place, and the personnel. So currently, in the evening, if let's just say we wanted to use the drones to sweep the beaches, you have to have a drone operator and also a visual observer standing with the drone pilot. So that's 2 people. And let's say you wanted to do the 7 miles of coastline, you would have to set up on Main Beach, do a sweep of the beaches, move to a different location with 2 people, do a sweep of the centralized city, and then move to the south end of the city to cover the full 7 linear miles. With DFR, the FAA actually relinquishes the visual observer, so we could actually pop the drones up and do those visual sweeps of the beaches much easier than currently what we have in existence. Now, I haven't talked to the city manager about this, but we could actually, with DFR, we can actually look at either scaling back or eliminating our private security contract with the use of the DFR. And because the drone could actually point the officers in a direction without them walking the beaches. If they saw them on the beach, we could actually send officers down to clear a beach much easier than walking them.
How much do we spend on private security right now?
About $400,000 a year.
Wow, so that creates, because we could use this as a way to like, because it's a real-time crime center is what you're describing essentially, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
So those can be sole and separate entities. We've already, as you were talking about, we've already outgrown our footprint within the police department. So we need the space for a DFR program. We need the infrastructure, and we also need the staffing. But this is something that we can do. It's just, how we do it is going to be a hybrid to what other organizations are doing. And in the future, looking ahead, we really want to tie in our automatic license plate readers, our DFR program to the Orange County Sheriff's Department Real-Time Crime Center in Tustin. So all that data gets pushed into one location, and then we can actually track criminals from city to city.
I think that's very exciting. And I know Hallie was just in Oakland and the possibility of looking at fire technology as well. So it just seems like this is the future of how we can make us all a lot safer from a fire and policing perspective. So it's great that we're doing this.
So this conversation and Sue's recommendation or curiosity came out of some of the surge situations or conversations that we've had with some of the communities in the Cove areas and how better to patrol those. So let me just throw a couple of questions out at you. And I like your ideas as far as on a broader, police, solutions, some of these technology solutions in a broad. But if I just focused right now on some immediate solutions for some monitoring these coves, what comes to mind, I like the drone idea that Sue originally brought up, depending on how that ultimately evolves. Is looking at fixed cameras, does that have any merit? And secondly, would it be worth formalizing some neighborhood, what do they call them? Neighborhood watch programs on some of those coves? What we've been hearing is, police, nobody's here to monitor them. Some of the neighbors say we don't have phone reception down there, so we can't get in touch with the police. And then, of course, we say, well, your house is right there. You can walk up to the house and get reception. But anyway, so the idea right now is to see if we can get some more eyes on those coves. And then I think that the conversation regarding a broader, the broader enforcement is worthwhile having a conversation. But am I correct? That's what you were talking about the drones for. So fixed cameras or neighborhood watch programs, is there any merit to any of those?
We're only as strong as our community and the information that we receive. The police department's not ubiquitous. We're not everywhere at once. And if we don't have phone calls coming in, and in fact, I haven't heard any of the concerns that you're talking about with the private security contract, with our rangers. I think they do a really good job of mitigating crime and quality of life issues on the beaches. Now, as we look for better efficiencies, I think us evolving into DFR and cutting and reducing the cost of the private security contract makes sense to me.
I think, Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the complaints were after midnight. Is that correct? So just so you know.
Yeah, after the park rangers go home at 9, right? Or 10.
Yeah, let me.
It's at night.
What's that?
It's later. It's later.
Yeah, and this is not unique to Laguna. So I just had a meeting with the Newport Beach city manager, their mayor, and the police chief about in the evening. Newport is actually going out themselves, officers going out and clearing the beaches, but the neighbors, the residents are upset. As soon as they clear the beaches, the people come right back. So having that, our private security contract has given us better leverage to keep that constant pressure on people from entering the beaches after hours.
So, Chief, if a drone sees someone, let's say sees someone hanging out, doing whatever they're doing at Woods Cove or something, do the video or those images get sent somehow to a patrol officer?
Yeah, so you're going to have with the DFR program, you actually have to have a visual observer. The cool part about it is that visual observer can be anywhere in the world, meaning that they can just, they could be at home, pull it up on their phone. And as long as we have somebody watching where the drone is going, you know, we can deploy officers into those areas.
Okay.
Could that be, I know Newport now has that center, could that be a partnership with them where they could provide that service for us? There's some sort of an agreement, or what, is there like a cost-effective way to look at something like that?
We have not explored that idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you had any success with neighborhood watch programs?
So we've had neighborhood watch programs before, prior to COVID, and you know, there's not a lot of, there may be certain neighborhoods that may be very enthusiastic about it, but they seem to, when you stand them up, they seem to, the enthusiasm seems to drop off. And that's what we've seen time and time again. You know, if there is a neighborhood, our community services officer, Nicole Rice, if there's a neighborhood that is really willing to invest the energy into doing, you know, walks on the beaches to let us know that there's any crime or quality of life issues happening, we're more than happy to help facilitate that.
Chief, thanks for the explanation on that. I mean, I was just looking at our, you know, wildfire mitigation and fire safety report, and as you said, it's item 29, actually, short term, you know, is to determine the feasibility of the DFR program. There's 375,000 in funding already committed to it, 125,000 to be determined as a source of funding. But what's your timeline? When do you, and I know Lieutenant has been looking at this as well, timeline for making a recommendation?
Jason's been the point on this. So I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you. So over the last couple of months, we've been looking at different agencies and how their program and what their program is and how we could tailor it for Laguna Beach. And at this point, we feel that we've gone through a lot of the investigation of what programs and what drones, and each company that provides this has pros and cons to it, and looking at the other agencies in different sizes, but trying to focus on agencies similar in size to us. And I think we've gotten to the point now, we've looked at just about everything we can, and now it's that point of, well, let's see what we have, weigh the options, and then make a decision where we want to go and how we want to utilize the program, whether it's one pod or multiple pods and where they're going to be stationed, and that's still in development. So I don't want to give a timeline, but we are at the end of that investigative time. And I think we're ready to start looking at which program is best for us.
Just to add on to that, you know, some of these DFR programs, they have 24/7 staffing. You know, that's looking at the feasibility of that with our existing staffing is just, it's not even plausible. So we'd have to run it during certain times of the day. But my recommendation is that we strategically place these pods, which would typically be on the top of a building, in areas where there is they look at it in a radius, that we have crossover between the different pods, meaning the distance the drones can actually travel. So we have citywide coverage instead of piecemealing this thing together. But there's going to be ongoing costs. You will have the initial cost, and we'll provide that to the council for them to make a decision. But it's not a one-time cost; it's an ongoing cost.
I know we're going to talk about technology for fire suppression and fire detection too, I think a little bit later. So I'm interested in how these two programs, are they the same program? Are they coordinated, you know, how fire and public safety can work together in this kind of technology? And I'm also interested if you've heard any privacy concerns from some of our like Bluff-top residents. Do you anticipate that being an issue at all?
No, we've like I said, we've had the program since 2017. We did a major outreach and education initially, And we rarely will hear a concern about privacy issues. And everything's recorded. So if there was a concern, we can go back and actually look at the recordings.
So you don't anticipate this increasing those?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
So this,
Most likely, the residents will never even know they're up there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this is going to take some time to get through, this technological approach toward policing. And again, back to Sue's original intent was to see what we could do as part of our surge, talking to the neighbors. So maybe at some point, Sue and I could meet with you and just see going into this summer, if there's any tweaks or anything that we can do to help, resolve some of the issue the neighbors are having. I know last year, just some of the things that we had done last year, going into last summer, with part of your team was involved with that, seemed to have, they were quite happy with a lot of those results. So maybe we can just kind of figure out if there's anything else we can do.
Yeah,
So-
I agree. We're always open to new ideas, and what we've learned is that early meetings with the residents before summer, just to discuss expectations, and to the city manager pointed out to me that in the past the police department hasn't done a good enough job of letting the community know the good work that's happening. And so I think we did a better job this last year, letting our residents know, like, hey, the police department is out there, they're doing enforcement, they're out on the beaches, but we can't be everywhere at once.
And by the way, I want just to assure you that the comments that we received from the neighbors did compliment your team, that you guys do a good job. And they acknowledged, hey, these poor guys can't be at all places at all times. So that's why the whole drone and cameras got brought up. So they were quite complimentary toward the efforts that you guys had ongoing.
Yeah, we appreciate that. The private security contract started with the County of Orange owning that for South Laguna, and that expanded into to the North City limits. And so we have those contracts with Lion Security, and they do a good job. They lock the gates. They ensure that nobody's entering these beaches in the evening. But again, it's where can we be more effective and efficient, and looking at those things, and we're definitely opening to explore different ways of making us better.
Great. Thank you very much. Did you have any questions, anybody? Okay, great. I guess we'll break for lunch. Okay, 1:15.
proposed key initiatives for, I should say, 2026. I blow that one. And I do think we made great progress on the wildfire prevention one, but as Sarah and Nico and Jeff all described, there are lots of things we need to do to build upon. And those are on the next slide. And Sarah, yeah, you're welcome to go in more depth than I am with this, because it's a great plan and you guys have worked on it really hard. So go to the next slide then, please, Gavin.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically for 2026, we want to build on what we did in 2025. So we created the wildfire preparedness and mitigation report. We've gotten a lot done, but there's still a lot to do. So we have outlined in our action items moving forward what we want to do, but I also just want to stress that these action items aren't the end all be all, and that we plan to continue to incorporate based off of wildfires that happen, new technology that comes about, as things change, which they do quickly in the field of emergency management, we'll incorporate those. But some of our goals for 2026, as you see outlined here, and this is just some of them, but in evacuation and alert and warning, we plan to update our emergency operations plan, which is from 2011, and then included in that will be an update to our evacuation annex. For the outdoor warning system, we've scheduled quarterly testing for the public, so that will start in March and then be repeated on a quarterly basis. Public safety technology, Public Works and the Police Department are working on the install of the traffic signal priority system on PCH to expedite emergency response time. And then this one may change slightly, but doing an update to the dispatch console in the current EOC in the break room. Community preparedness, we've scheduled evacuation workshops March through May, and we're going to start promoting those. And that includes those discussion-based evacuation exercises that we've talked about. We're updating our evacuation zone maps for the public, and we're going to complete the community wildfire protection plan, which allows us to become a fire risk reduction community. From the infrastructure side, we're going to continue to work with SCE and SDG&E on undergrounding and hardening transmission lines, which we've talked about, and working to increase cell coverage with our cell providers. On the fuel modification, we're going to continue to work under the governor's executive order. And on the next slide, I'm going to turn this over to Chief King so he can go into a little bit more depth on that.
All right. So as we discussed earlier, after the January fires of last year, the governor put out his executive order and said he would bypass a lot of the permitting processes, the CEQA steps that you'd have to go to. And it was taking us up to 3 years to get a permit after we completed the CEQA compliance and then our application to the coastal. So zones 16 and 19, we've already received all of the CEQA compliance, and it was at the Coastal Commission in the queue waiting for approval. But we thought, since we've already have done our due diligence and looked at these zones, why not put them into the governor's executive order process to see if we can expedite their approval. So with that being said, both of them, also we have a grant attached to them, and we've been using those grant funds for those CEQA tests, and we still have about $460,000 left of grant funds there. After we were approved to move forward with both 16 and 19 under the governor's executive order, we asked the question to stay compliant with our grant because we bypassed all of these mandated tests. Are we still allowed to use the funds? And the answer was, well, probably not. There was a bypassing of a U.S. Fish and Wildlife test that is required to receive those grant funds. And that was one of those tests that is going to be bypassed to put this on a fast track. So we can go to the next slide. I think it has the map. So we had a conversation with Councilmember Whalen and asked, it was a very creative idea because there's two zones, and there's $460,000 left. Would we be able to move forward and pay for ourselves with city funds, Zone 19, and then keep Zone 16 on the track through the coastal permitting process. We've checked with the oversight of the grant, and they said, yeah, we could change the structure of the grant. You can still use all of your funds and focus all of the work from the grant onto Zone 16, and we can move forward with Zone 19 using city funds. But the cost to that is up there, and it's the 27.4 acres, and it's about $1 million to implement. In addition, we also applied for, and we were looking at areas where we could expand. We did the study through the fire modeling study to see what areas are vulnerable that aren't covered with our fuel modification zones. And we found that we ended up looking at where a fire is going to behave and how it's going to encroach upon the city and what neighborhoods. A lot of our fuel modification zones are in the right place, but the question then became, how do we expand them to make them protect our neighborhoods more? So we started looking at areas that are most vulnerable. We started looking at some of the canyons, the chutes, where is the most fuel in an area where a fire is going to behave most erratic and within the proximity of homes. So we started applying a formula, which is, I think it's on the next slide. No, it's there. It's there. We were looking at the percentages of slopes, applied the formula to expanding all of our zones, but only with the steep slopes and the chutes, with the homes that are adjacent. And we came up with the additional 32 acres that we applied for. So the implementation of a fuel modification zone is incredibly high. Of course, that's when the crews come in. You have to have the biological oversight. That's when they're taking the initial blush of removing all of the vegetation. And then the price significantly decreases when it comes to maintenance. But we're just kind of giving a preview of what we've applied for, what we're allowed to do with fuel modification zone 19, and the costs associated with that.
Can I ask a question about the regulatory and grant issues? So it sounds like is the requirement that we go through Coastal Commission for the grant, or is it that we just go through the federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife environmental process?
So if we were to keep for us to be able to receive the grant funds and use the grant funds, they require the U.S. Fish and Wildlife report.
So couldn't we just go through, like, it sounds like the Coastal Commission isn't required for that grant requirement. So couldn't we just go from the CEQA executive order, which gets us through California regulations, with including the Coastal Commission, and then just start the U.S. Fish and Wildlife process? Like, I guess, but that's sort of my question, is why is the Coastal Commission tied to that? Because it sounds like that might not be relevant for the grant.
We asked the grant administrators in the state of California that's using federal funds, and they're the ones that said you can't bypass this process. We actually can't bypass the coastal.
On both?
On both.
So then have we started the U.S. Fish and Wildlife process?
It's still in the queue.
Okay.
Any other questions about this as or making it a priority for?
No, when will we do this?
Per the executive order, we have to start work before October of this year. I don't think that means full implementation. We're trying to get a better definition of starting the process.
Okay.
But work has to be started. Yeah.
How long do you think it'll take?
It'll take several months, but we can get both.
That's a big area.
It is. It is a big area.
People out there have been waiting for this. They're going to be thrilled.
It has been a priority.
Yeah.
So it's not just, I mean, it is Area 19, which will be an initial, like you say, Chief, it'll be heavier at the beginning, but it's also doing the work on the expanded areas, right? We've identified in other fuel mod zones. And I think our contractor said, what it makes most sense to do is we pass through to see if we can expand into the, take care of the new areas, right? The expanded areas. So that's part of the work we have to start by October as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I'm sorry I missed the first few minutes of your presentation, Chief. I don't have any concerns around FMZ 19. I think it's important. I think the more of this work we can do, the better, particularly when we're talking about grant funds. I am really interested in just technology and how we're using technology to better detect and fight fires. The chief and I had the opportunity to hear about some of the emergent technology coming like in fire suppression as well as fire detection. And I guess I've got a few questions for you. First and foremost, as we talk with the police chief about, drones as first responders program, how does that tie in, or do you see that tying in with some of the things you and I have been talking about drones as fire detection tools as well? I mean, can we have programs that work in synchronicity? Are they two totally separate things? What do you think?
I think if you focus on a couple of the missions of the fire department, the red flag days, that's the monitoring to make sure that there aren't any starts. And I think a drone program is great for that. I think what's so interesting about what you and I saw yesterday for a comprehensive system for detection, response, and suppression, obviously that's incredibly new. And I think the biggest challenge with that technology is integration, because our system is so paramilitary right now, and it needs to be. It needs to run like clockwork any time of the day, but that's off of initial dispatch to have all the resources coming. My concern is to have a drone in the air at the same time that I've launched 3 helicopters and 2 fixed-wing aircraft and command and control at a higher elevation. We saw the results of that, right, in the Palisades fire, one of the most expensive aircraft and a unique aircraft that's able to scoop, the super scooper, scoop up water and drop it, got hit by a drone. So they absolutely won't fly with drones in the air. They put up the temporary flight restrictions, and they make sure that they're not in the area. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges of the technology that we saw is the integration piece. It has to be integrated, and it has to change a culture for suppression activity and having response. But as far as monitoring and mitigation for the red flag days, for seeing where people are in the open space, for trying to detect if there's any initial smoke, fantastic. I think it's incredible technology that we could use.
Thank you. I'm just really interested and excited about both of these programs and seeing how we can use this to, keep our public safety staff safe and have a greater impact. I think that was my main question.
Other comments?
On priority 1?
What, the presentation he just gave?
Yeah, but is that all of priority 1 that we just got?
Yeah, that's all wildfire prevention planning. That's presentation.
Just from a budgetary standpoint, I mean, I know we've got a lot of money programmed already in this year in the wildfire budget, but as part of the budget effort, these will be looked at, and there'll be more dollars allocated for the next fiscal year.
We'll propose a budget that definitely looks at this as a priority, if that's answering your question. I don't know how we'll work with the ad hoc committee too on that as we develop the budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a couple questions. So just for the public, because I know Bob and I had a meeting about this a couple of weeks ago, but what about expand the cell phone coverage?
You want to jump into that, Gavin, first?
This is a question, I'm sorry, Councilmember Kemp, on just overall expansion of
What have our actions been to date to see about expanding the cell phone coverage and where we've had problems?
So, yes, we have met with all 3 carriers. That would be AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. And the intent of those meetings was a couple things. One was, if the council members, we did go through a wireless update a few years ago, really to try to support the 5G deployments, seeing if we get more 5G in our neighborhoods through the use of the city streetlights and some other things. And I myself thought the council did a great job in trying to really make that a better program, but we just never saw the deployment that we expected to see. And so we went in with those conversations with why aren't we seeing deployment that we wanted to see, those conversations with those carriers, and then more from their perspective, what do they see as some of the issues that they think we have in our code and anything else in the process. And so we've taken a lot of notes from that, and this is my meetings with them and when I had community development in the room. And so we're going to come back to the council with some suggested updates to the code itself, some suggestions just to lay out what the carriers had given, so some thoughts that they had on how you can improve. Things that we did find that I found interesting was I know 5G was a big push, it still is, but the small cell deployments are a little more complicated, and they seem to be leaning more toward your macro sites, especially in Laguna because of the topography. So obviously the way Laguna is, it's just the small cells. You just have to have more of them. They need fiber, they need power. They're a little more expensive than just maybe doing a larger macro site. And some of the carriers had a lot of suggestions on a number of places that they would put those macro sites. Some really didn't have any deployments in Laguna over the next 3 years, but they all were, I would say this, the conversations we had, they all wanted to come into Laguna. They just had some of the constraints were challenging for them just because obviously the investment of a macro site is quite substantial for them. So they want to make sure they're very successful when they do those deployments. But at the end of the day, we are going to come back with something that gives the council some suggestions on how to improve the code, also summarizing suggestions from the carriers to how they can basically make it easier for them for deployments from their perspective.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions about that priority? Okay, the next one, thank you both. The next one is higher up on the list, still at number 2 here though, and that's city fiscal sustainability. There's a couple of issues that, I'm sorry, there is a slide, but a lot of this will be verbal between me and Megan because I didn't include as much in the slides here as the week went on as I would have liked. So remember, this is about making sure that the city has positioned itself well into the city's long-term future. If we're headed for 100 years next year, I'd like to make sure we're positioning ourselves for the next 100 too. So that involves, to me, at least 3 things. One is making sure we're the right size internally. And cities can grow in size, cities can shrink in size. And shrinking doesn't always mean you remove the area that you grew. Like I think our ambulance program is working really well. I think the marine safety changes that we did are very important ones, but there are other times where we can take advantage of technology, especially in places like community development, in some cases in HR and finance. There are other areas where, like, again, still in community development, where we can take advantage of a lot of the work that's planned with the design review efficiency ordinance and the code update to start to pare back some of the staff there. I've made the point, you've heard me make this before, we have a really big community development department. They're great folks. We do have transitions in that team sometimes, but the reason it's so large is because of our rules and regulations. And not that that's a bad thing, but we need, if we're able to change some of those rules and regulations, we could, I think, slowly scale back a little bit, we have some limited term positions, which may be timely for removal at such time as the design review efficiency ordinance is updated. So there's opportunities like that. So to me, part of city fiscal sustainability is getting a little bit smaller. One way to get smaller is the city charter, and I'd like to spend a few minutes talking with you about that and with Megan. And remember, for the folks at home, Laguna Beach is a general law city, meaning we follow the general laws of the state of California. A number of cities, many cities across California, decide to become charter cities. That can be extensively complex, like the city of Los Angeles. It can be, the charter can be very basic, like many cities tend to adopt, that just clarify a couple of things that this city may choose to do differently. I think there are some things that we should choose to do differently. One is our parking enforcement and parking management. That's a common practice that's contracted out in charter cities. I'm not saying that's automatically where I'd go, but I think there's a lot of opportunities there. The contractors take good advantage of technology and technological trends in parking. It's a place that moves really quickly. And I think that's a key opportunity. I think we always have opportunities in a lot of our maintenance functions, which are, of course, very important. It's important to have a personal touch, but I think we can have a personal touch with internal staff combined with some external staff. And that is easier to do if you're a charter city. And it'd be my intent to accomplish all this through attrition without having to lay anybody off. But I'll punt that over to Megan so Megan can chime in on some of the basics of that too.
Thanks. And Gavin, would you mind switching to there's a chart that I have that maybe will help a little bit here. And I've left on the dais and there's copies available next to the table, next to the city clerk, about a little memo about just the very high level overview of the differences between the general law and a charter city. Dave pretty much just covered them right now, but at the end of the day, that charter city, if it's about what is a municipal affair, and that's really just about what is the local affair. The Constitution calls it a municipal affair. And if you're a charter city, if there are state laws that govern the municipal affair and you as a charter city have your own rules governing the municipal affair, your own rules win. That's the idea at the end of the day. And so I wish it was as easy as there's like a definitive list somewhere that says exactly what those municipal affairs are. And then the other kind of bucket is the statewide concern. That's the stuff that the state, controls the field on. And so our rules aren't going to overrule the state rules is the idea. So you have municipal affairs, you have statewide matters of statewide concern. And there's not, like I said, a finite list, but we do have through the Constitution itself and then through courts, we have a fairly good idea of what we control if we were a charter city. So Gavin, if you could scroll down to what page are we on here? Page 5, I think, or maybe 4. And we have the beginning of this chart. Oh, sorry, go back up a little bit. And so the Constitution basically has 4, if you can go up a little more, Gavin, the Constitution has, other way. Sorry, we should have, this is totally my fault for not rehearsing with you in advance as I'm giving instructions. Those are the 4 1, 2, 3, 4 there on the screen. Those are the 4 categories listed in the Constitution about what a charter city controls, but they're really pretty broad buckets. So the city's police force, the sub-government, or just like the government, how the city organizes itself, the conduct of city elections, and the manner in which municipal officers are elected. And then so that's the buckets. And then over many, many years, these issues have come before the courts to just more specifically narrow that down or decide what that means. And I will say in the last decade, there has been the state has kind of said there's more things that are matters of statewide concern, which has meant there are less things that are matters of municipal affairs. Probably the biggest one that really shocked charter cities a decade ago was that charter cities used to be able to exempt themselves from paying prevailing wage. That more or less is taken away, prevailing wage. And now if you want state funding as a charter city, you have to pay prevailing wage. The other thing is it used to be very like the charter cities had all the local land use authority. State housing laws has really narrowed that field as well. And Gavin, if you can scroll now to the next page. So here is sort of, and I will say, I'm going to say something very like lawyerly and just say all this is, it depends. The facts really matter because that's what the courts say is that the facts really matter in deciding these things. But these are the general sort of municipal affairs versus statewide concerns. So municipal affairs, again, that means if you're a charter city, you can write your own rules about this. And if there's a state law that conflicts, your own rules win. So that is about the authority of the police and the police force. The legislative authority, the city can write how it adopts its own ordinances and resolutions. That's currently governed by state law if you're a general law city. Rules about municipal elections, although I have a caveat there, just that if we consolidate with the county, we're still going to be subject to the county's rules about timing of elections and everything else. How the government is organized, you could have a strong mayor or government organization if you wanted as a charter city, and then the qualifications and compensation of local officials. For example, the government code specifies the qualifications. You have to be 18 under the government code to run for local office. You could, in theory, eliminate that as a charter city. On the statewide concerns, the courts have said that the state controls the field on things like streets and sidewalks, regulating your vehicles. That's what the DMV is for. Traffic control, that's uniform traffic laws. And then there are certain, like the Tort Claims Act, which is the Government Claims Act, how you sue the government. That's a statewide concern because they want uniformity across the state. Prevailing wage, most housing laws are statewide matters. And if we could scroll down again. There are certain taxation matters that could be a municipal affair. The one that most readily comes to mind is the real property transfer tax. When you sell a property that's currently controlled by Prop 62, which it's like 27.5 cents per $500 of value. You could, as a charter city, change that. Certain personnel matters, and the reason it says certain is there are labor laws that the state has said those are matters of statewide concern. And then contractual services and public contracting, which Dave has talked about a bit already. And the public contracting is, we have the public contracting code that we follow, and we could, in a charter, change those rules as well, how we bid for things and things like that. And then how we penalize, the penalties we have for like violations of state laws. Those are currently set in the government code. We could change that as well. So that's a very broad overview of the different things, but there is, as you can see there, despite the winnowing, there's still a fair amount of control as a charter city. There are, in terms of like adopting the charter and what that means, if you wanted to do a city charter, if you wanted to do it ASAP, the earliest you could do it is November of 2026 because of timing. And Gavin, if you can scroll down one more time to the next page. I did a timeline of what that would look like and why it has to be November of 2026. And the reason for that is that if you adopt a city charter, there's a couple of different ways to do it, but the most expeditious to move forward is the city council would bring forward the charter itself. That has 2 public hearing notices, and there's all this noticing time in between. And so it's not like our normal ballot measure where you can bring it forward to the council and just put it on the ballot immediately. We actually have this fairly long public process involved in adopting a charter, which is why the timeline actually doesn't work for anything sooner than November 2026. And even with November 2026, it would have to really be the focus for the next 2 months because the last day you could possibly get the notice out for the public hearing is April 21st. This is kind of assuming that I generally guessed right on what the county's deadlines are, but you want the charter and what's going to go in it you don't want that to be moving when you're going to the public hearing. So that's the time frame. You would have about 2.5 months to decide what you want in the charter. To Dave's point, charters can be very complicated or they can be pretty simple. There are like specific required components of it under the Constitution, but they're not particularly difficult. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it would probably be like a 9 to 10 page document if it's pretty straightforward. And that's just like a lot of basic stuff that already exists for us. We just have to restate it in the charter. So that is more or less the overview of what we could do with a charter and what it would look like if you want to go forward in the near future.
Before we get started on this topic, depending on what would you like from us on this particular topic?
Ideally, I wanted to talk about the revenue measure aspect too, but ideally you'd get some heads nodding on moving forward with a charter. And then, while I think that's a lot to expect with moving forward with a revenue measure, it would be, what would you want to see before you felt comfortable putting a revenue measure before the voters? What would be missing from the information we provided to you? And then we would back up how and when we need to provide that to you. And you can say yay or nay as to whether or not you want to put that on the ballot.
Okay, so we have several more topics to discuss. Looks like 1, 2, 3. And then at the end of the agenda, it's discuss possible committee assignments. Can you tell me what you expected out of that topic number 8? The committee assignments, what you were looking for?
That was,
we have.
yeah. You're just watching the
I'm
clock.
not sure of everybody's schedule, and we could agree that we can go over schedule if everybody is okay with that. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out our timing here. We have a lot more to cover.
I think on the last item, the committee schedule, you guys were able to handle this like within about 7 or 8 minutes last year. And you just say who wants to be on what, and then we bring that back in February. So that's a
Okay.
quick one. I also think the other 2 priorities are fairly fast too. Sorry, the advanced planning, we want to spend about probably 20 minutes talking about. So I think we can do it.
Okay, or at least close enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So with that said, we can take questions on the what the charter city issue.
I might be missing something. I'm still relatively new up here. I guess my question is the why. Why would we become a charter city? What is the fiscal benefit? I mean, that's what it boils down to, I believe, is saving us money. And is the juice worth the squeeze, basically? You know, is it worth it for us to become a charter city financially? That's my question.
So I appreciate that question. I almost look at it like what is the downside to not being a charter city? I don't think there is a significant downside to not being a charter city, as long as notwithstanding the cost to get there. And that's the cost to put it on the ballot and to spend your time and time with the staff and with the community educating folks about that, which I don't think is significant if it's a relatively small and precise charter. But to me, the flexibility in a charter translates into fiscal flexibility too. Again, especially around the areas that we talked about, whether that's maintenance or parking enforcement, parking management. Those are all, to me, things that I think there are lots of significant savings opportunities that only a charter city can secure.
And in a relatively short period of time, those savings would counterbalance the cost and effort to get it on a ballot and go through that election process.
I think very quickly they would, yeah.
Thank you.
David, to Mayor Pro Tem's point. So, I mean, as I see it from your description and from what I know and what I'm reading here, there's like 3 main things that I'm seeing. One is the parking enforcement, right? Where we can outsource that. Is there a way to have some sort of a fiscal analysis about what the reduced cost could be and potentially the increased revenue? Is that something that would even be possible to come up with? Maybe think about that. And then number 2, procurement. I see that as a huge opportunity in terms of, you know, when we are, one of my concerns always is just delays in our capital improvement projects. And it sounds like from a procurement standpoint, there are opportunities. I don't know exactly how, you know, maybe that could be something that could be elaborated on, or the mechanics of what that procurement improvement could be and the opportunities there. And then number 3, you know, penalties, where I think as a general law city, we're restricted in our penalties for behavior. And I don't know, off the top of my head, I'm not thinking about what that would look like, but I know like in Newport, the penalties for certain types of code enforcement violations are bigger because of that. So is that a fair characterization of what the 3 categories are? And then That's
Yeah.
question one. Question two is there a way to come up with some sort of a fiscal analysis and articulate specifically what the opportunities within those categories would be as a charter city?
I think certainly the part that we could come up with the opportunities, the fiscal analysis would become more speculative. But we can put our heads together and think about that.
But at least just articulating, like for the procurement, I don't think there's going to be a specific dollar amount.
Right.
But if we could say, look, under a general city, we have to go and do this process, and then under this situation, and just articulate specifically what the benefits are. I think that
Right.
would be helpful, not only for us, but especially for the public.
And some of it, so one of the things that got brought up when Sue and I were working on some surge issues last summer, and the topic got brought up, how we could better handle parking enforcement. And we thought, oh, great, we'll just go to an outside contractor and bring in some temporary help during the summer months to help us better police or monitor the situation. And then our Madam Attorney came to me and said, no, Mark, that's not going to happen because we're a general law city. So there are quite a few of those examples, I think, that are out there. Maybe not quite a few, but several that would just give us a little bit more flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
So it's financial and just managerial.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I certainly would be supportive of learning a little bit more about it, getting that report that Alex is asking for, just understanding like, hey, in this area, we could do this differently. In this area, we could do this differently. I understand the complexity of trying to provide a comprehensive financial analysis, but at least if we have some ideas of areas that would be improved, I'd be really interested in hearing more about that.
Bob?
I guess a question on terms of how the drafting effort and what the charter would look like coming back to us. I mean, in the big picture, charter city means you reserve to yourself all matters relating to municipal affairs. But looking at some of these topics, do you have to spell out in great detail in the charter how we're going to do contractual services, how we're going to do public contracting, penalties and cost recovery, any of these other topics? Or do you just say we're reserving to ourselves in all regards the power to govern municipal affairs?
That's a really good question, Councilmember Whalen. And the answer is going to be a little bit of both. I think a lot of it is reserving to yourself the municipal affair power without having to get into details. Some of the laws, and that's why I was sort of like, there's lots of caveats here, is like the public contract code says you can reserve that power to yourself, but you have to call it out expressly in your charter. So to the extent that there are the laws that say you have to call it out in your charter, we'll have to do that. And then for the rest, we'll reserve the power for ourselves.
Yeah, well, I'd be okay at kind of where Hallie is. I'd be okay at looking at it further. I think we do have to sort of articulate. I get your point, Dave, and I agree. I don't know of any downside. I mean, I've worked with a lot of charter cities over the time. I don't know of any downside, but I think to understand more what the charter would have to look like, what it would have to contain, where we have to be specific about things. You see a lot of cities that eventually they have to go back and amend their charter, to do something they were hoping they could be able to do. I mean, I see the potential upside, some fiscal upsides. Good question, Alex. I don't mind allowed to get to a real fiscal analysis, but it's not going to cost you more money. Only be saving money. So I'm willing to look at it further. Yeah.
If I could, the question about like what the downside is, which I generally agree, there's relatively little downside. I will say the charter is adopted by a vote of the people. So an amendment to the charter requires a vote of the people. So to that extent, I mean, you're reserving powers you don't already have, right? Because otherwise you're governed by state law. But if you want to change things, that is probably the biggest constraint I see, is that you have to go back to the voters. And so there's just a lot of process to change your charter once you get it in place.
Could the next step here be just to sort of it doesn't need to be a full fiscal analysis, but just articulating the specifics of, okay, here's what's wrong in terms of procurement. Here's the opportunity. Here's what's wrong in terms of parking, and then bringing that back as an agenda item, and we can kind of see how that would, because I think we'd want to limit the charter to where we'd defer to most things for general law, so that we don't have to deal with changing the charter, and where we could just keep it super simple and limited, but also clearly articulate the why of, because I think it's, the answer of, oh, there's very little downside. I appreciate that, but I think there's specific reasons why we want to do it that we should articulate and have that analysis.
Okay.
Agreed.
So would it be fair to say that we would, I'll use the term copy and paste, a lot of general law into the charter, and then there's just several things that we would change?
You're more silent about what's in the general law because you just defer to the general law.
So you defer, okay.
Yeah. So your charter can be small and just says, these are the areas where we're, literally say that, deviating from general law.
Okay.
Does that really mean, so if we just pick out a few items that we want to do, like procurement and parking, does that mean we're a charter city, or does that mean we're a general law city with a few charter city elements?
You're still you still are charter city. You just have a very small charter.
And you're deferring to general law for most things.
Yeah.
Because
And that's not uncommon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of watching a long Fountain Valley City Council meeting, because the charter was ahead of our well, and they were talking about becoming a charter, but their problem is they never articulated why they wanted to. Where the way I see it, we have some really specific things that we're looking at, and so we should clearly articulate, because we don't want to just become a charter for the sake. There's other things we could prioritize. So I think getting that analysis back, and it seems like that's probably something that could come back quickly, right?
Right.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Sorry, Sue.
No, go ahead.
So let's say we have a very small charter, as you've described, that highlights these are the specific areas that we're interested in maintaining local control over. Does that mean that we are not allowed to, that we have to follow general law for everything else?
I'm trying to think of so I'll give you an example, Mayor Pro Tem, which is, there was a housing law a few years ago that a bunch of charter cities sued on and said this doesn't apply. They challenged it and said this doesn't apply to us. And it was about SB 9. And their charters did not say we don't have to follow SB 9, right? They reserved like the local land use authority that they have to themselves. And so to your question, I think it's sometimes, I mean, I think you generally follow the general law, but when those issues come up, if you have something in your charter that says, we follow, we reserve the land use authority to ourselves, when the general law of the state, if you want to diverge from it, you may say this is our municipal affair power to not follow that necessarily. So I think that's is kind of like how it can often play out. And then there are things that you expressly invoke to Dave's point. I think kind of what we've been saying here is you may very expressly say, we want to call out the public contracting. We want to be able to exempt ourselves from following the public bidding requirements in the public contracting code. And so we would very expressly call that out, but it's not, we won't delineate every single thing, because that would be a cumbersome charter, and I don't think it's really possible. So I think you pick the things you want to very clearly say, and you rely on your authority to the extent that sometimes state law may not go the way you want to go.
Okay, that answers my question. I think my goal is that if we have a very small city charter, it doesn't preclude us from having local control in those other areas necessarily. Okay, thank you.
So, but like if let's say we want to have ranked choice voting in the future, I'm not saying we want to do that. That's something, if we don't call it out in this charter, the only way to do that, we're a general law city for all purposes of elections. But then in the future, we could hypothetically say, okay, we want to add that to it.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't really change it. We would still have to go back to the voters on that.
Yeah. So I think if you're saying in your election, you're going to have an election section of your charter, right? And so if you're going to do something different than what's in your election section or in state law, you're going to have to call it out. I think and I'm sorry, I'm not being super clear, but I think my point is like, you are going to have some general statements in your charter that you may be able to rely on to deviate. But if you want to specifically control the field on something, you're likely going to need to call it out in order to prevail on that.
Thank you.
So are you clear?
I
You
think so. I think I saw enough heads nodding that we'll bring something back to you.
Okay.
So the last part of this discussion is, as I noted, I believe, and I think staff is prepared to bring back to you some discussion soon about a possible revenue measure for the November 2026 ballot. I think there are a variety of different options. Firstly, there are non-voter approved things that we need to do too. We're trying to work on those, like capture more of our community development fees. We're going to bring you an item that captures more of the credit card fees on things that the city has been eating to date. So there's a list of things like that, in an attempt to make sure we're fiscally sustainable in the future. But the other thing that the Revenue Committee is looking at is a sales tax levy, a possible increase to the TOT, a possible increase to the business license tax. So I'll ask Mark or Bob if they want to make any comment, but we would like some direction. Again, not whether you'd put it on the ballot, but whether you would entertain that coming back to you for a discussion to put it on the ballot. Because if too many people said no, obviously we wouldn't waste more time with it.
Yeah, I think that's well said, Dave. And those are sort of the universe of alternatives that are potential revenue measures that are being considered and looked at. We looked at a couple of them last summer, ultimately decided not to, or 2 summers ago, ultimately decided not to put anything on the ballot. And I think it's just a question of really utilization of resources. I mean, if the council wants us to continue to pursue this and bring something back that would have options for the council to look at on one or more of those tax potential revenue ballot measures, tax ballot measures, we can do that. Or, if council's thinking, no, that's really not a good use of time, we'll solve our fiscal issues otherwise, then I think we'd probably, not commit more staff time and resources to bringing it back. So we wanted to do a check-in and see, what the council's direction is on that.
Yeah, I think so. Bob covered it. We've had many meetings regarding this topic when we formed the ad hoc committee. And at our last meeting, we thought, well, before we go any further on this, we need to check in with council to see where they would like us to go with it before we went any further.
So we did like the community survey, and I didn't review that ahead of this, but from that, do we think there's a viable path for any of these opportunities?
Well, a lot of it was done, and Dave, you can weigh in here on some of it. Some of the information that I'm talking about was provided by consultants and through some brainstorming between all of us, including the city manager and Gavin. A lot of that was done before education. So a lot of it was when the survey went out, it was pre any education. So what that might mean is, can we help the community understand our current fiscal situation? What some of the, a lot of what we're covering in this study session here, where the money's going currently, what some of our options are internally going forward as far as exploring efficiencies. So to be clear, the survey went out before we had educated the community on any of those issues. And it seems to me, Dave, unless you think or feel otherwise, got the message differently, that through that education, some of those statistics might improve a bit.
That's obviously the
Statistics
hope.
meaning the results of the.
Right. I think people in Laguna are understandably cautious and maybe use the skeptical word about a local sales tax or TOT tax. But I think an articulation of why it could be needed and what as we talked about earlier, the special things that happen in Laguna that are unlike any other city. And I think many folks would say I'd rather not get rid of those, especially if there was a tool that involved both the visitors and the residents, in effect, supporting those. And I just reiterate, I think cities up and down the state are going to be faced with this. The same inflation that hit us as individuals and our businesses certainly hits local government and all the things that we have to do, like buy insurance, pay benefits. And that it is completely common that a city has a sales tax override. It's less common in Orange County, but it's very common around us. And in fact, I was speaking with a gentleman who runs a city in Ventura County, and they're talking about trying to go from like 9.75 to 10.25. We're at 7.75 just on sales tax. And I don't think it's unreasonable to have that discussion with the community if it means protecting all the things that make Laguna special as a service providing entity, including as the city as a service providing entity. We just talked about the fuel mod costs. Those are amazing costs going up into the future, and they're the lifeblood of protecting us from wildfire. So I don't
as well as expanded technology with law enforcement and fire. There's going to be cost associated with that. Let's take a step back and think about the last meeting that we had. So in the last ad hoc committee meeting that we had, we were talking about what our plans to educate the community and have some interaction with the community. So that would be, we wouldn't hear today, we would not be deciding on whether or not we are going to move forward with the tax. The question is, do you want the ad hoc committee to move forward with the, I'll call it communicating and educating the community. So we were going to schedule some meetings throughout the community and start getting more feedback. Now, depending on the results of that, ultimately we would bring the results of that back to council. So that's really what we're looking at is, should we move forward with those committee meetings to help educate the community and get feedback on the whole notion of any potential ballot measure that included a tax?
I'm really comfortable having this conversation with the community in concert with the cost saving measures that we've been talking about today. I don't think the community would or should be willing to consider a tax increase without seeing that the city is really tightening our expenses. So I appreciate the thought you've put into that, Dave. And I'm very open to exploring our options in increasing revenue as long as those two things are happening in concert.
You want me to go? Go ahead. That's it.
Well, so those two things are happening as part of the meetings that we've discussed. We have kind of, discussed an agenda that would be talked about during each meeting. Alex?
I'm open to the idea. I think that a couple of the things, to Hallie's point, I think we really need to show, and I think that would actually probably depend on our budget over the next, for this to be successful in November. I think we'd really need to show that we've reduced our expenses, and we need to say, look, we've reduced our expenses by this amount of money, and we are at the point where if we, and I think that a ballot initiative, it could be a general, tax, but it would need to be, I think it would need to be framed potentially, and I don't know whether there's a difference in terms of the voters, but potentially something where it's like a term, it's for a limited amount of time just to make these investments in fire safety, and potentially having a component where we say, okay, let's take a percentage of these funds and invest it in annual, performance audits of different departments, every couple of years to make sure that we're actually spending money. So I think we really need to be showing, that's just my sense for when I talk to different residents, is there's a general feeling that we could be spending more money efficiently, which is a feeling that I happen to share. And so I think we'd actually need to do that in a very authentic way, of really showing that we're capable of making, being more efficient in terms of our costs, actually reducing our expenditures, and then making the case like, look, we are at the point where we've reduced expenditures, but if we really want to make this community as safe as it needs to be, dealing with the existential threat of wildfires, that this is the option, then yeah, I would be supportive of that. But
well, I mean, we could literally spend an hour and a half talking about some of these things if we get into some of the savings. But just let me point out, we get a lot of our appeals, 100-page long appeal staff reports, right? We have a variety of committees in the city, and remember, each one of those committees has a staff person assigned to it. And I think that we need to have a conversation about putting some boundaries around those committees, because I think that some of our staff are getting dragged too far into the weeds when it comes to just servicing the committees. And we talked about the comprehensive code update. There are things that are in process right now that are meant to have ultimately result in some savings. Unfortunately, things like the comprehensive code update, once we're done with it internally, then it has to go to the Coastal Commission, get certified.
Yeah, I agree with all that, but I just think when we step back and we look at this in a really like practical and authentic way, we're blessed in Laguna Beach where our property taxes have been able to go up so much over the last few years, and I think it's really hard for us to argue that we're not able to meaningfully reduce our expenses and show that we can embrace technology, do more efficiencies, and so yeah, I agree with all that, but I think that even if you take into account the uniqueness of Laguna and the Coastal Commission and all that, I think that we can do a better job in terms of efficiency, and that is going to be the key based on the data that I've looked at for getting the voters, and just my anecdotal experience of talking to residents and being a resident. That will be the key to making something like this work.
And just for the thousands of people watching from home, when we want to consider whether we move forward with the sales tax measure, I will caution a sunset. The only reason why is these aren't one-time costs that were in our forecast. Those are ongoing costs. And then when we were talking about the fuel modification zone, some of those are one-time costs, but the maintenance for those fuel mods, those costs are maintenance and ongoing. So I don't know that it only makes sense if our fire issues, if we're talking about making fire protection a priority, if that fire hazard went away, like does the greenery go away? Those
if you funded capital with it, and you were able to replace build the fire station.
But then there are, yes,
yeah,
those
no,
kinds of
your
things.
point's well taken, but I understand. Yeah.
And I do know that cities who have, and when we bring the staff back, the cities who have had a sunset, I think like Fountain Valley might be having one, are now having to go back because they're realizing that, that resources needed, but that's all.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So I guess we're hearing a consensus that we should continue on and bring back some alternatives. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the points are well taken on the, as Dave says, the belt tightening, and you say the efficiency side, Alex, and we should look at that. But I think what the schedule would call for, pending direction from the council today, would be like half a dozen town halls over the next couple of months, and then more meetings with community groups along the way, independent of the town halls, and then a survey probably in the early May timeframe to see where the community is with respect to, support levels. And then in June, council would have to decide whether to proceed with anything.
Is there a way, because I think the problem with, and I think all of those ideas of outreach are a good idea. One of the things that I think is going to be key is the people who are going to decide this are the ones who are just at home working and don't really have time to get involved, but they're going to spend time voting because we have a thoughtful electorate here. Is there a way to do like random focus groups where you bring in different people where they're not self-selecting into here, there, but also like just knocking on doors and just talking to average residents. I think that understanding what like the silent majority thinks is going to be the key here. Cause I think
some of the smaller groups that we're talking about that ranges between 10 and 15 people are exactly that.
but if they're just like groups of like civic groups, which I think we
No,
could meet with.
This goes beyond that. These are residents that
Mhm.
that are not usual voices.
So it's like a true focus group,
Yeah.
like a random sample of people that I think that is really the key here, because those are the people who are going to decide a ballot initiative like this. It's not going to be the people who are engaged in, not that we shouldn't listen to those people, but I think that's a critical thing.
Well, the sooner the better because, the other thing is the costs aren't going to go down. Costs never go down. Once they go up, they don't go down. So I'm sure every city's having the same problems. I mean, it's a structural problem we're having now.
Well, we went through a serious inflationary period, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That doesn't mean we can't do better. We just need to. And the other thing is, I think Dave is working on this, but you have to clearly define what, because we have a lot, the community has a lot of demands. And like we have our own public safety organizations. We have our own ambulance service that costs a lot of money. But we need to explain this to the community too, because, for example, on the ambulance service, you want to have your in-house ambulance service because the ambulance companies have all consolidated and their service is horrible. And our service is fantastic here, but we have to, essentially pays for it. So
Exactly.
we
It
don't have
pays
to,
for
we don't
itself.
have to start larding on, oh, you have these 20 people. No, they pay for themselves. We just have to be super clear about that. But, I'm not a big revenue enhancement fan, to be honest with you. I'd rather us work on what we can do with it within our control.
and
But-
I agree. Nor am I. It really, I don't know. I'm thinking this through as we have this discussion right now, Dave. Maybe we can also report back incrementally to council with some information.
I'm sure the council's going to get plenty of feedback. Yeah. It's the Laguna way.
But Mark's point, so as soon as we're ready that we can talk to the community, because Mark and I have lots of community meetings set up. We're meeting with all different kinds of people all the time on a bunch of issues. So we can add that to our deck. That'd be good.
All right, thank you. I feel like I have direction there. I'm going to skip quickly through initiative 3, which is stewardship, just continuation, not just, but simply put, continuation of the stewardship effort. So I don't know if you didn't have any other comments there. I wanted to leave a little bit of time for Matt to explain the advanced planning effort. And we've windowed this a little bit before with you, Matt and Anthony, I think. And that is, hey, I think we've got our in-house in order, our in-house team with community development. And now we need to start to look at these things that need our attention. So I'm going to let Matt and Anthony talk about that briefly.
Good afternoon. That's a great segue, Dave. I think back in November, we brought up the topic of exploring doing a general plan update. And for those who don't have the benefit of some of the reasons as to why we were recommending that, we are finding that our general plan, which is developed organically over time and is composed of a lot of different elements, they don't all speak to each other. There's changes in state law. I know community development has a number of issues with certain policies. The city attorney office has identified, some of the community members have. So there's benefit, and it is a best practice to comprehensively do an update periodically, and we're due for one. I would add to that as we approach each state housing element cycle, they get more complex. And we talked a little bit earlier about our RHNA and what we could potentially expect this next go around. The sooner we get started on that, the better. Internally, we've talked about looking much closer at our circulation element and how we treat the public right away, particularly in light of like evacuation routes and public safety. So visiting that as well. And then the open space conservation element is something we have been working on. It is in need. We're continuing to move that forward, but we would weave that into the framework. So if it was agreeable to the council, we've been working behind the scenes, kind of gearing up. If we got direction to move ahead, we would come back with a RFP proposal just to make sure we're capturing everything and being transparent with the community. There's some logistics that go to this in terms of setting up steering committees, et cetera. And we would do that all shortly within the next month or so at a council meeting. We were looking for direction on that. I'll pause there for a second because I want to talk more globally how that fits into all our advanced planning work, but I didn't know if there's any comments or feedback at least or questions on the general plan update.
I think on the general plan update, and it may have been prepared already, but we talked about getting a matrix of the elements when they were last updated, when they're required to be updated. I don't know if that got prepared or not, but I think that's sort of an overview that would be helpful to all of us to see. For example, I think the open space element was it's new, but it was statutorily mandated that it be updated by January 1, 2026, and we haven't done it. And, but there's others in there, and some of them will reflect how long it's been since we updated certain of the elements, right? So we're behind the curve. I think on the open space element one, I know there was a group that I wasn't involved in it, but there was a group that worked on putting together an initial draft for consideration by the city. I think they would appreciate some feedback as to where they are in the process. I think they feel like there's been a lack of communication from the city as to whether their role is completely done or whether they'd be involved in a steering committee or something. So I do think we owe them a response to where they are in the process. So I'd like to see that matrix and, have a better overall picture of it. And then how would you proceed through it? What would be the timeline? Do you tackle them one at a time? Are you trying to do the whole thing as a single project and bring it all back, which would take a substantial amount of time, I imagine, but maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's lack of a better term, it's a rip off the Band-Aid time when you have ones that date back to the 80s, right, that haven't been touched. So we do envision doing it all at once and so that they're done in a consistent way. We're largely a built out community, and I think the values and the character of this community are really well understood. I don't foresee, it's a policy decision for the council. I don't think we need to go through a ground up visioning process. I think the community really understands what the vision of this community is. It's more a reaffirmation, and I think that'll save us a lot of time. But my estimates looking at this, and there's no way to get around, it's a lot of work, right? It's probably a 32 to 34 month endeavor is what I've estimated it at. And that's contingent on obviously the consultant we ultimately choose to help us, working with Coastal Commission, as well as some things out of our control, like data coming for the housing element through the state.
Matt, would this delay the comprehensive code update in any way?
It would. So actually, can we go back one slide? I guess people want to get out of here, but advancing slides faster. So the comprehensive zoning code update is a complete overhaul of the zoning ordinance, as it says. We're fast tracking two components of that. One is commercial parking, and that's looking at a blended rate outside of the downtown specific plan, but very similar to that, the way that works. And the other is objective design standards for residential. We're on track to bring those to the council as decision makers this summer. My recommendation is we continue to move forward. I think there's a lot of return on investment in that, but we are going to move forward with a general plan update, that we pause the broader comprehensive update. We have the efficiency ordinance underway, which is going to definitely move the needle in a positive way. But understanding that your zoning ordinance should be consistent with your general plan, it would make sense to pause the larger update.
So basically what you're, just to summarize for my own understanding, is that the efficiency ordinance, the commercial parking standards and objective design standards, that would move forward on And then your recommendation is essentially, let's wait on the comprehensive code update beyond those things to do it in tandem with the general plan.
That's correct. It would be part of the implementation of the general plan.
And if we were to hypothetically not do the general plan update, we'd be creating inconsistencies between as part of our comprehensive zoning code update with our current general plan.
Correct. Or
Okay.
potentially anytime we touched an element.
That makes sense.
Or adding to the inconsistencies. In one of the meetings that we were in, Matt, and you had showed us I don't want to call it a template, but I'll say it was a template. It was when we were talking about the open space and conservation element. And I thought that it was very well thought out and it just was going to add a lot of clarity. And in that meeting, if I heard you correctly, you were going to use that same that template throughout the whole general plan, and it would make the use of it a lot easier. Is
That's correct. And it sounds like a really simple idea, and in some ways it is, but it's extremely helpful, which is having a consistent format and architecture throughout the document. Not only does it help our staff, who I think I mentioned earlier, it takes 8 or 9 months for us to get our staff fully trained in general plan, zoning code, and everything else. But it's really important for the community to be able, a layperson should be able to pick it up, understand it. And if you look at a document that was written in the 80s versus one in 2008, they're going to look different. They're not necessarily going to be using the same language, definitions, all those kinds of things. So the idea is to have this consistent architecture that is more concise and cross-reference to each other without any conflict.
Yeah, and a lot easier to understand for a layperson. I was very impressed with what he presented to us at that meeting, and I'm looking forward to it personally, to the update and having it done in such a way to where the whole community could benefit from it because it's a document that you can comprehend.
Another thing I think we can expect that we would benefit from advanced planning is once these properties that are tied up in litigation between the Mo and the Mom Group get sold, there's going to be a lot of probably development work or proposed development projects that are going to be coming our way that are going to be probably pretty meaty because some of those parcels are pretty big. So that's another really good reason to do it.
So you were looking for actual guidance on that, Dave?
Just that you're comfortable with this being one of our 4 priorities.
I am. And I think your proposed approach is really good. Is there any way to get the commercial parking standards updated earlier than the summer?
Yeah, we're fast tracking that as best as we can. And it's actually probably a good segue to the next slide, which is we talked about general plan update, but the remaining project, these are things from my notes that I've heard direction from this dais or various stakeholder meetings to be working on. And I just want to be really transparent that a general plan update is a big undertaking along with the other work. The major projects that I anticipate will be coming our way with some development that Councilmember Kempf just mentioned. We do have limited bandwidth. And so it's difficult as staff to prioritize or pick any one of these issues over the other. They all have importance in some way. Some of these tie directly back to committees and boards the mayor made reference to, right? We have very enthusiastic board members who would love to roll up their sleeves and work on policy. We just simply don't have the bandwidth to do that level of work. So I just want to be really clear that between Anthony, the city manager, myself, we work really closely to triage, but we're not able to advance the full menu you see in front of you at the same time. However, I want to ask if there is something you want us to prioritize or fast track, this would be a great time to hear it.
Well, in the outdoor dining, we extended to June 30, right? So that doesn't that have to be done, or else we'll have a hiatus? I guess we could extend it again, but
I feel like that one's one that we've been extending. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of priorities here.
The Mills Act is one that there was conversation when we reviewed the contracts for this cycle about looking at what return we're getting on it, what kind of, I don't want to use the word enforcement, but follow-up. One option would be to not extend an application period this year, and to give us a chance to look at that a little bit closer. I do have, I should point out, the historic register, that's something that's moving forward. That's actually in our current workload, and we'll be bringing forward to you, I believe, the end of February. Yeah. The fee study, that's something that came up today. CRC zoning overlay.
What is the eviction noticing updates?
I'm sorry, you dropped.
Eviction noticing updates?
That's something that came from the housing committee. I think they wanted to see some updates to that. Where largely it's sort of a due diligence noticing process, but I think they wanted to expand on that even more.
What about, so I'd be interested in the mayor's opinion about this, but what about the Mills Act? You mentioned maybe not having a year where we take a hiatus. What I'd like to see is, because we have like 750, we're losing about $750,000 a year in property taxes through the Mills Act, the last time I saw your report. But I'd like to make sure that all those properties are in compliance before we extend any more, because if people are not following the rules, but they're getting the huge tax benefit, that's a problem. And I don't know that we've had the bandwidth or spent the time looking at that, but we need to.
Yeah, it's a completely fair observation that we're not doing a good job at ensuring compliance, or that we're getting a good return on the incentive that they're being provided. And so if we were to take a hiatus, that's something, when the bandwidth presented itself, we would dedicate resources to doing that. The only one I think we haven't talked about, they're kind of combined, are view preservation. The View Preservation Committee has a lot of great ideas. Someone made reference to trees earlier today. I don't mean to be sarcastic, but trees are a big thing in Laguna Beach, more so than anyone would realize how much time gets spent on trees and view preservation. So it would be worth trying to find any kind of efficiencies, cost recovery for that. It's not just community development, it's public works, city manager's office, city attorney's office. It's a very passionate issue, and a lot of time gets spent on that. But again, we have to kind of pick and choose where we're going to put our priorities.
Don't forget city council.
What if, Matt, what if we came back with a kind of what you're saying, our own staff's recommendation of what could be pursued, what should be delayed at least a year, put on hold, or would you be comfortable with that? Then you guys could pick that apart.
That sounds good to me. And the matrix that we have for the wildfire plan, which is great, by the way, about timing and all that.
Yeah.
Are we going to have that for all of these items like we've had in the past?
I think that'd be super to do. Yeah. Because that's how that keep us accountable.
And then you can force us to make the hard calls about, okay, if you want to push this up, you have to push this back, because there's no, you can't just do everything.
Right.
So
I think that was a good tool a couple of years
Are you suggesting we would pause the Mills Act opportunity?
Well, I wasn't suggesting anything except we'd come back to you with a recommendation as to that. And you guys, rather than talk about it now.
Okay.
Because
Because it is a big conversation. I mean, even Kathy Yurka came to us not long ago and said that she didn't think that a lot of the projects that were coming before the committee really were warranted going on the Mills Act or taking advantage of the Mills Act.
Well, and some of these, rather than, and I agree, you're going to have to prioritize. We can't do it all at once. But that one, for example, and her comment, I think the other night, and I thought we had given direction that it should involve the Heritage Committee. And, if there are committee members who, rather than saying we're not going to touch that topic for a year, I mean, if there are committee members who want to work on it and have ideas about revising the policies, there were some simple things like you don't give the tax reduction for the value of the full home. You just give it for the, the historic portion of the home. Those kinds of things can be worked on, I think, at a committee level without, taking staff time. And if there are those should go. And you just tell the committee, hey, you're not going to get any staff time on this, but if you want to pursue it. Environmental sustainability may be another one, right?
Yeah, and that 5-page memo or whatever that the committee puts together, where there could come to us, and then at that point there could be direction about how staff would get involved in refining it. But I totally agree with that. The one thing that I think we might want to add, I hate to add something, but I think and Bob and I are going to talk about this further, but like some sort of a hospital action plan, because I think the zoning is really our biggest tool. So I think we have to add that to the list because that's so
Thanks for
important.
bringing that up. I think that's a really important issue.
So it's really, at the end of the day, that's our leverage is the zoning authority. So more on that, but yeah.
I know this is a strategy and not an action item session. One thing in terms of timing, we can definitely prepare something and bring something back in short order to help prioritize, as well as RFP proposal for the general plan update. The Mills Act, we kind of reverse your engineer from a schedule that ties into the tax assessor's office, and we typically would start advertising that like right about now. So if there was a general consensus that we were going to go on a hiatus, I would hate to have my staff working on that and then put on the brakes in a few weeks. But we're getting close to go, no go. So if there at least could be a general idea of if they're leaning one way or the other, if that's fair to ask.
What if we included that in the first meeting in February as a go, no go? And that way, I want to make sure people have notification that this is coming.
Understood.
That would be, but
Yeah,
if you're willing to consider a no go, no go for the Mills Act this year,
I actually have a meeting with two of the Heritage Committee members this weekend. So,
okay.
yeah.
That sound all right? Heads nodding to at least consider it, and we'll put it on the February agenda. Okay, thanks. All right, thank you, guys. I think I'm good. If you want to move to the last item, which was the city council's ad hoc committees, that's in your tab A. And we have a couple of them that I think can go away. And I guess the best question for you folks is there anything on here you'd want to change? Or do you want to just extend them with the current members?
I like the idea of having each of them, like have them, come back with a defined work plan at some point, just there's, everyone has more clarity. But yeah, in general, I'm good with them. These are just the ad hocs. We're not at the other part yet.
Right, that's where I landed. Yeah, sorry, we do have the other one too.
I'm good.
Well, in light of the conversation we just had, does the comprehensive zoning code update just go away for now, go dormant?
I think it stays just because you guys can follow us with objective design standards and the parking standards.
Okay.
I think your input's been really helpful.
Can I ask a question about Vista Aliso? I thought Vista Aliso, that property was kind of off limits.
Well, I think that the new superintendent is open to the idea of some sort of a deal. So I'd like to try. We were supposed to have a meeting, but it got rescheduled. So maybe let's have that meeting and then we can kind of see if it's off the table. But I think it's something that just makes so much sense. So
Are they still in litigation over it?
Yeah, that's what I thought the issue.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're in litigation, but I don't want to get into the details, but yeah, I think we should have that meeting first and then we could come back if we learn from that, there's no path.
I wondered whether, I mean, it's up to you, Alex and Sue, but at 14, in light of the fact we, awarded the contract to Friendship Shelter and we sort of revised the operating standards out there, do you still need 14?
Do you think we do, Dave? I think we do.
I think anytime we could close out one, I think the city attorney would appreciate that.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I don't think that I'm on the city centennial.
Oh,
I
that's
think my
right.
name's listed here, but I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah. When do we talk about that?
Well, do you want to just change it now and we'll ratify it on February? Is it February 11th? I'm not 10th.
Yeah.
So it was Orgel Kempf.
I'm also happy to join Bob on the estuary restoration.
Thank you. I was just going to ask, it'd be nice to have somebody
Sure,
else
I'd
on
be
that
happy to
one.
join that.
I was going to put Sue on that.
So keep in mind, Hallie will be mayor during the centennial. So the idea is she would be in a queen position and we would be doing all the labor out there.
Exactly. I'll just sit on my throne.
Okay, I think that's clear. We'll bring that back unless you had any other changes. And then the last one is your tab B. Was there any changes to liaison and other committee assignments that you'd want to make?
Can you take my name off the, I don't know why it's there, but for the festival, because that's just Mark.
Mark, what
I think,
what about Vector, Mark?
We
I'd
we
be
do
okay
have
handing
that.
that over to Alex. What?
I thought you're on a 2-year term.
It's been 2 years.
We do have that citizen candidate's name. I just need to bring that to you guys as council.
Who is
I would
it?
appreciate
Who is it?
removing myself.
Joanne McMahon? Right? The citizen who had an interest in it.
Oh, if we're gonna, we should open it up if we're gonna do that, you guys.
I could set it up for the agenda coming up saying open to individual interests. We'll do a little solicitation period.
Mark, I can't remember, is anybody on Vector not an elected though?
There were a couple people.
There are
When-
a couple people?
There were like some like former electeds. Like I remember like there was someone from Anaheim who was on the council there, and there were.
When I read it, you just had to be a resident
You
of
don't
the
need
city
to be
that
an elected
appoints you.
official, but
Yeah.
I talked to Dave about this and he said he was going to look into it. So
Okay.
What were you about to say, Megan?
so is there anything else then?
No.
We needed to move around?
well, I think we had a request to add somebody on the Laguna Playhouse liaison.
Right?
I mean, I'm willing to do that, but if somebody else wants it, I'm willing to have somebody else do it too.
Well, that's a good point. Like when we talked about that the other night, we didn't say who it was gonna be, did we? We should, because that's really an oversight. Well, it's an oversight and communication person for the council, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like the art museum or
Ex
the
officio.
festival
Yeah, yeah.
one, it's a liaison.
Yeah.
Is that something you like us on the February 10th agenda? What Mr. Whalen
Yeah, I
would
guess
be?
it needs to, would
Yeah,
need to
be
come
Okay, the
back.
play. Okay.
And then what about the Visit Laguna thing? Because we, in connection with the renewal of the district, right, was it 2 members, I think?
Yes.
What I was thinking we could do is, and I don't know if you guys would be game for this, but so Mark and I've been doing it. Mark's been doing a ton of heavy lifting, but Mark and I've been on it. Maybe it'd be better for us to get some new council members with exposure to that now.
I'd be willing to do it with somebody else. I don't want to do it alone.
Allie, you be game to do it?
The answer to that is yes.
Okay.
So I'm adding Hallie and Bob to that. Cool. Anything else?
We clear on our notes, Anne Marie, Gavin? We feel like we,
Yeah, I just wanted to make clear that Councilmember Renagi, you were on the Festival of Arts as an alternate. That's why you were on there.
But I think that would
You don't have to be, I just wanted-
Hallie would be the alternate.
Oh.
Typically, right? Oh, and then the animals, what's going on with the animal services, Dave? Are we doing an assessment of our animal services?
we're doing the assessment right now with the police department. They're going to come back with a recommendation, and whether you want to tackle that now or later. I certainly don't have any concerns about an ad hoc committee that would oversee how the funds are allocated. Remember, though, if it's an ongoing committee, that can't be
No,
ad hoc.
It's more of, as I understood it, it would be that we would, as we're looking at like the policy questions involved in that there was an interest, yeah, it would be coming up with those policy questions as we're in a transitionary period.
My default would be, and I don't know why we'd change this, would be to have the whole council look at that because
Okay.
it's a big enough issue for the community.
Okay.
And then you could decide, hey, we need an ad hoc committee to carve out a pathway.
When,
on some-
when that comes back to
Yeah.
it, based on the outstanding issues.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
So did we cover it all?
I think so.
And so I guess we just had to add the Visit Laguna, right? So thanks for picking up on that.
And the Playhouse.
And the Playhouse.
And the Playhouse. So is that it? Study session adjourned? Dave?
Study session adjourned.
Great.
That was good.
Thank you,
Good
everybody.
meeting.
Staff.
I wanted to thank the staff too. I've been out obviously with my arm and you guys picked up a lot of the load for me. Megan's office, all the department directors. Thank you. I appreciate it greatly.
Thank you for not resisting your arm when I was
Do
raising
the
it for you.
tradition after.